this loud last time. Yeah, that's gonna have to change.
Gather up all of the crew, it's time to shake up big brew.
We decided we wanted to grow some weed. And I hate weed. I can't stand it. The feeling makes me freak out. Like, there's no weed on the planet I've ever had a good reaction to. So, never liked weed, but I like the idea of growing it. I don't know why, maybe because I'm a nerd. But we agree that we're going to move these plants, these little baby plants, between all of our houses and try not to get caught by our parents, of course, you know, because that wouldn't be good. One of the kids, skipping a ton of details, one of the kids tells his mom that I have the plants at my house. The mom hated me already, and the mom calls the local police. The police call my mom. My mom gets brought into the station with me. They happen to do some stuff, they committed some crime, and the cops are accusing me of this crime, and then I had nothing to do with it. And then they have my mom kind of cornered and hey, we know about these weed plants that you have in your house. Just let us know about it. We'll take care of it. And they convince my mom that there's no big deal. Like, you know, they're just going to come by and pick up the plants, and it's going to be over with. Like, that's what they had my mom thinking. I'm 11. I can't tell my mom that's a lie.
You're 11?
Yeah.
You're growing pot at 11?
Yeah.
Holy shit.
It wasn't a crazy operation, but they made it out to be. So what ended up happening was we're at the police station, sitting there with my mom. My mom believes that the cops are just going to come in there, and they gave my mom two options. Either let us come pick it up, or we'll sit out front and wait until a warrant, you know, blah, blah, blah. And then like a warrant comes in, and then we can go in and get them. So either way, you're giving up the plants. Is basically what they put my mom in the position of. And she was unaware of this situation. It's not like my mom was like, yeah, grow weed in the house. You know, it wasn't like a thing. And I'm just a little boy. The cops promised my mom that they're not going to make a spectacle out of it. It's not going to be a thing. They just want to get the plants out. She believes it. They come, they take the plants. The whole neighborhood's outside. They're taking the plants. They're little plants, but they're, you know, maybe this tall. There's a bunch of little baby plants that are just little. They're called like the germination stage, like after the seeds start to grow a little root, like, and you just see a little piece of plant coming out of the soil. Like, most of them were like that, and then there was like 2 or 3 of them that were like this tall. And the cops bring them outside with no bags covering them. The whole neighbors embarrassing the crap out of my mom at that time. And the cops charged me with possession with intent to deliver, for that, like as a drug dealer. They charged me with cultivating marijuana, and the charge, it was something to do with vandalism or something, but something I had nothing to do with the other kids. I wasn't even involved in it, but they charged me with it anyway. And that was my first time ever getting in trouble, but that turned into probation. That didn't turn into any type of facilities or any type of detention centers or anything like that. This was just probation, where I had to go pee in a cup with a juvenile probation officer who, you know, was strict but wasn't anything like what I'm going to get into later. And you know, when you're that young, you're doing the wrong thing, you're in the wrong areas, you're hanging out with people that are doing serious drugs. Like, 'cause I at 11 years old, I was hanging out with bad people. I started doing more, you know, more. What's the word for it? Sorry. After being on probation, you're at way higher risk of getting in more trouble, because you have to check in if you don't show up on time, if you pee in a cup and you fail for a different drug, or any drug for that matter. If you don't do anything correctly, you're getting a violation, and you're going to juvenile detention, bare minimum, and then sent to a rehab, residential program, or whatever. And whatever they want to do to you, they're going to do to you. So I get in trouble way more times with different drugs and being on probation. I'm failing drug tests. I'm in school getting in trouble, getting caught with drugs, and you know all of these.
How old were you when you started drugs?
11.
You started at age 11?
I started messing with various drugs at 11, like including weed, you know, and alcohol and all the, like, you know, just stuff that people usually start around 15, you know, 14, 15. Not that it's okay to start at that age, but that's the average based on, I think, what I know. The ecstasy and all of that stuff started very, very soon after just the experimentation phase. Because, like, don't even really count weed as the experimentation phase because I hated it from the beginning. It freaked me out so bad that I couldn't even smoke this stuff. But for whatever reason, I loved ecstasy, as I told you the first time. And then the come down of ecstasy sucked so bad that when somebody introduced me to opioids, the come down, it made it way easier. And then I realized I liked the opioids better than I liked the ecstasy, and that's why I stopped going to the raves and all that stuff in Philly, like we talked about. So all of that's happening, and I'm failing drug tests for opiates and benzos and amphetamines because of other situations I'm going to get into. But this is all in a very, because remember, my drug problems were 11 to 17. So it wasn't that long, but a lot happened in that short period of time, if that makes sense. So long story short on that, I'm on probation, she violates me, and I end up in the juvenile detention center time after time after time for all these different stupid petty crimes, all revolving around drugs. Nothing violent, nothing anything other than, you know, I'm not saying what I did was right, but like stealing stuff or having, like, I got
self-harm. It was all self-harm stuff.
Yeah, all stuff that I was doing to myself, but then the only thing that wasn't was actually a pretty crazy story that I'll tell you, which actually goes into another one with my dad. A guy who was a grown man who was married to a grown woman who was actually even twice his age, was picking me and those kids up in the neighborhood at a very young age, 12, 13 years old, picking us up 1, 2 o'clock in the morning. I remember we had a ladder on the side of my bedroom window, and he would pick us up and we'd get in his car. He would drive us to all these different cities in Pennsylvania, and he would park at the end of the block, and we would just go check all the door handles down the block for each car and steal the change, the GPSs. Like back then, GPSs were in everyone's cars, and you know, if they had, like, go into their glove box and see if they had emergency gas money in there, and all whatever they had that was worth something, we would take it, we'd give it to him, and then at one point he would sell the stuff. So what I found out later about this guy, and I'm wrong for that, it was fueling a drug addiction at this time, because, you know, remember at this age I'm doing opioids are very expensive, and then that turned into heroin, and we've already talked about that story, so I'm trying to skip that. But the guy, the craziest part about this is at one time he tells me, hey man, take home some of this stuff. So I took home a ton of the stolen merchandise. And at one point he had a revolver in his bedroom, and I was like, you know, I never had a gun before, never shot a gun before at that time, and he gives me this revolver. There wasn't any bullets or anything, but he gave me the revolver, and I had this, and I had all of this stolen merchandise, and the next morning it's boom, 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 boom. You hear just knocking at the door like loud, like it sounded like the SWAT team was at my house. The cops are at the door, guns out. My family, my mom, my stepdad at the time, is out the door, and they, you know, they see guns out, so it's like obviously serious. And they're like, "Where's the gun? Where's the gun?" They know about the gun, and I didn't tell anyone about the gun. So they go right up into my bedroom. They know exactly where this gun's at. They go right to grab all the stolen merchandise. I get charged with 110 counts of receiving stolen property. I get a weapons charge for the revolver, even though it had no bullets or whatever. I wasn't planning on using it, but I had it. I find out this guy that's been picking us up every night was an informant for a completely different case. So this guy's committing crimes while he's an informant with children. He's using children to rob cars to fuel his addiction while he's a police informant. So him and his wife end up in the newspaper. His name's Thomas James Gallagher, who actually just got arrested recently for, unfortunately, murdering an 18-year-old girl in a DUI situation. But yeah, so he did that later in life, and but what he did to me was wrong too. But he was in the papers for that too. and it was called like kitty car thieves or something was the title of the news article. And whatever the case is, the guy he must have had some really bad luck because he ends up on the same block as my dad. And my dad is very different looking than I am. Like, we have similar eyes and like features, but my dad is like a 6-foot gorilla, like bald head, like very different than me. And my dad finds out that he is TJ Gallagher on the block, and my dad, and he's talking about like, I know your son, blah blah blah. My dad punches him right in his jaw, breaks his jaw in the George W. Hill Correctional Facility. His jaw got wired shut. They transferred my dad to a state prison to get him away from this guy. And my dad was sticking up. I mean, as much as my dad has gone, like I said the last time, has done drugs and has been in and out of jail and done some dumb things in my life, like, my dad cares about me. It's just drug addiction is tough. And I lost, my family to it. I lost, his most, like, my sister Ariana, she's my half sister, but I call her my sister, and my brother Danny. Their mother Lauren, which was my dad's, like, kind of basically his wife. And their parent, she passed from an overdose semi-recently, and a lot of people have passed recently. But my dad, the reason why I say that is he has a lot of problems at the moment. He just got hit he was on an electric scooter. He got hit at 65 miles an hour by a car, and he broke almost everything from his stomach down to his ankles. And if you've seen the pictures, it'd blow your mind that he's alive. My dad, on the other hand, has been shot, stabbed, lit on fire, and now hit by a car. And I could tell you each one of those stories individually, and he's still alive. The man has a wild story within itself. It's just still happening current day. My dad's story's not over. Like, it's still live action, But my dad has always cared about me, and he loves me. I know that, but it's really hard to be present as a father for 32 years when your main focus is alcohol and drugs. And if you're in prison or jail, even if you're in jail, at least for that case, he was in jail for something, but then he got more time for breaking that dude's jaw. Like, I know he loves me, I know he cares about me, but it was tough. Going back to another time my dad went to jail, though, and the bullying scenario, there was this kid named Charlie. I won't say his last name because I don't want to embarrass him, because he's probably older now and probably is very different than he was when I was a little boy. But in the middle of all this bullying, this kid Charlie, his parents were really rough on him and weren't letting him stay at the house. So I was letting him stay at my house, but my mom hated him. My mom didn't want him around because she heard bad things about him from other parents, and I just lied about his name and never told her his real name. So she called him a fake name for a long time. Out of nowhere, the kids that were bullying me got him to join the I Hate Ryan group, and it was all over something stupid. If I can remember, it was about like a fake hit of acid that was sold that, like, I don't even remember doing, to be honest with you. But all of these people just wanted to hate me, and they wanted to arrange this fight to happen at this park, and the goal was for me to fight Charlie one-on-one. So a guy that was my friend, that I was giving a place to sleep every night, at risk of me getting in trouble for lying about who he was for a while. Now he wants to fight me. So I'm like, all right, dude, let's go. My mom freaks out about it, of course, because she's my mother, and she calls my dad, which she never would do unless it's an emergency, because my mom and my dad are like very different people, oil and water. My mom is just an angel, never did drugs, never got in trouble, very different person. Calls my dad shows up to, and he's wasted, he's on drugs, he's with my sister and brother's mom, Lauren, at the time, who passed, but she was wasted, had one of those big plastic cups full of vodka and Coca-Cola, like exactly what you'd imagine it to be. And they want to come with me while I fight this kid one-on-one to make sure everything's fair. And I was like, okay, that's all right if you want to do that. We show up at this park. No exaggeration to you, Sean. I'm not even embellishing this. There were 40 kids at this park that were trying to come at me. Like, there's a basketball court in the back of the park, and then it's just a lot of like walkway up to it. It's like playground. There's a creek, and then in the back was a basketball court. There was no exaggeration, 40 kids there. So the goal was to fight Charlie one-on-one, and I was willing to do that. My dad comes up, he sees that I'm about to get attacked by a bunch of kids at the same time, and he just starts swinging on kids. Like, he's punching all of these kids. He threw one into a bike, it hit his head on a peg on a bicycle. One of them, like, into the basketball court thing. Like, he hits all these kids. Charlie's mom drives by after, she's screaming out the window, like, F you, F to my mom. Like, it was a disaster. My dad gets arrested for beating up kids, obviously. Does 2 years for that, for me. Even though I didn't ask him to go fight a bunch of kids. Like, what he didn't realize, even though he thought he was doing something good for me, and he stopped me from getting jumped by 40 people, he tried to do what he thought a father would do in that scenario. But what happened was, everybody now hated me even more because I got my dad to go beat somebody up or beat everybody up for me, and which I didn't. But it looked that way at the time. So it forced me out of that school, it forced me out of that town, and my dad had to do 2 years in prison for it. And you know, he's never thrown it in my face, never done, like, as much as like I said, my dad's a piece of work, he really is. He's surprising sometimes when it comes to those things, but I love him to death, I do, but he's not my mom. They're very different people, you know? And then, like I said, my grandfather was like a father figure to me my whole life, where I had stability with him.
Whose side? Mom's
Mom's
side,
side.
dad's?
My mom's side. My dad's side, my grandfather was macheted to death in Florida.
What?
Yeah, man. So, my uncle Michael, my dad's brother, stabbed to death in Chichester, PA. My grandfather, macheted to death on my dad's side in Florida. My Uncle Richie overdoses on fentanyl when it comes out by snorting it, not by injecting it. Uncle Richie's daughter just was on that interview. All of the other families still currently on drugs. One of our, my dad's long-term family friends just passed a couple days ago, 3 days ago. Named Paul Lozak, he just passed, overdosed, most likely, but not 100% sure. So I don't want to say that in stone. I know his dad's I don't want to embarrass the family, so actually maybe I shouldn't even said that. But I feel horrible for his family. And my grandmom and my aunt, they dealt with all of that, losing all their kids. And my aunt grew up with some birth defects, and she didn't make it very long. She died a couple of years in between our interviews, within a month or so of my grandmother passing away on my dad's side. So we had a double funeral, and almost everyone except maybe 2 people at the funeral were high, maybe 3. Yeah, it's sad, man, but that's what Philadelphia and the surrounding cities look like right now. And
That is like some serious generational trauma.
yeah, I mean, that's just, there's so much more to the crime stuff too. So I want to get into that, and I don't want to cut you off at all. I just wanted to finish that real quick. Is just I don't want to make my dad look bad. That's not why I'm on here, because I really don't. Like, I know that in a different world, in a different circumstance, he would not be the way that he is. And if he could beat addiction, and maybe one day he will, I know that he will be just as caring as I will be when I have my first kid. But as of right now, I know he loves me, and I can't change him as a person. I love it. So I guess I'll keep it at that with him, and I'll get back into the legal stuff when you're done. I'm on a tangent. So.
No, it's fine, man. It's fine. I mean, one question. I mean, growing up with that, and still dealing with that side of the family and all the addiction, and I mean, I'm kind of curious. And you've owned recovery centers. Are you still involved in recovery at all?
No, I mean, I've never claimed to, at one point, I talked about how many years I was clean and all that. I don't do drugs, I don't drink, I don't smoke weed. So technically, yeah, I'm in recovery or clean if you define it in those words, but I don't practice it. So I wouldn't go to like an AA meeting or NA meeting and feel confident saying like, I am something I'm not.
Mm-hmm. That's not what I meant. I meant, are you still involved in helping people recover?
Indirectly, yes. So like if somebody wants help, somebody like for example, if my cousin that was just recorded in a street interview said, hey, I want to go to rehab, I have the connections that could put her in the place, insurance or not. I'll make sure she gets help. And I do that all the time if people need help. Mm-hmm. So in that regard, yes. I own a healthcare company. I won't go into all the details because it's a whole irrelevant story, but we audit charts for behavioral health, and we do a great job at it. So it's still indirectly helping, rehab stay afloat, do well, helping people that are in treatment stay in treatment without their insurance kicking them out to the street. So yeah, indirectly, yes, not directly anymore.
Where I'm going with this is, I mean, the fentanyl epidemic is massive. It's huge.
Huge.
I mean,
China.
hundreds of thousands of people are dying from it. Having been through it, having been through recovery, and we talked a lot about this. I mean, you lost your best friend growing up. I lost my best friend. We shared that story. There's this flag up there, I mean.
Yeah.
And so, where I'm going with this is everybody knows somebody that's addicted to heroin, fentanyl, opiates, one narcotic or another. And the addiction problem just seems to be getting worse and worse and worse. And so, with somebody has as much experience as you have, I mean, what is your advice for somebody who has a loved one who is addicted to heroin, fentanyl, meth, anything?
My
Anything
advice.
that's going to ruin their life. Because and the reason I'm asking is I see, I almost did it. I mean, you will see people with a loved one who's suffering from an addiction like that. Their life, they will ruin their own life.
Oh yeah.
Trying to save somebody who doesn't want to be saved. And so that's kind of what I'm asking. How do you?
I totally understand what you're saying, and I wish there was the perfect answer for it, but you're going to hear the common, like they need to want it, like they need to want to be clean, which is true. I believe that they have to want to go through it. They want to have a new life. They want to have a new future to stop using. I truly believe that, but on the other hand, they may not realize that they want it because they haven't been clean long enough to realize what the difference is, because their normal is high, or their normal is like what they believe is sober is high. So for them to want it would be pretty difficult. The only time they may want it is when they're sick, when they're withdrawing. So I think that forcing them to, because certain states like Florida, we have a Baker Act. If you're a harm to yourself or others, you can be forced into a hospital. I think in certain cases, especially when you're doing this new stuff, it's not just fentanyl. There's xylazine, methamphetamine, all these tranquilizers that are not even opioids that Narcan can't bring you back from if you're overdosing. If you want to, you may need to the tranquilizers, even if you are smoking them, if you're snorting them, if you're swallowing them, they're creating holes in your skin, like that old, I don't know if you've seen Crocodile, like the stuff that people inject, like the cheap heroin. It's not real heroin. These tranquilizers are putting holes in people's arms and legs, and they're walking around Kensington, Philadelphia, looking like zombies with like actual legs and arms cut off.
What?
Yeah, you can look up videos. It's crazy. So they're at a point where they're going to die from sepsis or from an abscess or from an infection or septic shock or whatever it ends up being. Force them into a hospital, force them to get over the physical withdrawal, get them into a program if you can somehow pull it off, and see what happens. But I can't make any promises. Addiction, the only reason that I stopped was because I had enough time away. I got forced. I had no choice. And I want to get into something real quick. So before I got clean, I was still actively using. I got sent to all these different schools. I went to Bucksmont Academy, which was a pet smart that got converted into a school. And there was no walls. It was just a big warehouse that had rolling dividers for the classrooms that you could like reach your hand over and you'd be in the other classroom. That was my high school for 9th grade, I believe it was. And then, like I said, I dropped out going into 10th grade, but I did 9th grade at a place called Bucksmont, which was for bad kids, or because I had what's called an IEP. I don't know if you've ever heard of it, an individual education plan. It's for kids that have learning disabilities, whether it be you have trouble reading, you have trouble with math, or in my case, it was from trauma, or it was called an emotional support IEP. So they realized I wasn't getting along with kids in my school. There's a lot of fights, a lot of problems. So they decided to send me to Bucksmont, which was a Petco or PetSmart, whatever. I think it was a Petco that was converted into a school. Lots of fighting in there. Lots of, you're not the greatest education. Some of the teachers meant very well, but not the greatest education you could get. And crazily enough, and I know people are going to comment about this and say that I was abused, and maybe it's categorized as that way. But the guidance counselor at Bucksmont was in college, and I was, like 14. How old would you be in ninth grade? Like 15 or 16?
Ninth grade?
Yeah.
I think you'd be, 14, 15.
Yeah, so she was my guidance counselor. She knew how old I was because she was my guidance counselor. And she had the nerve to come to my house one day. Her and I were texting, talking to each other at that time, inappropriately. And she had the nerve to show up at my house, meet my mother, and go up into my bedroom. And my mom didn't know who she was, so that's why there wasn't a fight about this. But the guidance counselor that worked at the college, I guess she was a college student as well as working at Bucksmont. Technically, I would just say, what she did was illegal. I don't recall being traumatized from it. If I was a girl saying the same thing, I don't think I would agree with anything I'm saying. If a guy was, I know that it doesn't sound right. It doesn't feel.
Hold on, what is she saying?
What do you mean?
What is she saying to you?
Who, the guidance counselor?
Yeah.
I mean, she came to my house in my room. So, the whole thing. So.
She wants to have sex with you.
Yeah. I mean, it was like, we talked inappropriately. Yeah. So if you want to say.
Did it go into more than talking?
I mean, I'm not trying to get anyone in trouble, but there's another situation that was inappropriate as well with a psychiatrist, ironically.
What
and,
the? With you?
With me, yeah. But it was.
Hold on. How old are you? You're in
ninth grade.
You're in ninth grade.
Yeah.
And you have a guidance counselor wanting to have sex with you, and apparently you guys did some. Maybe you acted on it.
Yeah, there was maybe something happened, but either way, it was bare minimum, like a little relationship we had for a short period of time.
How did she show up at your house?
Drove.
To do what? Were you there?
I was home, yeah. Yeah, like she came up into my bedroom, and I remember I have a vivid memory.
So she shows up to your house as a friend? And your mom thinks that maybe this is another ninth grader or somebody around her age?
Like without going into details of who she is, she looked younger. She was in college.
Shit, dude.
Yeah, so technically, legally, what she did was very wrong. I don't feel traumatized from it, nor do I agree with what she did. So don't get me wrong when I say that.
Yeah.
But I don't feel like it's just everybody has their own thing, right? What I do feel a little bit upset about, that I thought about later in life, that contributed to my addiction problems, is because my mom was so against me on being on medications, even before I did drugs. She told the school with that IEP, the individual education plan, she was so adamant that I would be on no medications. She didn't want me on meds. And I understand that. Like, meds usually are a bad move for a kid. And the school eventually says he either needs to be on meds or we're putting him somewhere else. So my mom sends me to this psychiatrist who is a doctor, and she at first gives me some antidepressants and, nothing too crazy. And I have a bad reaction to one called Prestique. It's also known as Effexor. It's a antidepressant SSRI. I had a bad reaction, made me feel really weird, maybe not feel good at all, like mentally. I stopped taking that med. In between then, if you remember the chat application Skype, she reached out to me on Skype and told me that her husband, she believes, is cheating on her. And he is gone. He goes to Philadelphia all the time and goes to clubs. And would I mind checking out his computer to see if they were if he was cheating on her? And I'm a little boy at this point, and I agreed to it because it was like, okay, she's asking me for something this is weird, but she's my psychiatrist, whatever. So I agree to do that. I go through the computer, and now I start to realize, like, I know more about this woman. Like, I got her logins for things. I got all kinds of things that I shouldn't have. And I'm addicted to drugs, and I can get this psychiatrist to give me whatever I want. So I kind of abused the situation because she went too far. She shouldn't have made anything personal about that relationship. And there's more to it than that, but I'm going to keep that personal relationship at where it is. But she ends up prescribing me to, this is what I'll tell you exactly what I was prescribed to as a little boy. 3 2 milligrams Xanax a day, so 6 milligrams Xanax. I was prescribed to 1 30 milligram Adderall, 10 milligrams of Ritalin, and 70 milligrams of Vyvanse every single day.
What's Vyvanse?
Vyvanse is the same amphetamine. It's called lisdextroamphetamine, and when you take it, the proteins in your liver convert it to dextroamphetamine. So it's just essentially another stimulant, and I was prescribed to 3 different stimulants at the same time with Xanax while I'm doing heroin. And the psychiatrist knows it. She knows I'm on probation. She knows that I'm a heroin addict. She knows that I have leverage on her because of what she asked me to do and some other inappropriate things that she did.
What are the other inappropriate things?
I don't want to talk about it on here.
Why not?
Because I don't, it's over, you know?
All right.
I'll tell you off camera. It's nothing that I'm traumatized by.
Are they sexual?
It's nothing I'm traumatized by. And it's stuff that
Right, the reason I'm asking is, I mean, what you're doing right now is going after sexual predators.
Yeah.
And then you just told me you had an encounter with one, whether you're traumatized by it or not.
It's still wrong.
It's still wrong. I mean, she went into your home with your mom there, with your mother there, and posed as a fucking friend instead of a guidance counselor.
Yes.
I mean, this shit's happening all over the world.
Yeah, I know.
And then again,
I minimize it. I get it. I understand that I'm minimizing it for myself.
With a psychiatrist, and so what you say you're not traumatized by, I'm assuming it's another sexual encounter, but these are professionals, and I think it's important to highlight that because that's what we want to do here, right? This interview is to bring out how real this shit is, who's doing it, you know, and the point that I'm making here is it's not somebody from the hood. It's not, or maybe it is. Maybe it is somebody from the hood. Maybe it's somebody from the trailer park. But it's also teachers, doctors, psychiatrists, guidance counselors,
rabbis,
police
as you just saw.
Rabbis, priests.
Yeah.
I mean,
state troopers.
I mean, it is everywhere. It's everywhere. You cannot profile. It's everywhere. It's the rich, it's the poor, it's every race.
Male, female.
Male, female, it is everywhere.
Yeah, so I just want to clarify, because if somebody else was telling this story, I would be going after them. But for whatever reason, internally, I don't care. For myself. Which I don't know how to answer why, but there is no situation where I think that's okay for anyone else. If that makes sense.
Yeah.
I know it doesn't make a ton of sense probably to you because you're hearing from the guy.
I understand it because you don't feel traumatized by it, which means you're dubbing it down.
Yeah, I mean, maybe I don't feel
the effects for you weren't, you don't think that they were traumatic.
Yeah, well, they didn't take away my trust in women. They didn't take away, I don't know. It's not the average situation for me. But that doesn't mean that I agree with it. Obviously I'm highly against it. It's what I focus half my life on. So I know it's backwards and almost hypocritical.
Well, let me ask you this.
I don't want to lie to you and say I'm traumatized when I don't feel traumatized.
Without going into detail, if you don't have to answer this, but I mean, did you enjoy it? Or
yeah.
You did enjoy it?
Yes.
You didn't feel violated?
No.
You didn't feel
No. I remember clear as day at 32 years old wanting to.
How did those relationships end then?
Just, I guess, stop talking, me getting locked up. I mean, I was locked up so many times as a kid.
You ended it?
I'm sure it just ended. Because I don't remember having to be like, we're over,
How old is this psychiatrist?
The psychiatrist was substantially older than the
40s, 50s?
40s at the time. So yeah, substantially older. But the guidance counselor was a college student, so not that much older than me, but still an adult.
I mean, and then on top of that, like, what kind of fucked up women are these? You got one that's a guidance counselor and another one that's a psychiatrist, and hear me out. You know what I mean? Not only are they targeting a 14-year-old, 15-year-old.
Yeah.
They're targeting a 14 or 15-year-old that is fucked up on opiates.
Yeah, and with mental health
Stimulants
disorders
and
at the time.
antidepressants.
And
It's like you were targeted because of the situation that you're in.
Well, that's from an outsider looking in. I don't feel that way, you know. So like, I get what you're saying, and I would feel the same way that you're feeling. I just don't feel that way. So that's why it's hard for me to comprehend, and I don't call it trauma for myself, even though everyone I've talked to has reacted in the same way that you do. I just can't lie and say like, yeah, I'm a victim.
I'm not. That's not where I'm going. Where I'm going is I'm just, you know, I'm shining the light on it. I'm saying, you know, this is.
I know it's wrong.
Prevalent.
And the reason I'm bringing it up is
fluent circles.
I know it's wrong. That's why I'm bringing it up.
Yeah.
And I didn't bring it up ever before publicly, ever, because I didn't want this. Yeah, I know it's an awkward thing, but you know, it's over with. It caused the you know, whatever. If it caused, the only damage that it did cause me was being hooked on all that Xanax, and the amphetamines. It's more in your head. Like the physical addiction isn't really there with amphetamines. It's more of like you want it, and it's hard to function without them. The benzos, on the other hand, taking 6 milligrams of Xanax, it's really, really hard to stop. So for her to give me the max dose that I feel like you could have given a kid at that time, that was a very bad move. And then she even got it when I went to the detention center. She was making sure I was prescribed to it in the Lima Detention Center, it was in Delaware County where I grew up. She made sure that I was on all those meds in a jail cell. So like, I was consistently messed up, and then eventually, I was in Lima Detention Center, and a guy named Dale, he was one of the guards there, who I still talk to current day. Dale realizes I'm sleeping every day, all day long, and he's worried about me. He goes to the nurse's station, they pull me off the meds. But since I was one of, if not the only kid ever to be prescribed to these medications in the detention center, they don't know how to detox me properly. So they got me on Suboxones to get off of the opiates. They got me on the Xanax and all of the stimulants. They cut me off all the stimulants, and they just half the Xanax immediately, day one. And then no Suboxones. So I'm going through opioid withdrawal, and I'm going through benzo withdrawal all at the same time, in a jail cell by myself, on a cement bed with no TV, no extra food, nothing that's comfortable but some, you know, the flame-resistant blankets that are wool that, like, you know, make your skin itchy. Like it was one, you know, one of the worst places you could detox ever. And I went through that many times in the detention center with heroin alone, but then mixing with the medications made it way worse. But every single time that I would get out, I would go right back onto the drugs, promising myself and my mom that I was done. So like I was saying earlier, addiction is really hard. It's just it takes grips that you can't even imagine. And if anyone's listening to this episode that has never done drugs, like, nobody woke up saying, I'm going to put a needle on my arm. Nobody woke up one day saying, I'm going to be an alcoholic. Nobody ever thought that was going to happen to them, but in certain cases it does. So just don't even take the chance. And for me, I never would have guessed, with all of the people that I had as examples to not be like, that I was going to be just as addicted as they were. So skipping a bunch of stuff, because I know I'm going on for a while now about the childhood stuff. I get sent to a facility called Devereaux, which this is another mind blower, man. So I'm in Devereaux, and Devereaux is a residential facility for kids that got in trouble, and it's a long-term residential. And I end up there for more drug charges, and I'm in the class, because you still have to go to school when you're in these places. So this was actually before 9th grade. So I guess 8th grade around then, 8th, 9th grade, somewhere around that time. I can get the exact date when I read this thing to you. But I'm in the classroom, and I remember I'm drawing a picture of the Monopoly guy, with the little magnifying glass thing. So I have a piece of paper on top of the Monopoly board. I'm drawing him, and there are the chairs that you sit in, but then there's like a table that goes out in front, and then there's metal that's holding like the table up. I'm drawing the thing, and I hear this kid behind me talking about that he has a gun, and I'm hearing like little pieces of it, but I hear that he has a gun. And I know that he just got back from a home pass, which means like he got the agreement he could go home for, you know, the weekend, and then he could go back to the facility. Like, some of these kids are there for years at a time, you know, like, so getting a home pass is a big deal. this kid somehow got a gun. At least at this time, I'm hearing the gun thing, and I don't know if I'm about to get the back of my head blown off, you know, because I'm hearing about a gun behind me, and out of nowhere I hear like metal, but like this is plastic, but I hear metal on the table like that, and it was like almost like the kid pulled the gun out of the bag and it hit the table. That's what it sounded like. So I turned around and like quickly thinking like I'm about to die, you know. I see this gun and obviously grab everything that I possibly could. He had a backpack that he had the gun in. I'm running down the hallway. I run into the front desk. There's a gun, and I'm screaming. And like, cause I'm in the school technically with a gun. The cops come. I'm being held obviously in a room by myself at this time, and the cops come. They arrest this kid. They send me home. That like within 24 hours they sent me home because they didn't want other kids to retaliate because they didn't know what really was going on. So let me read to you actually the letter from the assistant district attorney at that time. Hold on one second. Because there's more to the story that's unbelievable, and how unfair those things were, how I was treated, and even like I would count my mom in there too because she tried so hard, and they just kept hammering, throwing the book at me for self-harm, as you said. Oh, here it is. So February 25th, 2011. So actually, I would have been, I think 17 now, so it would have been a little bit later, right before I got in trouble for the last time. In the interest of Ryan Montgomery, dear Katie, who was my probation officer at the time as a juvenile, I'm writing to advise you in the court that the above juvenile, Ryan Matthew Montgomery, did assist the Commonwealth in the successful prosecution of 2 other juveniles for the possession of a loaded functional .45 caliber handgun in the Devereaux facility where Ryan has been placed. On Friday morning, February 4th, 2011, Ryan discovered that a juvenile was in possession of a firearm at the Devereaux facility, and he promptly notified the facility staff, who recovered the weapon. Prior to Ryan notifying the staff, other placed juveniles had been aware of the presence of the firearm in the facility but took no action to alert staff. Ryan's testimony, if it had been needed, would have been vital to the Commonwealth's case. Ryan's actions are also commendable in that he acted where others failed to do so and may have prevented a very serious incident at Devereaux. Ryan recognized the seriousness of the situation and disregarded any possible retaliation by others for alerting staff. It's a pleasure to write this letter for Ryan. Respectfully, Edward J. Gallon, Assistant District Attorney, Juvenile Unit. I'll show you the letter so you can see it's a nice letter, like on a nice letterhead. It's obviously very nice of him to write that for me. So I'm home because they're scared that someone's going to retaliate, and they send me back to court, you know, because they got to figure out what to do with me, right? So I'm sitting at home for 3 or 4 days. I go back to court, and I go into Master Kern, was his name, was the guy. I give him that letter. My mom wrote a letter. He knows that I just stopped. The kid's plan was, by the way, to shoot up the whole classroom and steal the teacher's, to steal the teacher's car and take a couple kids with him. That was his plan. I stopped that plan. There was only one way out of that classroom. So I genuinely believe that I would have died that day if I didn't act.
Holy shit.
And a lot of other kids would have been dead too. So I'm home for a couple days. Obviously, for him to go out of his way to write this letter for me, and all these people are commending me for which was, you know, I think a good thing for me to do at a young age. Master Kern, where do you think he sent me? You think he sent me back home? No, he sent me back to the juvenile detention center, the worst place he could have sent me, back into a jail cell, back off of all my medications, to sit there for 3 months, which is the max you can sit there until they place you, till they send me to another rehab, which wasn't a residential, thankfully, but another rehab where you usually stay about 28 days as a juvenile. I was there 38 days. I get out of there, relapse the first night, end up getting put back on parole. And it was a disaster, man. And then eventually I ended up with a guy named Matt Piper, who, a good friend of mine, Jim, he's an old man. He went to Vietnam. He's been in and out of jail a long time, but off drugs a long time. He had the same parole officer as me. and he said he was going to kill Matt Pfeiffer. He ends up getting locked up for saying he's going to kill Matt Pfeiffer like a long time ago. He didn't really mean it. He said it at the VA. He was a doctor. And the guy was very hard on me. I remember one day, this is, you know, the last thing I'll talk about legally, but he told me that I didn't have a real job. And I knew that the affiliate marketing, I was making more money than him. That's the truth. Like, and he told me I didn't have a real job and I needed to go to an office. So I found a place called Answering Service for Directors. So it was called, it was like for funeral directors. And I started working there. I got referred there by somebody else who was a previous heroin addict. That dude starts doing heroin in the bathroom at work. I get fired for not advancing fast enough on their computer systems. That was the reason they fired me. So, you know, that part was funny. But, you know, I wasn't doing drugs. I really wasn't at that time. And I remember being in the parking lot and him telling me that if I didn't have a job, that he was going to violate me, which I didn't realize he couldn't do at that time. Or I guess he could have figured something out, but whatever. I was on the phone with my mom crying my eyes out, thinking like, I am so screwed. And he was just so mean to me, man. He treated me so badly. And then when I failed a drug test for him, the last time I ever like at 17 years old, I failed a drug test for him. They put me in a really bad spot. This is what happened. I had a choice between doing house arrest for 6 months and going home that day. While withdrawing, I had to make this choice, or doing 2 years in a Georgia Junior, a juvenile boot camp. I chose to go home on house arrest and, you know, go with adult parole. And I failed 2 drug tests in 2 weeks because obviously I was withdrawing as a kid in a juvenile detention center. This dude, Matt Pfeiffer, violates me, resentences me for the possession with intent to deliver of heroin, even though I wasn't selling heroin. I just had it in individual bags. That's how heroin comes. I could prove that too. Like literally, that's not just me saying that to make myself look good. I never was selling heroin. I just had it and I was with people that we just picked up heroin. He violates me on that and resentences me for a failed drug test. Not because I got caught selling heroin or had more heroin on me, because I peed in a cup. And the sentence on that looks at 2 to 4 years. So I'm sitting in the George W. Hill Correctional Facility. I'm sitting there 6+ months waiting on a Gagnon 2 hearing, which you're supposed to get in the first 2 weeks. That's part of parole or whatever. And he eventually sentenced me to 2 to 4 years. And I got out with good time. If you count the juvenile and the adult stuff together, it's 20 months. And I finally get out of there. I had a couple of years left of parole left to go. And the second that I got off is when I left for Florida. So like that was the end. My addiction, the reason why I stopped wasn't rehab. It wasn't because somebody said something to me that changed something. It wasn't because I looked at my family and was scared that I was gonna die. It was because I spent enough time away from it, and in the worst possible scenario you can imagine, I just didn't ever want to get high again. It was over. The thought was out of my brain.
Wow.
And I just left Pennsylvania and never looked back. So that's the actual story that I've never talked about before. And
Damn, Ryan.
there's more to it, but I just, I'm on a little bit of a rampage is what I'm saying. So
What more is it?
just all the different times I've been in trouble for stupid stuff. But it was countless times as a kid. Never as an adult once, but as a kid, countless. I mean,
How do you maintain the relationship with your mom? I mean, you guys are really tight. We talk a lot about her.
love my mom to death, and my mom was there for me throughout all of this. Like, my mom got
Never
sick.
gave up on you.
She never gave up on me, even when she got diagnosed with her first round of cancer. Like, she's like, I don't want to get too much into it, it's gonna upset me, but she's still sick and still going through stuff. But when she got breast cancer for the first time, she got chemo, radiation, and I was still using. I was still getting in trouble. Like, I tried my best to leave her out of it. I really did, but like, she's the only one really there for me at that time. And other than my grandparents, which I didn't live with them because I had a stepdad at the time, which, like I said, my grandpa was like a dad to me, but he wasn't
I just
there.
want to, like, your mom is going through cancer treatment, battling cancer, and her son, you, are still jamming needles in your arm.
Yeah,
I mean, that's a lot for a woman to go through, man.
I know, and I feel horrible. I mean, if I could take that back, I would do anything to take that back. I can't change it. All I can do is be a better son, and I think I'm doing a great job of that. Like, anything she needs now. If my mom wants to go to Bermuda and she wants to be floating around, you know, in a hot tub in a hot dog outfit, I'll make it happen tomorrow for her. So I think that, you know, maybe it doesn't make up for the things I've done to her, but anything she wants, anything she needs, anything that she's uncomfortable with, I will make sure that my mom is #1 priority because she made me her #1 priority when she didn't have it in her. My mom was a bartender for most of my life. Like, she worked just so that she could get food on the table for me. And she didn't have, like, you know, that's late nights and sometimes working days just because she couldn't do it and like whatever, you know, but she just did a lot for me and I owe her the world. And like where money really wasn't a thing for my family, she made up for it in every other way you possibly could. So I love my mom to death.
Damn, man. I'm just curious, you know, when you did get clean, when you cleaned it up, did you know you were clean for good?
Yes.
You did?
Yes. Oh yeah. Yeah, I would never getting myself put back in a facility like that again, never putting myself in that situation, never hanging out with the same group of people again. I was so done. I just wanted parole to be over with because I couldn't leave the state. So the second that I was able to leave the state, I was out. And that was it. That was the end of it.
How did your mom take it?
My mom was all of them, my grandpa, my mom.
When you were clean for the final time, I mean, how long do you think it took your mom to realize he's good?
She still texts me, "Hey, Rye, are you okay?" every single day. She shares my health app with me, current day. She sees my heart rate, my resting heart rate, my steps, my respiratory rate, my wrist temperature, you name it. My mom's got it. So I don't think that fear will ever leave her, sadly. But she checks it. The second she wakes up, she makes sure that I got up with the health app on the phone. And if I don't answer her text, then she'll call me. If I don't answer, and this has only happened one time, but if I don't answer her calls, she'll start calling my friends. Because she knows I live alone, you know? And she lives in Pennsylvania. I live at the bottom of the country. Like, what if I'm in my house dead? Like, I know it's an extreme, but she doesn't know. So she'll call my friends to make sure I'm all right. And I call her, I can't call her in the middle of the day, but I text her back. And then at nighttime before I go to bed every night, I call her and say goodnight. And I've done that every night since I've left for the last 10 years.
Wow.
Yeah, and I've been clean, if you count the years, over 14 years. So, long time.
Congratulations, man.
Thanks. Well, yeah, I got clean at 17, and I'm 32 now. So, it's whatever that exact time frame would be. February. Yeah, I got arrested again after that. So if you count whatever that date is in 2011 to now.
I thought we were going to get arrested last time I was in Florida riding around in that Lamborghini of yours.
Oh my gosh, dude, you were gunning it. You were gunning it. We put that thing in sport mode, and he was just gunning it back
right
to back
past
to
the
back.
police.
Yeah, right past the
Right
police.
past the police.
And Sean was not like, it wasn't like he just gunned it once. We were on Ocean Ave, right by the water, in a Lamborghini, orange Lamborghini Aventador, and he just gunned it, stopped, gunned it, stopped, gunned it. Like it was like a kid on a roller coaster. He loved it. So I had a ton of fun.
It was a good time.
Okay, so before we go on the break, I just want to share something with you. So after all of that stuff, me getting in trouble a million times as a kid, my family having a bad reputation with the last name in the area, Montgomery, just having a bad name in Delaware County, me getting in trouble, all, like I said, all drug related and petty crimes, but bad reputation with the cops, with everybody. I end up hanging out with this kid, Vinny, who brings me to a place called Lenai Fire Station, which was a very small firehouse down the street from a big mall that I used to hang out at. And there was a guy named Ken Collins who was the chief of Lenai at that time, and he was also a police officer. He didn't know me, never heard of me, never knew anything about me. I go over to Lenai with my friend Vinny, and I sit down in the office with Ken Collins, and he's willing to give me a chance to be a firefighter at Lenai Firehouse while I'm on parole, while I have this record as a kid, while he doesn't know if I'm gonna rob the firehouse for all the stuff to support my addiction. Like, he doesn't know anything about me. He just is willing to take a chance on me and no one else at this firehouse has any issues like I do. This guy just must have saw something in me that I didn't and nobody else must have at the time. And I proved him right. So I became a firefighter at Lenai, but I didn't have what's called Fire 1 or hazmat, so I couldn't go into any of the burning buildings. I could just go on calls, and I could stand and watch and help with the tools, but that's as much as I could do. Then Lenai merges with this other firehouse called Lima Firehouse, which was down the street from the detention center, across the street from the mall. and it turned into Lenai merged with Lima and became Rocky Run Firehouse. At that time, Ken got he got the county, the same county that putting my family through hell. They paid for me to go to fire school. They paid for me to go through fire school. I didn't let them down. I showed up every single day, showed up on time. I passed the first time around. I went through the physical exam. I went through the written exam. I ended up my fire one and my hazmat. I became an actual firefighter for 2 years. And this man, like, he didn't have to do any of that for me. I called him later in life and it was like, listen, man, like, I am so grateful for you, man. Like, you showed me that there are good people out there, you know, like people that care. And yeah, that's it. We can go on the break.
That's pretty cool, man, but I do have another question.
Yeah.
When you were getting clean, what was the thing? I mean, it sounds like you have been in rehabs for a very long time. I mean,
So many,
from
yeah.
11 to 17, right?
So many, yeah, in
So
such a
what-
short period of time.
I didn't know
What
this
was
guy had
the?
this
I mean, a
story.
lot of people are struggling with addiction right now.
Yes.
Millions of people.
Yep.
What was it for you that was the? I forgot to clean it up. This was the last straw. This is rock bottom. What was it?
Just being stuck in a cell for all that time. You know, for if you count the juvenile time plus the adult time, 20 months being locked away and not being around these addicts, like around any people, places, and things is what they call it. Not being around any of those places, people, or things. I think my brain naturally healed itself and realized, like, maybe you aren't a drug addict for life. Maybe you just are physically dependent on so many things that you feel like you are. And that was the truth, because I don't care about drugs anymore. I could watch someone shoot up in front of me and I'm not going to think about using heroin. Not because I feel like it's more dangerous than it used to be. I just don't. I have no desire. It's gone. So I guess I just needed the time away. And as much as Matt Pfeiffer, that parole officer that, you know, I don't know because he hasn't answered my calls. I tried to connect with him as well. He won't answer me even though I left him messages. I would love to know if his intentions were good or bad, or he just didn't care. I'd love to know, but he's never actually answered me. Like, he inadvertently saved my life, whether he did it on purpose or not. I don't think I'd be here talking to you right now if I didn't get locked up for that last time. So yeah, that's what got me clean. It isn't like an epiphany moment that happened that changed the way that I felt about drugs. It just was the time away from it.
Do you think there are people that are under the spell of addiction right now that don't see a way out?
Yes. Oh yeah.
What would your advice be for that?
They need to hospitalize themselves, and they need to be medicated and especially the tranquilizer addicts right now and the alcoholics. You know, they will knock you out. So you don't seize. You know, you say you don't go into seizures and all of the above. Just get yourself into a hospital or a detox ASAP, and you're going to go through a very comfortable detox, and then see how you feel after your body's cleaned up, and then decide whether you want to go to rehab afterwards. But you know, nothing's going to change if you don't change anything. And if you don't want to change, you may not realize you want to change because you don't remember what it's like to feel good anymore. You just don't remember. So like I said earlier, just try it. What's the worst thing? You take 5 to 7 days goes by and you say, screw it, I want to go back to this lifestyle. It can't hurt. Just try. Just try. There's people that care about you. Like, you might be somebody's brother or mother, sister, family, and you could be, like, people care about you. I don't care who you are. Somebody out there cares about you, and they don't want to see you destroy your life. And the least you can do for them is try to clean yourself up. And I know that I'm hypocritical because I could have done the same thing as a kid, and I really believe that I was doing that. Every time I did get help, I believed I was going to stop, and I couldn't. But, you know, hindsight's 20/20, and yeah, just get help is really the best I could say. Even if you don't feel like you want it, just try it.
Well, thank you for sharing that.
Of course.
You went down. You did 7OH, right?
Yeah,
Talk
so
about this last night.
yeah, so not 7OH directly. It's an alkaloid in the kratom or kratom plant. So it's 7-hydroxymetrogenine, or I pronounce it in many ways, but that's the way I pronounce it. It's, you know, with opioids, I was able to take, it was like way back before it was like gas station heroin, because there's different types. There's the type that is not banned because it's not, like, it hasn't really killed anyone by itself. There's been deaths with it in their system with other drugs, but I don't recall any deaths that were strictly related to kratom or kratom itself. I took it to help withdrawal from opiates when I wasn't in facilities, and it was very, very helpful for me as well. I mean, it was, you know, because it gets rid of withdrawal symptoms.
Yeah, I just did an episode on this with a investigative journalist out of Maine, and Steve Robinson.
Okay, I'll check it out.
And he was talking about how bad it is, how many people are getting addicted to this and don't realize how addictive it is because it's over the counter. And so I was just curious what your experience was with that.
Yeah. It's I've never done 7-0H. I've never done any like the extracts you would get at a gas station, but I've like drink it, like I've made kratom tea, and I've tried that. You know, like I've tried like the natural ways of it, and it's been very helpful for me when I was in that state.
Gotcha.
I'm not saying it's a good idea because even though it is natural, I don't think you can overdose on it. It's not it is physically addictive. It is, that's true, but it's like a very minor physical withdrawal to my knowledge. I wouldn't recommend it for an opioid addict because it's gonna not satisfy your needs. Like you're gonna expect it to do more, and it's not gonna do what you're expecting, and you're gonna end up just relapsing. So I wouldn't recommend it.
Gotcha.
That's the truth.
And then last question before we go on a break. You know, your mom sounds like she's the only person in your life that just never gave up on you.
My mom and my grandparents. They like my grandparents, my grandpa, you know, like my grandpa fathered me. My grandmom was like a second mother to me. And then there was a period of time where I had a stepdad and my mom had a house with him where I seen them, but I didn't see them every day like I did for 2 different portions of my childhood. So I would say my mom, my grandma, my grandpa were the keystones, if you combine them together, the keystone of the only safety net I had to fall into. And current day, like they are my mental safety net. And I love them to death, all of them. And my grandfather passed, and I told you that story already, but you know, I got the blessing of having somebody as a great father figure, as I talked about, but my dad, you know, missing some aspects of being a father. He showed me that he loved me, but then my grandfather taught me a ton of valuable lessons in life and was there for me for all the other things. So I was blessed in many ways.
Did your mom watch the first episode we did together?
My mom is like my #1 supporter. My mom has probably watched that episode multiple times. She's read all the comments. My mom, I don't do any of that. I don't read comments. I don't do any of that with any of these things that I do. Not only do I read my own social media comments, but my mom, she's on it. Like, I could ask my mom, what happened in the 45th minute of the first Sean Ryan show? She's like, well, you were leaning to your right side, and Sean was asking you about, she'll know.
So let me ask you this. What's one thing you've always wanted to tell your mom that you haven't told her? And you know she'll be watching this.
Well, I know she'll be watching it. I guess I don't have a fancy one, but the first thing that comes to mind is like I've said to her a million times that I'm sorry. I am very sorry, but I know that she's proud of me now, and I hope that she is proud of herself because she did all of that on her own. Like as a single mother, yeah, I had my grandparents and they were very helpful, but my mom got pregnant just turning 18 years old, you know, and to have the terror that I was, you know, it was not easy for her. And I know that my story is far from over as well, but it is night and day from what it was before, and without her, I'm nothing. So, love my mom. I love you, Mom, very much.
I'm sure she is very proud of you, man.
Yep, she is. She is. The show's getting me all emotional. We gotta take a break. We gotta take a break. I don't know how you do this to me, Sean.
Let's go blow some shit up.
Yeah, that'll help.
Hey folks, our friends at Tractor Supply have always stood for community, for neighbors helping neighbors, and for the people who keep life out here moving forward. And at the heart of every community are the heroes who serve, the veterans, active duty military, first responders, and the families who stand beside them. These are the folks who answer the call, who protect, who sacrifice. And Tractor Supply believes that that deserves more than just a thank you. That's why they created the Hometown Heroes program. It's their way of giving back in meaningful, everyday ways. As a hometown hero, you'll enjoy special perks through Neighbors Club, like earning rewards on every purchase, free trailer rentals and delivery, and exclusive savings on holidays that honor your service. And the best part, once you sign up and verify through ID.me, it's automatic. No hoops, no hassles. So if you or someone you love is a hometown hero, visit tractorsupply.com/hometownheroes to learn more. It's Tractor Supply's way of standing behind those who always stand for us. True Classic started with a simple mission: to bring premium, comfortable clothing to the masses. Because looking and feeling great shouldn't come with a designer price tag. With over 25 million shirts sold to 5 million customers, True Classic has become a staple in closets everywhere. But this brand isn't just about fit, it's about confidence and helping people look sharp without the effort. That's what makes True Classic the perfect gift this holiday season. Whether you're shopping for your dad, your brother, your partner, or now even the woman and kids in your life, True Classic has something for everyone. And now, True Classic is available for the whole family and won't break your holiday budget. I've been wearing True Classic for a while now, and the moment you throw one on, you feel it. Tailored where it counts, relaxed where it matters. No bunching, no stiffness, no nonsense. Just a clean, easy fit that looks good and holds up through my long days in the studio. So skip the guesswork and the overpriced designer stuff. Give comfort, give confidence, give True Classic. You can find them at Amazon, Target, Costco, Sam's Club, or head to trueclassic.com/SRS to grab the perfect gift for everyone on your list.
Pretty sure my forehead just got blasted with a piece of brass there.
Really?
Yeah. Yep. I can feel it.
How'd that happen?
Fucking
Oh,
thing's
let me
got
see
some
your
power, buddy. You have a gash up here?
Yeah, you do. I'm pretty sure I see it.
Perfect.
Yeah, you got hit in the head.
All right, Ryan, back from the break. Dude, your shooting has improved tremendously. Nice shooting out there.
Thank you. Your shooting was great too, and we should address the elephant in the room.
Yeah, we've got some new
We both
battle
have.
scars out there on the static range.
So for the people that can't, or this is going to be for Patreon, right?
I think we'll probably release this one to the masses, but yeah, we do this with almost every guest. But I've only dug out the golden 50 caliber Desert Eagle special for you, Ryan.
And we both did.
Now we
with
have, yeah. So apparently the brass kicked straight up and smashed us both in the forehead.
it. I got a lump. I feel the lump, but Sean got burnt and he got hit with it,
Yep.
so he's got a combo deal. Mine, I feel it, but I don't know if you can see it on the
Combo deal,
camera.
that means-
Oh yeah, I can see it clear as day, buddy.
That thing, you know, it's got some kick to it. I've never shot a 50 caliber handgun, so that's a little wild to me.
Now you have.
Now I have. Thank you.
And a 44 and a 357.
A lot of things.
Fucking A, man.
A lot of things. But you were
Yes,
impressive out
finally.
there. I can't believe you hit all of them targets with no buttstock, with no sight. And
Wow.
you beat me by a couple points, but
How
like
much?
I had sights and a buttstock, you know.
Shoot those.
It's not that impressive, Ryan. It would be really impressive. It would be unimpressive if it was. I spent a long time, a large portion of my life shooting guns and doing tactics and shit. It would be like, you know, it would be like if I beat you in a Hapkin competition. It's not gonna happen. But you fucking crushed it out there. But hey, let's get into some more stuff about what happened after our initial interview and talk a little bit more about Pen Tester and everything you guys are doing, wiping people's data from the internet
Okay.
and all that kind of stuff. And then we'll move into, you know, what you've been doing with the Sentinel Foundation and the 764 stuff and roadblocks.
Roblox. Yeah.
Is it Ro, R-O, or R-O-A-D?
It's Roblox. R-O.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, a lot of people think it's Roadblocks, but it is Roblox, and it's not just Roblox, but I'm gonna focus on that for now, and I'll blanket it because it's all of these games, all of these platforms. So starting, I wanted to, if you remember last time, we talked about Pentester, and the reason why Pentester came up for me at that time, like I can tell you man to man, like there wasn't a conversation with the business partners before I came, like this is how you're gonna say things on the show so that we can get, like, it wasn't that. It was, and honestly, Pentester was only built for businesses back when I came on your show. So when, at that time, it was $49 a month, no matter who you signed up. And you had to either put a website or an email in. It would do a scan. It would tell you if there's any like low-hanging fruit vulnerabilities on your site, or like some data that was breached about you. And I showed you the reverse facial recognition technology at that time. I showed you, we looked up Vigilance Elite's website. We found some identifiable information from it. And back then, our database was like 130 billion records, which was still the biggest at that time. And now it's been 3 years, and we're like 240 billion plus records, which we've gotten way larger when it comes to the data that we have access to. Our reverse facial recognition has tripled in size. So, I mean, I could show another example with somebody else here, because obviously there's so many photos of you online. It's not that impressive to show it. So like we could grab anybody you want here, and we'll find them. I just want to show that, and I want to show the new feature that we learned with Pentester over time, because we had a ton of people sign up, and then we had this one specific breach that happened, which, are you familiar with National Public Data, what happened there?
No.
Okay, so this is very important, and a lot of people are not familiar with it, which is a problem. So the National Public Data breach happened a little over a year ago, and what happened was there is about 300 million Americans in this country. That database had 2.8 billion records in it that included full names, date of birth, phone numbers, every address you've ever lived at, and your entire social security number. So it was leaked onto the internet for anyone to download this, and we created a tool. We were actually in Vegas, and we were talking about it, and we're in Vegas, and we're like, we want to build a tool so people can search to see if they've been impacted by this data breach, which I'll show you in a second a demo of it. You put in your name, your last name, your year of birth, and what state you currently live in, or state you've lived in the past. And then you press search, and it would show you the data. And if you were in it, we'd recommend how, what to do about that. Which we weren't trying to sell you on Pentester. We were just trying to get you to either freeze your credit, and try to protect your identity at the best of your ability, or freeze your credit and sign up for Pentester to know about other data that might be breached. So it was kind of a dual purpose thing, but the main priority was freeze your credit. And I'll explain what that means in a second. So the National Public Data breach happened because they released a file that had credentials in it, and those credentials were easy. There was I think it was pass123 was their password, and the database had all of this horrible, all of this very private information in it. So like 2.8 billion records is, with 300 million Americans, that means people that have passed away. That means multiple addresses for where do you see how many addresses it has for you? And once that data is out there, it's out there. It's like you can remove data from data brokers, like White Pages, for example, or all of those background check websites. You can remove that because you have a legal right to request removal of that. But when it comes to dark web data or breached data, all you can do is be aware of it and take action based on your knowledge of it. So we released that tool, and we weren't expecting it to be as crazy as it was. So going on your show, we had a ton of people signing up for business plans, like as individuals, because they wanted access to the tools I was showing on the show, and they were willing to pay that $49 a month just to do reverse facial recognition, to search themselves in our databases, and we didn't even have any removal services at that time. So we learned from your show that that we had a need for a personal use, like for consumers. So we made a $19 plan, which I said before, like if I had this option, $49 a month, like most people spend $20 on lunch every day. So I was saying that with $49, I say that even more so with $19 a month. Not only are you getting all of the breach data out there associated with you, your phone number, your addresses, your email, literally all your identifiers, and then you can add your family members. So you could add your wife, you can add your parents, you can add your grandparents, and then even another thing that people don't know is you can add your children. They may not be in the data brokers yet, but their accounts will show up. So we have this tool where we can discover if you have accounts created places. And let's say you have a kid and you told them they're not allowed to have a Snapchat account. You put their email and phone number in there. Now we can confirm if they have a Snapchat associated with that email and phone. And there's no one else that has that integration with a data broker removal tool. So that's a really cool feature.
No kidding. So parents can use Pen Tester to see if their kids are messing around on social media behind their backs.
Yeah, that is one use case. The other use case is at $419, you're still getting all of what you got before with all the breach data to see your passwords, your social, your credit cards, all of that stuff that's happened and stuff you can take action on. But we're also removing data from data brokers on your behalf. So like, you know, it's not an instant, immediately as you sign up, you'll see some exposed records, but over time you'll see there's pending removals and then removals that have happened. I'll show it all to you. But I highly recommend anybody signs up for it because, you know, there's a ton of data removal companies out there that do this exact thing, but what they don't do is show breached data, and they don't do facial recognition, they don't do account discovery. So that's something the Pen Tester does very well, and the reason why we do it so well is because it's built on the methodology that I used along with some of my business partners have used to identify predators and traffickers. So using it in the opposite sense to see what digital footprint you have out there, it's the same methodology I would use to identify these people based on, you know, minimal identifiers. And I'll show you a demo of it so you understand what I mean. But what we actually learned last minute was, like, because you gotta remember the NPD breach coming out. We had all of that built. People were searching through it, and we had people signing up, various ages, like 40, 50, 60, 70-year-old people are signing up for Pen Tester that don't know how to use computers. And, you know, we realized through support, if we could read the support tickets coming in, and we have a support team that handles that, we're seeing like a lot of people don't know how to use a website at all. So, like, yeah, they need the service, but they don't know how to navigate. No matter how easy we make it, there's no getting them to use it, you know? And we can do a lot of stuff on their behalf, but they got to sign in and put in their information for us to automate it. So we decided to make Pen Tester SMS, which is essentially just Pen Tester through text messaging.
No kidding.
So you text a phone number, and that phone number you can talk to like a human. So you could text and say, hey, and it will take your phone number, try to identify who you are, find your emails, find your leaked information, tell you what's out there, say, hey, do you want to start removals on this information? And, you know, this is our recommendations with changing your passwords or deleting accounts here, or all of the recommendations you would get. And then that is only $9 a month because they don't have access to all of the extra tools. If they want them, they could upgrade their account, but I'll show you the example for your phone number, and it's got everything on you. I mean, it's literally got everything. So let's say you want your wife or your family, you know, like a parent that you know isn't going to sign in. They're not going to look at the dashboard. They're not going to use any tools. Tell them to text the phone number and sign them up for it, and then they'll get notifications via text like, hey, a password was breached. Your password was summer 2025 exclamation point. Make sure you're not using this anywhere. And you just get a text every once in a while from Pen Tester SMS that says, hey, you need to do this.
Okay.
And then, you know, like let's say I'll give you an example. Bi-weekly, you get a text that says you've been removed from 47 data brokers. If you want to see the full list, click here. But at least you know something's happening at all times. You don't have to sign in. You don't got to do anything. Just text the number. So for you, this is what I'll do is I'll screen record this and then I'll hand it to you.
Here we go.
Yeah, you're gonna like this one.
No, I'm not.
No, you're not. All right. So here's an example right here
Oh boy.
of, this is the phone number that you would text at the top, and this is the conversation that you would have. Like, you're welcome to text it now, but I figure there'd be a bunch of delays and you having to respond. But this is how it would start the conversation, and then how it would end.
Okay. I'm gonna show this.
Okay.
Cool. We'll overlay this on the screen.
Awesome. And that's just from your phone number. So let's say we gave it more and you were like, hey, check this email, check this one, check my wife's. You know, you can get deeper into that conversation with the chat, you know, with we call it Pentester SMS, so let's just say it's a chat bot. You can talk to it just like you're talking to me, and it will respond to you like a human. It has access to our tools. So you could say, like, you know, what about my wife's email, or what about my wife's phone number, and then it'll start answering questions about that as well. So it's like having a 24/7 breach/data privacy support agent in your pocket at all times for $9. But I'm sure you're seeing your full social security numbers there, and your previous addresses, I'm sure, are there. An email that isn't public is there.
So how the hell do you get your info off?
So we automatically remove data for you. So like all of the data brokers that have that data, where anyone could just go on Google and start searching, that gets automatically scrubbed. That we're going to deal with that for you. So like, you already have a pen tester account, so we've removed a ton of it for you already. When it comes to breached data, like data that's already out there, that's on somebody's hard drive somewhere, like literally, you can't remove that. You can't. So you can just, you know, in the event that it's like your social security number or something like that, you know, you have to just freeze your credit. Like I was saying to you before, freezing your credit, if you don't know what it is, it just means go to, you know, Equifax, TransUnion, and Experian individually. They legally have to allow you to create an account for free and press the freeze button. And then what all that does is stop people from being able to query your credit. So if somebody goes and says, hey, my name's Sean Ryan, and I want to buy this car, or I want to open a credit card, it stops them from being able to query your credit or pull your credit report, because it's frozen. Doesn't stop your credit from going up or down, doesn't stop you doesn't hurt you in any way. I believe the whole country should be frozen. And I think that you should have to unfreeze it when, because all you do is you sign into all three, you press unfreeze, you run your credit, and then when you're done running it, you freeze it again. And that's the fix for your social being out there. There is nothing else you can do unless you go, through the whole process of changing your social security number, which you can do, but it's a process. But yeah, that's one thing. The passwords, use a password manager, change your passwords, and then your addresses, unless you move your house, they're out there.
Yeah.
But the data brokers are something that we can control, and certain websites that have your photos on it, if you didn't want them there, we can request removal of that information. So that's one thing I wanted to show you. The AT&T breach is another one that happened between our interview and now, and there were 70-something million people affected by that, but it also included, hold on one second, like here is me, I didn't even take myself out of it, all of my information in the AT&T breach, they got my full social, my current address, my emails, everything. So all people need to do is go to npd.pentester.com or att.pentester.com. They're individual scans to see if you were affected by these breaches. If you were, I would highly recommend freezing your credit. Make sure when you're doing a search every state you've ever lived in. Don't just search in Florida. Like if you've lived in Florida, make sure you search in like everywhere you've ever lived, even if it was for a week, because it could be in that database, and then search your loved ones as well. And then with the AT&T one, att.pentester, search your phone number and make sure that you're not affected.
I don't understand how these companies that are getting breached are not held accountable for any of this stuff. But this could ruin your entire life.
Absolutely.
Because they're not securing their data properly, correct?
Yep, but they get class action lawsuits.
No liability? They
do. They have class action lawsuits, but then they end up having to pay out whatever millions of dollars to these, individuals who file the lawsuits. And then they have to give, they offer free credit protection as like that's basically all you're getting from them. And that just means like tell you your credit score and tell you if somebody's like when it's too late. So it's not really
Who offers the free credit protection?
the companies that get breached. So they'll pay for all of the people that are part of the class action lawsuit or were affected by these breaches. They'll offer they'll offer your credit report for free for whatever amount of years. They don't do a ton for you.
So there is no liability.
Well, they have to pay a certain amount of money, but that's it.
To who?
So I guess with a class action, they got to pay everybody involved. Like whatever it ends up being, $20 each or $15 each. So
What the fuck, man?
But yeah, I mean, this is my own personal information, so I don't mind showing it. Like it's my account has 856 exposed records, 472 are in progress, and 384 successful removals from different data brokers all over the world. All my IP addresses, all my accounts that I have connected to things, and
Whoa. It has all this stuff?
oh yeah.
Man, this has like everything you've ever signed up for, huh?
Yep, and all my passwords from, things I haven't changed, has all my IP addresses, credit card numbers, addresses, social security number. It has my whole life, but, thankfully, everything that I could possibly remove has been automatically removed by Pen Tester. And that's for the $19 a month plan, so you really can't go wrong with that. And then, like I said, Pen Tester SMS, you just text 337-337-4100, and that's only $9. So you get the same thing with the removals for $9. You just don't get the reverse facial recognition, and you don't get the ability to search like in the database without adding them as a family member to the account, or an identity is what we call it. So yeah, let me stop the recording on that. Is there anything else here that I'm forgetting? No, that's so like if there's we could do the reverse thing, but I think we already have a clip showing reverse facial recognition. So if somebody out there doesn't know what that means, it means that I could take a picture of Sean or you. I mean, facial recognition means I could take a picture of you, and it may be a picture that's never touched the internet before, and it's going to measure 120 points of your face, and it's going to look for your photo anywhere that's ever been posted on the internet. So that could be in the background at somebody's wedding, sitting at a table, and only half of your face is visible, or it could be on a tweet that somebody created before this show, before you even had the podcast, and it's something about your personal life that you don't want out there. Like, it could be a million things, and now that our database has tripled in size, we have way more data than we did even back then, which was a lot. So I highly recommend people check that out, but minimum, just text the phone number once they see it and see what kind of response you get. And if you don't like it, you don't like it, but I think privacy is kind of important nowadays.
I mean, yeah, me too. That's why we're creating this whole app.
Yes.
But, so I'm curious, with the face, can you get photos pulled?
Yeah,
or is
so
it just like awareness, like, hey, this is what's out there.
So it's a combination of both. So if you really want a photo taken down, you can reach out to our support team and say, hey, I really don't want this up here, and we will reach out to them on your behalf and ask for removal. We can't guarantee that it happens, but we have a better shot at it than I think an individual trying on their own. Because we'll find them, even if there's no way to contact them, we'll find a way to contact them in almost all cases.
And then if something like your social's been compromised online, then the only two options are freeze your credit or get a new social.
Yeah, unfortunately, yeah, which I wish there was something else I could say, but that's the truth of it. And going back to the NPD data breach, when that happened, we had all these media sources that were running stories. I was on call after call with news reporters, recording videos for all of these local news stations. Like, you name the news source, it ran it, like all of them, literally. And there hasn't been a person that I think I've ran into in real life that knows about it. So it's like, we had 11 million people go to our website in 7 days. but people just don't know. And this is such a huge violation of privacy that no one has any clue about that I talk to. And yeah, we're the only website you can go and search it on right now and see how breached you actually were. Like there's another site out there that will tell you like you're in it potentially, but it doesn't tell you the details. And what if your name's John Smith, or if there's somebody else named Ryan Montgomery? I can't tell if it's me, Ryan Montgomery, or the 500 that live in Florida with the same name. At least we show you the addresses, we show you the social, or at least a piece of the social. In your case, I showed you the whole thing, but we don't show the full thing on the regular search so people don't abuse it to get people's socials. But, you know, it's wild to me. It is absolutely wild.
Damn.
Yep. Crazy, crazy stuff. But we had Congress people and politicians and everything on the news demonstrating how to use npd.pentester.com. It was like, we were blown away by it.
That's awesome. Man.
Yeah, we were blown away by that. And it worked, it did really well for the company, obviously not discounting how much you have done for the company as well, bringing me onto the show, letting me talk about it. Got a lot of people, it helped a lot of people with their digital footprints too. Like not only did it help the business, but we helped people clean up something they didn't even know they had a problem with until they signed up.
Yeah.
So yeah, I appreciate that, man. And the NPD breach was the biggest thing after that. And now it's Pentester SMS, which makes it so easy. Anybody can
Wildly
text.
successful.
Anybody can text,
That's awesome, man.
you know.
That's awesome.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that.
What is I mean, can you go into VPNs and why they're important and all this stuff?
Yeah, so VPNs, it's a virtual private network. So it's essentially you're connecting to a network from your, let's say you're at your house, you're using your home connection to connect to another computer somewhere else. And then that computer somewhere else is sending all of the traffic to the internet on your behalf. And then wherever, like let's say Google is here and you're here and the VPN is here. It's sending the traffic from here to here, saying I want Google. This is saying to Google, hey, give me your page. Google's sending it back to the VPN here, and the VPN sending it back to you. So Google never sees anything but the VPN.
Gotcha.
And then your internet service provider, like the person that is, you know, that can track what you're doing, can't see what you're doing because it's being routed through a different IP address encrypted. And like they can see that you're using a VPN, but they can't see what you're doing on it. And the VPN companies, most of them don't store logs. So if they were subpoenaed and said, hey, I want everything that Sean Ryan did on this date to this date, almost all of them, minus the few that have lied and they do store logs, or they're fed honeypots where they're storing logs on purpose, you know, they really don't have anything to give. Like if there's a subpoena, there's nothing to give.
Do you have the names of any of the companies that do hold?
I know somebody. I mean, let me double check before I say this. I don't want to tarnish someone's reputation to be wrong. So, yeah, IPVanish was one of the major ones. They were caught storing logs in 2016 and provided them to the FBI after a court order, despite its zero log policy at the time. And they were a big one. And then on the other hand, there's one called IVPN that IVPN was subpoenaed, and it's on record. All they had was an account number. They didn't have anything else, so they proved they didn't store logs, which is nice because, you know, like it's hard to prove it. Like you could say whatever you want, but until you faced with a subpoena and sitting in a courtroom, there's no way to know if they're telling the truth or not. So that's IVPN is a good one, and then Molavad is one that I really like a lot. They claim they don't store logs. I believe that they don't. The reason why is you can send them cash in an envelope and just put your account number on the envelope, and they'll actually activate your account. And even if they did store logs, they don't know where that cash came from. They just activated an account number. So there's nothing they could do even if they did, which makes me think they don't even store logs. So I like that a lot about them.
I mean, we're seeing China, buy a lot of VPN companies. I mean, Israel is buying VPN companies. Do you think when foreign governments, or maybe not even governments, well, I mean, look, China's communist, right? So it doesn't matter if it's a company or the government. They just get access to whatever the hell they want.
Absolutely.
I mean, is that what they're doing? Are they mining our data from us by, by providing us with bullshit VPNs to use?
I mean, I think it's a very educated guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I can't tell you with absolute fact because I haven't seen it with my eyes yet, but it makes sense for them to buy these companies if they're trying to spy on us, because the people that are using VPNs, it's either they are worried about their privacy overall, or they're doing something that they just, nefarious, or they're doing something that is very sensitive that they don't want people to see, and these countries want that data. So it would make sense for them to buy it.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I agree with you there for sure.
Well, let's move into Sentinel.
Mm-hmm.
So
let me explain how that even happened. Back, remember, when I originally came into the original studio with you, I had what was considered at the time to be a vigilante group called 561 PC. And I was doing that with my friend Dustin Lambert. And we were just individually catching one predator at a time. And we were doing doing it as well as we possibly could at that time. And that's how I ended up on that podcast and ended up here. So all this stuff's going on. I come onto your show, and I guess a ton of federal agencies watch this podcast. And my phone is blowing up. You name it. It's DEA, which is drugs. I got CIA. I got just even the Secret Service, FBI of multiple field locations all over the country. HSI. I had HSI show up at an ATM on me. I don't know if you remember me calling about this.
Oh no, I remember. They showed up at an ATM. They surrounded you at the hacker event.
Yep.
And they came to your house, correct?
They didn't come to my house, but the other two things, yes. They at the ATM, they came in two different cars. Their office is in Miami. That's about an hour drive at that time. They came in two different cars. I don't know how they legally could figure out that I was at the ATM if there was no target on me, but I turned around, had a badge in my face. I have a picture with the guy. Like, I asked them if I can take a picture with them, and they were like, just please don't post it. I could show you if you want to see it. But
Let's put it up. No, I'm just kidding.
But yeah, I mean, they couldn't have been nicer, but turning around from the ATM to a badge in my face, I was like, I'm going to jail. This is it, and my phone would not stop ringing. So something I want to just clarify now for anyone that works in law enforcement that's watching the podcast. No disrespect, I love all of you and I want to help all of you. But last time I was on the podcast, I got so many calls, I couldn't work with everybody at the same time. It just wasn't possible. So as of right now, you can reach out to, Sentinel Foundation, who's working in parallel with the Marshals. And we have a case number for the stuff I'm about to talk about, very shortly. And I don't have any of this evidence locally. It's all stored in a cloud that's shared with the team, with the Marshals. Like, if you want to call me and need my help with something, I'm all ears. But if it's about this specific case, just reach out to the appropriate people, because I can't work with a million people at once.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
why was there a badge shoved in your face?
He wasn't shoved. I mean, he just had it up when I turned around.
Why?
Guess to tell me he was HSI.
For what?
Don't know. He just wanted to talk. He kept hitting me up. I still got texts so I could show you. He just wanted me to come down and sit down and talk to him. He never told me why, but I assume it's the database. What else would it be? I mean, if there was something criminal, he would have arrested me.
Yeah, I mean, I was extremely worried for you.
Because it seemed like I was getting arrested.
Well, shit. I mean, I remember when we went to the Sound of Freedom premiere with Jim Caviezel, for the opening.
I was there.
Yeah, they're fucking harassing you.
Yeah.
They're texting you, hey, don't be alarmed, but we see you over there. Dude, I was fucking pissed.
I remember
I was
how
so
pissed you were.
fucking pissed when that shit started, because one, I'm sitting right next to you.
Yeah.
Two, I'm just like, this is fucked up. Like, you guys had the opportunity to do your fucking job years ago. You didn't do it. More kids got fucking...
more kids got exploited, and now you're sitting here fucking with my friend who's trying to do the right thing. Maybe go do the right fucking thing and save some fucking kids, and quit following Ryan around fucking Nashville and harassing him. Fuck you. I know you're fucking listening to this. Fuck you. Man, that shit pissed me off, dude.
I remember you were heated. You were definitely heated.
It makes my fucking skin crawl.
Weird
I'm sure it
thing.
does. I mean,
If
from
you'll
your
feel
side,
harmed, we
you've
see
been
you.
in. You were on the other side.
They
for,
fucking come in like they're like,
Yeah.
like on the, oh man, it just fucking makes me angry. Like it was straight up fucking harassing you.
Oh yeah, it wasn't just the Nashville. It was everybody. And it was, for me, it wasn't anger at that time. It was fear because I didn't know.
What are you
it.
even doing at a fucking movie premiere? Like if you're, what are you looking for traffickers at a fucking movie premiere that's about trafficking? Go do the fucking job. Go do your fucking job. Man, this shit makes me fucking angry, dude. There's so many fucking people in federal law enforcement agencies that don't do shit. They just fucking harass people. They don't do their fucking job, and then they want to know why nobody trusts the fucking the federal institutions or even fucking state.
Right.
It's just fucking ridiculous. Like, go do your fucking job and catch bad guys. Quit fucking trailing around a guy that's like trying to save kids and fucking harassing him. What is that shit? Like, how the fuck do you even sleep at night?
Yeah, I appreciate.
I know you
that.
know this fucker too. I wish I fucking knew him. I'd fucking release his name and tell everybody who he is.
I remember,
Like, what is
I remember.
that shit? Hey, I'm in the fucking movie premiere. I just so you know I got eyes on you. Buddy, what? Fuck you.
It's over with in my mind, you know. And thankfully, I appreciate that you care, and I'd care the same for you. I can't let it bother me if I want to work with them. And,
I know, man.
You know?
It's so. It's just so fucking unimpressive. Like, it's just like,
for me
do your job.
to have any impact and to be able to do things legitimately, I have to work with law enforcement.
I know, man. I know.
So I have no choice.
I'm making a generalized statement that they're all bad and they're not.
No, I get what you're saying. I get your frustration, and I'm sure there's way more to it that I don't know because you were on both sides, you know, at some point. So you got to see stuff that I didn't, you know. So I'm sure there's things that piss you off that I have no idea about, you know. But as for the Sentinel stuff, so let me tell you the story of how that happened. Because at that point, like I said, it was a vigilante group. The intentions were all good. And when I think of vigilante, I think of somebody that is trying to go out and like beat people up and like take the law into their own hands and tie somebody up and put them in a closet. Like, you know, like I don't know. I think of vigilante as a more extreme thing, not just like a guy thinks they're talking to a child on the internet. They go to meet at a public place. They're instead met with grown men who want to confront them on it until the police come. Like, I think that as a civilian, I don't see what's wrong with that. But when it comes to the law, even though some convictions are happening regardless of it being evidence or not evidence or vigilante, like convictions, I'm glad convictions are happening. I'm glad people are getting exposed. That's all that matters to me. If anything that I could change about it would be longer sentences for the cases that happen from any of the predator catchers. But that's one thing. Another thing I want to bring up about predator catchers, that if you've noticed since our interview, like, I'm not saying that I'm the pioneer of predator catchers, because I know I'm not. There's Chris Hansen, Justin Payne, Courtney Elizabeth, all like a million people, Anxiety War, all of these people that were doing it before Dustin and I started it. But after our stuff started to go viral, a lot of other groups just popped up, and more, like, you know, there were a couple others before that too. That you know, there's a lot to think about. So I'm blanking. But what I did notice is, let's just say, 100 new channels pop up. A couple of them already had very large followings. So they're shifting what they currently do to start catching predators. And instead of them taking it seriously and talking to these people like what they deserve to be talked to as, they would rent an Airbnb, for example, and get a decoy in there that looks younger, and they'll be wearing you know, a clown costume with a mariachi band. I'm not even exaggerating. Like, you know, while the predator's coming in, or they'll be asking them at the front door to take their clothes off so they show up naked at the door so they can get a good thumbnail, or, you know, all of these things. But what they're not realizing is, yeah, maybe you're exposing this predator. Maybe you get him arrested, maybe not, but you're exposing him bare minimum. Do you realize what was going to happen if you weren't there that night? Like, do you realize, like, I guess maybe I'm a little bit jaded to the subject, or more informed is a better word to this subject, because I know what would have happened to that child. And like and like, I don't want to get too graphic here, man, but like, think of a toddler with blood running down their thighs because a grown man is hurting them physically. I think of stuff like that, and these little girls and little boys, and what would actually happen to them if that man, or in most cases men, but some cases a woman, were to be there. Like, do you think a mariachi band and a clown costume fits in that equation? I genuinely don't. I understand it's going to get you more views. I understand it's a better thumbnail. I get what they're trying to do, but there's nothing funny about this. This isn't humorous to me. Like, this is not it's not a joke to me, you know? So, like I said, half of it I respect. I respect that they're exposing people, using their platform to do it, but I don't think it's funny, and I wanted to make that very clear. Some people have gone to the levels where the cops aren't doing anything, so much so that they're beating the crap out of them, which they deserve, but when you beat them up, you can't, like, now you can't call the cops, and you can't get them convicted. And yeah, it's great for views and all of that, and they definitely deserve getting beat up, but, you know, like, something's got to happen. And you had Tim Tebow on here, which is an awesome guy. Love that guy.
Tim's amazing.
Best, yeah, the really good dude. Like, I don't think anyone can say anything bad about Tim Tebow.
They try.
Yeah, I've heard.
They try to say shit about
It's
him.
crazy, man. It's crazy. But, like, I don't know Tim personally. I know, I've talked to his vice president, Camille. But, you know, he brought up situations with, you know, like the amount of people that we have in this country looking at that material at ages, what, under 12? And what, if I can remember correctly, there's 111,000 unique people in this country in less than 30 days.
Yep.
So that's the people that are recorded from whatever software is monitoring that based on statistics that are public. That means there's a way bigger number than he's aware of and that I'm aware of. It sickens me, and the problem is not, it's not that the problem is getting better at what's happening, is the problem's getting worse, because the material is going to spread regardless if there's less victims, because there's still material out there. Like, there was just a case in Florida with 1.2 million photos and videos that were being sold for $100 and something. Like, that's not going anywhere. It's going to keep going, circulate all these communities for a very long time, regardless if there's new victims or not. So catching those guys is a priority, obviously, because they're going to re-victimize other people or re-offend. But it's just like an endless loop of disgusting horribleness. But like I was telling you last night about the state trooper that just got caught a couple days ago with 23 videos having sex with his toddler in full state trooper uniform and sending the videos on Telegram. Like, that was a few days ago. There's just so much going on.
Are you seeing this stuff?
I mean,
I need to watch
not
this
one I
shit. didn't
see, but I'm seeing the worst of the worst all the time, and it's for sure. But that's a topic I actually do want to talk to you about at the end of this, if you're cool with it. Because yeah, it's you know, I've been doing this almost 7 years now, 3 years of which have been with working in tandem with law enforcement and Sentinel Foundation. But yeah, it definitely got more intense when I started to work with law enforcement and work with groups that, you know, like Sentinel, for example. And so, oh, sorry, I missed the entire beginning of this thing. So having a vigilante group, in the eyes of the law at least, I wanted to do that, and I also wanted to work with Sentinel Foundation. I had six, I looked at my phone, I had 6 organizations reaching out to me. One of them was Sentinel Foundation. And I got a call from a guy named Jim Cole, who's a very respected Fed that worked with HSI.
I know Jim.
You do know? You know Jim?
Yep, he's at Operation Lightshine.
Yeah. Okay.
Was. I don't know if he still
I think,
is.
I'm not sure. I haven't talked to him in a while, but back then, all them years ago, he got on a call with me. I know he was in HSI for a very long time, and he says to me, he's like, "Hey man, you can't be a part of, you know, any of these groups or work with law enforcement if you're going to continue to do the vigilante stuff on YouTube." And having to explain that to Dustin while we have 561 PC going was hard to do. 'Cause it's like, dude, I have a choice right now, like, to help more people and less people see me doing it. Like, I'm not going to be public about it. You're not going to see videos of me saving kids and arresting traffickers and all. I'm not going to be putting stats out of like my progress. Whereas with YouTube, you're going to see each one predator getting caught at a time. You're going to see more action from me, but I know I'm going to make more of an impact. And in my heart, I can't say, you know what, I'm going to push that opportunity aside because I want to continue to work on the YouTube stuff. So I chose to go with the best group that I had available to me at that time, which was Sentinel Foundation. At the time, the guy that was running it was Glenn Devitt. Very nice guy. I like him a lot. He's no longer involved, and you know, we stay in touch. He's a Delta guy. I'm pretty sure, or Special Forces bare minimum, but I could be wrong on that one. I'm not super knowledgeable when it comes to like military stuff, but I know for sure that he is involved in some way. So with Sentinel, since we started, I'll get into like the granular stuff that I got involved in, but just one of the general stuff. Sentinel's a nonprofit dedicated to fighting sex trafficking and child exploitation, domestically and internationally, which was important to me. We have partnership with law enforcement agencies across multiple states. We combat human trafficking, missing persons, exploitation cases. We have joint operations, MOUs with all kinds of places. We've rescued a ton of different women and children, particularly in an operation between July and September, so I'll keep it at that. Integrated advanced OSINT and cyber tools for real-time targeting and trafficking of traffickers. And targeting of traffickers. Meaning like some of the methodologies that I use and some of my friends that have their own custom databases and tool sets, I've helped integrate into Sentinel's workflow and train law enforcement in many countries on how these things work. Because you'd be surprised, man. Like you may not be surprised, but they don't know. Like even the ones that are dedicated to internet crimes against children, they don't really know what they're doing, or the methods that they're using are antiquated, and it's not their fault. They have the passion, they just don't have the tools, they don't have the resources, they don't know. So with Sentinel, what we were able to do is travel to, right now we've had operations in Thailand, Uganda, Haiti, Peru, Jamaica. There was at one point when Glenn was involved, there was Philippines. There's a ton of stuff domestically going on, and
there is stuff domestically going on.
Yes. So it's mostly local and the marshals right now. But it's been HSI at one point. We had some people involved there too. It kind of skips around depending on the need.
Mm-hmm.
But my purpose in Sentinel Foundation was to bring something new. This is in the beginning, to bring new technology to the space. Mm-hmm. And that turned into getting involved in a ton of operations that I never would have had the opportunity to be involved in without going public with this stuff. Because I would still be catching a predator one by one, although I still believe is effective. Now we're able to, like if you look on like Fox, there's an article with the Tebow Foundation and Sentinel where we pull 59 kids out of Haiti. You know, Haiti's a pretty rough place to be, and I'm not the biggest guy in the world. So having a team that can go in there while I do recon on a computer gives me an opportunity that I wouldn't have sitting in my living room trying to track down one local predator at a time.
Gotcha.
So not devaluing that, but it's just a different opportunity for me.
Well, it's like I said at the beginning, Ryan. There's not much you care about other than saving kids. You don't give a shit about fame, notoriety, money, none of that stuff.
Yeah, I don't make a dollar from it, so that's all I care about. I appreciate
a lot of these organizations, I'm going to say it, you're not going to say it, but I know a lot of these organizations have come knocking on your door, pretending like they want your expertise, but really they just want your notoriety to make them more fucking money.
That's exactly right.
And that is a damn shame.
I don't mind saying it either because I know it's true. I know it's so blatantly obvious to me now. In the beginning, it was hard to know because it's like opportunity, opportunity, opportunity. And now it's just like, okay, I get
You want to do the work, not be a fucking poster boy.
Right.
I commend you for that, because 99% of the people would take the poster boy route every single time.
Yeah.
And I do have a question though. You know, I mean, you're the first person that I talked to about sex exploitation and child trafficking and that kind of stuff. Then, like I said, that was Victor Marks, and then, Tim Tebow, Jared Hudson, Jim Caviezel. Like, after my discussion with you, it's turned into, I have to hit this every so often because it's the most important issue in the fucking world.
Wait till you see what I have to show you exactly why it's the most important issue.
I know.
Not only what you already know.
But what I want to ask is, and look, I don't want this to come across the wrong way. Saving a child is saving a child. It doesn't matter if it's in Thailand, Peru, Ethiopia, where Uganda. I don't care. It's a child.
Mm-hmm.
One thing though, and I'm just curious as to why, if you know why. So many of these organizations operate out of Haiti, Philippines, Thailand, Colombia, Peru, third world countries, countries of poverty.
Mm-hmm.
But I believe it's every single time that I breach this subject, the one commonality is the U.S. is the biggest consumer of kitty. We're the biggest problem in the world. The United States is the biggest problem in the world when it comes to sex trafficking and sex exploitation, correct?
Well, with the consumption of CSAM, like child sexual abuse material.
Why isn't all of the focus on the U.S. if that is the number one problem? We are the number one
I
consumer.
would love to tell you that bringing what Tim Tebow said in here, there's 7 people working in C3. There's roughly 60 internet crimes against children locations in the entire country. The people that are making the most impact, I believe, are some of these organizations that are working with FBI, HSI, and it just needs to be better than that. We need to do better.
Why is it though? Why are so many foundations going to Haiti, Thailand, all the places that I just mentioned, and very little, if any, here in the U.S.? It's just, is it the red tape? Is our federal government harboring this shit? Are they encouraging it? I mean, that was a rumor for a long time, especially with the southern border. I mean, what is it? I mean, we just saw one of the top guys at the Israeli cyber command or whatever got caught luring in fucking kids to have sex with in a hotel room. I tweeted this out. Did we prosecute that individual? No. We packaged him up and fucking sent his happy ass back to Israel. No consequences whatsoever. What the fuck is that? What the fuck is going on? Why are we packaging this guy up and handed him back to Netanyahu? Here you go. Here's your pedophile. Take care of him. We don't want him to get hurt.
Yeah.
What is that? What is that?
I
Where's
don't
the
know.
fucking justice for the kids, man?
Right.
Where is it? What the fuck is going on in our country, man? And why aren't these organizations? Why aren't they focused on the U.S.? It's the biggest problem.
So my guess, just based on my experience, my guess is there's not access to a lot of the information. So if there's a group being ran in the United States, and for example, if I get involved in it, it's going right to a federal agency, and at that point, it may not ever go public. So that is happening. When it comes to these big media cases sending someone back to Israel or whatever.
What is that?
I can't answer it. There's so many things that I wish I had an answer to. Like
Did you see this shit with the Epstein files? Keeps
That's what I was
getting
literally
swept
about to
under the
say.
rug. Like, it's like, what the fuck is going on here, man?
I don't get it.
And
I just don't get it.
and
It's either a conspiracy or it's not.
it's definitely not a conspiracy. The
Yeah.
shit I'm talking about is real.
I know. I'm just
Look it up for yourself.
People, but the people watching, they got to make that decision for themselves, or that assumption for themselves. Do they think that this country is holding out on the details or not? And
Yeah, I just don't understand it. If the United States is the biggest consumer of sex crimes and sex exploitation and trafficking and all these other things, then this would be the easiest spot to make a dent, right? If we are running rampant in this.
well, think of it like this. I'll give you another good example to add to your argument. Every single airport you go in, what's the sign you see in the bathroom, on the walls, over the intercom? What do you hear every single time? If you see something, say something. Human trafficking is a real thing. Human trafficking is a fight. Call this number if you see, this or that. You think they would be using that space in the airport for human trafficking signs over making ad money from advertisers? Absolutely not. It's a real thing. It's very real. The reason why we're not hearing about it, I couldn't tell you. Other than there might be something just above both of our heads. And like I could tell you that we work on cases domestically for sure, and we work in tandem with law enforcement on those cases. That happens, but I can't answer like what happened.
I'm not saying all law enforcement. I don't want to come across like that, but you know what I mean. When I see shit like after the first interview we did, and then you got a couple of FBI agents running you around to Nashville and fucking tailing you and surveilling you and harassing you. It's like, hey bud, maybe like go save some fucking kids and like leave this dude alone. Like go make something of yourself. Like do something positive. Like go save a fucking kid or anybody. Just do something. You're the FBI. Like
Yeah.
be an admirable fucking human being instead
The
of
ones that were tailing me around were the HSI guys, but they were nice.
They were tailed. I mean, obviously the FBI tailed you into the damn
Yeah, they did.
premiere.
They did.
You know
But
what I mean?
it wasn't all
right
of them.
there.
It was. I remember now. I don't remember the guy's name, but it was their boss who happened to be there at that time.
Oh.
Yeah. So that was the situation. But
But
I remember you being pissed.
I was fucking.
So I went to the
furious.
bathroom, remember?
Yeah.
And then in the bathroom, that's when I got the text. And then you, like, at that point, we were in the hallway and you were pissed. You just wanted to leave.
Yeah.
Ugh, I remember it.
You know, and then you see a guy like Jim Cole who's spent his entire career doing this.
Yep.
You know what I mean? And so it's not at like the workers level, but when you know what I mean? I mean Jim Cole, I think he's very similar to you. You know,
That's all he cares about. He
That's
is a
it.
black and white guy, straight
Yep.
to the point. He would never, that man would not jaywalk.
all he wants to do
All he wants
is
to do
save
is
kids.
save kids. And you
But-
know what, another person I want to give credit to while it's on my mind, because I know Jim knows her as well. Someone I work with current day that I've known since the beginning of this. Her name is Yvette Thomas. I don't know if you've ever heard of her. She's like the godmother, like Jim Cole is the godfather of this space. There's not many people that have made it around. She's been in federal law enforcement for 36 years, I believe it was, 20 of which have been in specifically child crimes. So she recently, she helped me identify a bunch of victims in a case that we were working, and it was a case in Cleveland where a guy was getting little girls and boys on FaceTime and group calling people, and they were getting paid. This scumbag was getting paid to have them do sexual acts via FaceTime. The phone of that suspect got dumped, and there was a bunch of children's faces and more on it, but all I received at the time was like 140 photos of children's faces and different, some were looking this way, that way, some were blurry, but the ones that I could identify, I identified a bunch of them, and she's got some tools I don't have, so I sent her the files. She identified a couple of them as well. I sent them back, and since they're all in the Cleveland area, they were able to identify, I'm assuming, way more. I don't have a direct contact with the guy right now. I'd have to wait till I text him after the interview. But just think of like all of the girls and boys in that area. A lot of them go to school together. They do things together. They're gonna be able to identify each other. So I feel really good about that, and her and I have worked on a bunch of cases like that, which are just thrown at us randomly. Technically, she's retired right now. She's doing this just out of the kindness of her heart. And there's not many of hers. There are not many of Jim Cole's. There are not many of Ed Thomas's.
Yeah.
It's just a blessing to have those people in this country.
It's just, it's odd. You know, I mean, we've been screaming at the top. I mean, dude, the episode we did, hundreds of millions of views.
Yeah.
With all the clips, all the reels, the episode, the downloads, like all together, it's hundreds of millions of views. And that's just two people talking about it for less than 3 hours.
Yeah.
Right? Now there's lots of people talking about it. I just did a music video with John Rich, who's singing a song about child exploitation. I met this woman who was trafficked, and now she's kind of doing what you're not with the tech and stuff, but you know, she's going after traffickers. She's helping with rehabilitation. You know, and I'm hoping to actually get her on the show. Her name's escaping me right now. Wish I knew it, but you know. And then anyways, what I'm saying is, like, all these people are screaming at the top of their lungs at how often this is happening, and you see it. I mean, fuck, 50% of the people I interviewed here, you included, some type of, you don't call it trauma, I don't know what else to call it.
Yeah, I get what you're,
sexual trauma.
I would call it trauma, so you can call it whatever you want. It's not trauma to me, but it's.
I get it.
I
But
get it.
you know what I mean? It's at least, I just had Tig from Benghazi here, you know, and he was talking about how many, he was like, I can't even remember how many times he was sexually assaulted before he was an adult. And I was like, Tig, like, fuck, man, this is, it's like a monthly occurrence for you. This is horrible.
Yeah.
You know, and
A lot of people are scared to talk about it.
and then Tim comes on, and just like you said, 7, I thought the number was actually 9, but only, whatever, you know, 7, 9, less than 10 people in the entire country are dedicated to this.
Yeah, less than 10.
Like,
Yeah.
somebody's stopping that from growing. Somebody is fucking stopping that from growing.
But don't forget about, like, yeah, you're right. There's some things that are out of, that are definitely I don't know, but there are, the FBI and the HSI, and even Secret Service have a child crime. They all have a little piece in this fight.
A little piece.
A little piece. They need a big piece.
Why is this not
Because,
growing?
Sean, I could pull my laptop up, not go into a teen chat. I could go on a dating app right now. Let's give you an example. And within, like, I could just put my laptop down to the side. If I open that up, like, it shows a map of where you're at, and it's a whole other topic. It would take me an hour to explain, but it's a great app for decoys to go on, because it shows it's not a good app. It's a horrible app for children. It's an app for gay people, and like very similar to, if you're familiar with Grindr. Grindr is a dating app where they swipe yes or no, or message the people, and their conversations delete when they're done. They hook up with each other and they never see each other again. It's not really like a relationship app.
Mm-hmm.
This one it's called Sniffies, and
Sniffies?
yeah, it's not an app. It's a website that can work on mobile or computers, and you can press the button Use Anonymously. You don't need to put in any email. You don't have to sign up. You have to do nothing. You click Use Anonymously. You end up with this map around you because you share your approximate location, which is pretty spot on to your exact location, especially if you're on a phone. And it tells you everyone around you that's using the app. If I throw up a picture of myself using like a filter that makes me look young, I'll get DMs from people in this area, not just somebody in a teen chat that's, anywhere in the world, people here. And then they'll message, you have to go in, you have to have a little bit of a conversation back and forth. They'll ask you how old you are. You tell them you're under, and, let's just say 8 out of 10 times, they're fine with it, and they want to meet up. So for the decoys out there and the other agencies out there, if they could just automate Sniffies, they would find a ton of these guys. They could automate the process and literally go just set warrants and pick them up. Like, it's that easy. It's like shooting fish in a
Why
barrel.
the fuck aren't they doing this stuff, man?
I really don't know, man. That's the part that frustrates me.
It's like they want it to happen.
I'd hope not.
I hope not too, but it's like, what else can you think?
It's weird.
It's been going on forever. And it's getting louder and louder and louder and louder, and nothing's being done, man. It's just nonprofits setting up all over the place. It's all these nonprofits, which is great. Thank God somebody's taking it into their hands, but it should be our fucking law enforcement that's doing this shit. That's who it should be,
Yeah.
and it's not.
Yeah, I agree, and I don't want to speak negatively here and be wrong, but you know, when I get into the 764 case, the FBI has, to my knowledge, 240 different active investigations right now regarding the 764 case. I can tell you that within the short period of time that we've started an operation at Sentinel investigating 764, there is more than 240 different things that we found that, you know, so like with just passive reconnaissance.
Say that again.
There's-
The FBI has how many?
They have 240. Let me get the numbers for you, just so I want to be 100% accurate.
What a
here.
joke. What a fucking joke.
I don't want to talk negatively, but it's true. So I'll read it straight from here.
Here we go. Get ready to get pissed off, everybody.
Okay, so 764 adjacent discords and all of the, because remember, I'm not giving these people credit by username, not giving them credit by their group names. The only one that I'll talk about is 764 because it's only giving them what they want. They want recognition, these people. There's a ton of subgroups, a ton of them, that all are doing exactly the same thing, but I'll get into the whole story in a minute, but the FBI is part of 250 probes tying these streams to global rings. 250. So I was off by 10.
The FBI
The FBI.
has found 250.
Probes is the word that I'm reading. So
What
I
is
can
it?
tell you that there's way more than 250 people doing this. There's more than 250 people in just one server that I would join to get some screenshots that I'm about to show you.
That's what the FBI has. What has Sentinel done?
Sentinel, just in the last month and a half, almost 2 months, we've infiltrated 3 different groups that I don't want to name, but you'll see them. I would say there's 1,000 different users. The minimum 1,000
So you've probed 1,000,
users.
and
Yeah.
the FBI's probed 250?
I don't know if they're talking about, they're not really clarifying here. It's 250 probes. That's all it says. So I don't know if they mean users, groups, arrests, communities. I mean, there's a lot of, I don't really know. So,
Well, it's definitely not arrests, otherwise it would say arrest.
no, it's not arrests.
Taking
It's
credit.
not arrests. The FBI hasn't done nearly as many arrests
This
as
is
they need to.
250 in a lifetime. Sentinel does it for 2 months and gets 1,000.
Yeah, and watch what happens.
How many people work at Sentinel?
that
roughly?
are working on this case specifically? This is an operation that I got to kind of cherry pick people involved. There's, if you don't count one of the main guys that's overseeing it with the feds, there's 6.
Six.
Six.
6 people.
6 people on this operation.
Wow. Wonder how many people at the FBI are working on it. Must be less than 6, right? I mean, if you guys got 1,000 in a couple of months and they got 250 and I don't know.
You're gonna
their
get my house lit
lifetime,
on fire, Sean.
Well, that's down.
I agree with you. It's frustrating. What can I do about it? You know.
Yeah. Somebody's house needs to sound the alarm, but it ain't yours.
Yeah.
Yeah, government agencies. It doesn't matter who's in there. They're just worthless. That's it. They're just worthless.
I like
A
that.
lot of hope for this one. I did. I had a lot of hope
For what?
for that things are gonna change and they're gonna be great. We're gonna go after
this-
all
well-
the bad guys.
Speaking of that, going back on a
changed.
positive note, what has changed, but like you just got done saying, the preventative side of things, I truly believe and said to you in the beginning, I believe that preventing it from happening in the first place, if possible, is the most effective solution to this problem.
Yeah.
So by letting parents know that this is a thing, by letting parents know what they can do about it, how they can talk to their kids about it, educating them about it, there's a very strong chance you're going to stop something that you would have just thrown the iPad at your kid or put them on a computer, not knowing like, oh, it's a kid's game, Roblox, little cartoon squares running around the screen. How dangerous could this be?
Yeah.
Like, if they don't know any different, then they're putting their kid in a dangerous situation and they don't know it. But if they know and they're listening to the words that you and I are saying and they take action, I feel like that's making change.
Yeah.
So I think that is valuable, but that's just my opinion on it.
it's definitely making change. I just wish that the government would take this shit a little bit more serious.
Agreed.
You know,
So,
they're the ones that really have the keys to make this shit go away.
yes.
They aren't fucking doing it. They are not doing it.
I agree with you. It's frustrating that more can be done. That is for sure.
Are we getting ready to talk about?
Yeah, I want to show you one more thing though
Okay.
regarding that because it just kind of brought it to my attention.
I wanted to. We got to take a break before we do that because I'm already about to lose my fucking mind, and this is really gonna.
But this is something I want you to see because you're already pissed off, and I'm not trying to piss you off more, but it's something that you need to know. This is straight from the Google website. And this is the global request for user information. So you can see here subpoenas is red. Look at, so back here is 2010, barely less than 10,000. Going all the way to 2000, let's say 15, we're at 20,000 requests for, less than 20,000 requests for subpoenas, right? Then you start getting into these later years.
Holy shit!
The biggest difference, like triple, quadruple, you know, quintuple. So this information, this is just Google. This isn't all the other places that are receiving subpoenas. And this is, you know, primarily, I would say, the United States. You know, who else is sending subpoenas to Google? So, I mean, other people are, but
Jeez. Is that an image?
it's an image, but it's on Google's website. You can.
We gotta overlay that on the screen.
Yeah, I could send it to you.
All right. So we're getting ready to dive into the nasty shit.
Yeah.
All right. Let's take a break, get some water,
Okay.
take a lap.
Yeah.
Get ready.
We both need it.
Cool.
Oh,
right.
before we do that,
Okay.
hold on. I want to give you this hoodie.
Oh,
So it's a pen tester hoodie.
yeah.
A little Easter egg in here. Check this out. So you got the pen tester P logo, but then on the other side, you'd be rocking 0 day.
Nice. Love it.
Yeah, and then on the back, I asked your assistant, and she said you wear a large. So hopefully this fits you.
Perfect.
So hack all pedos. Hack your local pedo.
Love it. Love it.
Yeah, and you know the reason why I actually got that idea was a good friend of mine. His name's Scammer Payback. He's got a YouTube channel as well.
Yeah.
He catches scammers that are like going after elderly people.
You were telling me about this guy.
Yeah, he's
I
awesome.
want to get him on the show.
He is awesome. His name's Pierogi is his username. I don't want to say his real first name because he
You
doesn't.
guys get along?
Oh, I love him. He's a really good friend of mine. He's a believer in God, which matters a lot to me. And he knows the Bible inside and out, so he teaches me a ton. And one time I was over at his office. We've done a bunch of videos together now, all in the last 3 years. But we've done a bunch of videos together. One of which was an interview where one of his team members was interviewing me, and in the middle of an interview, he's got a connection at HSI that he deals with named Scott. Scott calls him, says, "Yo, we got some people here. HSI is outside, and they want us to go." One of the other people that work in the office has this cash mule on his way to pick up what he believes to be $40,000 in cash from an elderly woman. I'm doing an interview just like this, but with his team member, and they say like, "Yo, we're about to leave. We got to go catch this cash mule in a parking lot." HSI, we're thinking, is involved. HSI last minute says that they don't have anybody. So they back out of the situation last minute. Not Scott's fault. Scott was trying. He's in a whole different state. But I leave the interview mid-interview, get in the car. I'm in the car with my back like this because I grew up in the hood and I ain't getting shot. So I look nuts in the video. I'm all the way back like this, and we're in this parking lot waiting for the cash mule to show up. Driving 4 hours north to meet where we were supposed to meet. And we're looking around the parking lot. We see this one. We didn't know what they looked like. We just knew they were coming to collect the cash, and we knew that they were going to most likely have a different. They were driving from Florida, so we knew that they were going to most likely have a Florida plate. And eventually a Florida plate pulls in, and we see it circle around the parking lot a couple times, and then they start going into this other parking lot, and then we start following them. Guy gets out of the car. He's a heavier set Asian guy. goes into the Lowe's and he walks around the store. It comes out again, and we're like, that's definitely the guy. That's definitely him. It's at the plates there. He's acting suspicious. And nobody wants to get out of the car at this point because everyone's scared. And I'm the same guy, like I said, hiding because I don't want to get shot just in case. Now I see the guy out of the car. I don't think he's got any firearms on him or anything like that. So I'm like, I have tattoos. I could probably come off like I'm a scumbag that has $40,000 in cash to hand off to him. So I get out of the car. I literally said that. That was my words. I get out of the car. I go right up to
I
his
could
windshield.
come off as a great scumbag.
That's exactly what I was trying to get at. So I go right up to the dude's windshield and I'm like, yo, man, what's up? And he gets out of the car. I bring him out and I'm like, so you're here to pick up 40,000 in cash? I start to like, go at him. And I was like, yo, lift up your shirt. I didn't tell him I was law enforcement or anything. I just said, lift up your shirt. And he lifts up his shirt. He actually listens to me and I make sure he doesn't have a firearm. I was like, give me your ID. Give me your ID. And he shows me his ID. I take a picture of it. At this point, I find out he's on a visa here. He's got some type of like license that I've never seen before. It's like a visitor's license. And then he starts walking, not running, but walking. And now he doesn't know how to speak English. He only knows how to speak some Asian language. And I don't know. I guess he understood everything I said. Was talking fine prior to realizing he's getting in trouble. But at this point, no one in the local area, no local PD, and HSI were coming to pick him up. So it was like the only thing I could do at this point is just film the guy and ask him questions and use Google Translate to try to get his responses. So I'm chasing this dude around the Lowe's, just walking around, watching him pick up, like he's driving 4 hours from Florida to get, I think he grabbed rubber gloves. I think he grabbed Tide laundry detergent, or no, I'm sorry, clothes detergent. And like, and nothing else. I was like, you drove 4 hours to Lowe's to pick up some laundry detergent and rubber gloves? Like, no, dude. Like, just tell the truth. What were you here to do? And then the team that Pierogi works with, is Scammer Payback, he started taking the screenshots of like saying on my way, where you see like the GPS screenshot and matching up the route and everything to where the Lowe's would have been. And it was all spot on. So it's 100% correctly the guy. Information was sent along to the feds. Not sure what happened with it. But the video is on YouTube if anyone's interested in seeing. You can see me in the middle of the interview. Have to get up.
Check this out.
Yeah, I said it was like the same way you and I are talking now. Imagine someone opens the door and it's like, "Yo, we gotta go. There's a cash mule. HSI's outside. Boom!" And we just book it right out the door and we're on our way. It's like, yeah. So big props to Scammer Payback, Pierogi. Big props to him, because that man, he's a holy person, a good person, a charitable person. And all he cares about is saving elderly victims. And nobody's perfect. I'm sure he's made mistakes in his life, but the guy is a good dude. And I've spent time with his wife and kids, and I've spent a week at his house before, like, working, but at least spending a week at his house. I really like this guy.
Dude, you gotta connect me with this
I'll
dude.
connect you with him. I will.
If you're running with him, he's gotta be great people.
He is great people. You'll love him.
Let's take that break.
All right, sounds good.
Want to stay up to date on all things SRS? You bet your ass you do. Our newsletter brings you the latest SRS news and critical updates. Get instant alerts on the newest episodes. Never miss a beat. Exclusive intel briefs from counterterrorism expert Sarah Adams. You've seen her many times on the show. She's going to give unfiltered insights on global terrorist activity. For Patreon exclusives, you're going to get epic range days with me and damn near every guest that's come in the studio. You're also going to get behind the scenes content and guest updates. You're going to get first dibs on new merch drops and limited edition items that will never be sold again. Plus, exclusive offers from our partners you won't find anywhere else. So subscribe to the Vigilance Elite newsletter right now.
Building. What do you think, Sean? We're high.
All right, Ryan, we're back from the break. now we're getting into the heaviest shit of the interview.
Yeah, the most
So-
important to me personally.
Yeah, so we're talking about are we going right into 764?
I think that's what we should do, yeah.
Okay, so what is 764? What is it?
So I'll tell you in my own words first. 764 group is a Satanist cult group that focuses on extreme violence, and one of the main things that they focus on is towards children. They're labeled as a nihilist group, and for anyone that doesn't know what a nihilist is, it just means like they believe that nothing matters. No, like there's a group called it, but no lives matter. No human life matters. Nothing matters. That's what a nihilist is. And these people have proved over and over again that they fit exactly the description that they're labeled as. And there are a ton of offshoots of this group, which I want to make it very clear that the main reason why they do a lot of the things that I'm about to show you is to get the recognition for it. There is to get the recognition individually, even if they're part of a group, or a group that, you know, they just want their group out there in any way, whether it's negative or positive. This group isn't looking for positive attention. I'll just be candid about it and tell you they you know, extort children out of sexual material. They extort children into cutting their wrists, hurting themselves, cutting areas of their body, engraving their names into their chests, their legs, their arms, their faces. They've had children commit suicide live on camera in front of audiences of people while they get cheered on. They convince children to kill animals in their house, like their pet cats or pet dogs. They try to convince them to kill their family members, commit mass murders, bestiality, incest, you name it. A lot of it has already been done. And I have a lot of examples of that to show you today. And that is only with 2 of these groups that we've been doing passive reconnaissance on for a short period of time. There is plenty of other active investigations that are going on with other organizations and that I may or may not have involvement in. But what I can show you today is based on what Sentinel and I have found in a relatively short period of time, and it's going to blow your mind. It's absolutely disgusting, and there's more to it. But it was created by it was unbelievable. But a 15-year-old boy started this group in Texas.
A 15-year-old boy?
15-year-old boy started the group. He was the beginning of it. And he, from what I read, was a nonverbal kid that had some, you know, issues. You know, I don't want to glorify this kid or talk about him in any way where anyone would feel bad for him, because he created something that is the worst thing next to, you know, all the other things that we've talked about. This is probably one of the worst things I've ever seen in my life. And you know, we'll see how you feel about it when you see it. But it was all started from this kid. And there's something called, I'm not sure if you're familiar with it, but it's called the COM. And the COM is a collection of mostly teenagers, but there's adults in there as well, that congregate on the internet. The COM is short for the community. And they congregate on the internet, and they dox, meaning like release personal information on people. They SWAT, meaning they send SWAT teams to people's houses just to, you know, scare them and to you know, get recordings of them being swatted so they can use it to brag. Like for example, they'll call in to a local department and say, hey, my name is John Doe. I have bombs strapped to the windows. I have my family strapped to the chairs. I'm going to shoot them all if any police enter the door. They're going to say all these horrible things so that a SWAT team, you know, responds. And that's what swatting is. I've personally been swatted 3 times. 2 of which, like, police actually showed up, and it was a big deal. I have a video of one of them, but I never gave them the recognition that it happened. There was no proof that it happened other than my recordings of it that I saved on my phone. I didn't want to give them the credit, you know? So that's the COM. The 764 group actually came from the COM, And that doesn't mean all of the people on the comm have their own problems. They do their own stupid stuff. They've been torturing me since I was on your show 3 years ago, releasing my credit report, my personal information, sending pizzas to my houses, USPS boxes to my houses, and on like pretty much thousands of boxes. No, literally thousands.
Sending what to your house?
USPS boxes. Like,
why?
Because they're free. Like, you can order them on the USPS site, and they'll just keep sending pallet after pallet after pallet of these boxes. Like, just to be annoying, though. Like, they do it to be annoying and to get a reaction out of you. That's the comm, and a lot of them don't like me, and that's, you know, I'll keep the comm pretty short because they're a whole different topic, but you know, usually just annoying. I wouldn't say that they're hackers. I would say they're more annoying, and they have technical abilities. Getting information on people, the way that they mostly do it is they like to use the term TLO, which TLO is just something TransUnion offers to run a report on somebody. And they'll use like a stolen private investigator's account to run somebody's name, get their social credit report, and all of the above. And if they don't have access to one, they'll pay $15 to someone that does. And that's how they got my information, which I don't care. I genuinely don't. My credit's frozen. My address is out there publicly. There's nothing about me that they're gonna find that isn't already out there. Like, it doesn't matter to me. You can dox me, all you want. You can try to swat me, but like, I know all the police all around my area. They're fully aware that people are gonna try swatting me and have continued to try to swat me. I'm not really worried about them. It's more so the 764 group that stemmed from the comm, which is a whole different set of evil that I've never seen, where they want to like they want to sex steward children. They like, and usually for the people out there that are not familiar with that term, is when somebody sends naked photos, could be an adult or a child, and the second that those photos are sent, they say, if you don't send me X amount of dollars, I'm going to send this to your family, your friends, your school, your loved ones, and they try to extort them out of funds. Most of those sex orders, not that it's okay by any means, but most of them are just trying to make money. They're not trying to do anything evil. And 9 times out of 10, they're never going to send that to anybody. Because they're never going to get paid if they do, number one, and number two, they're like, if they was a child that they have nude images of, they would be distributing CSAM, like child sexual abuse material. So, you know, it happened. The reason why I say that is I have a family member very close to me that it happened to. He sent stupid pictures. He was an underage boy, and I won't say his name, obviously, but I had to coach him through how to deal with these people, and they wanted money. They didn't want any of this other evil stuff. And I got them to click a link, the scammers. I found out that they were in, you know, a foreign country that was, you know, I believe it was Nigeria. It was a couple years ago, but I think it was Nigerian scammers. And I told them, just ignore them. Just don't say anything to them, ignore them. I know it's hard. I know you probably feel like they're gonna ruin your life, but they have no benefit in sending your photos to anybody. And they did. That doesn't mean that it doesn't happen. It just didn't happen to him, and most of the time, why would they? It's wrong, and I'm not saying it's right. I'm not trying to make it sound okay, but in comparison to what these sex orders do, it's not even comparable.
I remember you telling me about these guys the last time we met in Florida.
Yeah.
How bad this shit is.
Yeah, I've been working on this for a long time. And with Sentinel, it's been a few months, but I've been working on it for a long time. So it is...
How did these guys pop on your radar?
So I was, a federal agent actually gave me a heads up about them. And from there, I never heard of them at that point. And I started digging in, just reading the public stuff out there, and it blew my mind. It was like the clearest definition of, you know, evil. Like, I keep saying the word, but it is just pure evil. And that's what they want. That's what they're going for. But it's just hard to believe that people out there exist that are even worse, or if not the same level of evil as the other people that I'm fighting against. And a lot of them are teenagers and young 20-somethings, but you know, there's the random 30, 40-plus-year-olds that are involved in this as well, that they just want to cause harm. They want to cause destruction. And what is the next level? It's, you know, it starts with, and I'll get into some of the terminology, but they call it cut signs, or I've heard in some of the groups, cut sluts is what they'll call the little girls, where they cut a username into their arm or their breasts or their legs or whatever part of their body. And it started with that, and then it was, okay, what's the next step? Kill the animals, and then, you know, hold up a username on a piece of paper, and then hold the dead animal in the other hand. And, you know, like that group will then send that message everywhere. And then the person thinks by doing that, the child thinks by doing that they're going to stop, they're going to leave them alone. And what ends up happening is they know that that victim is going to keep doing whatever they ask, because they've already done it, and now they're in possession of the nudes, and these people will send it to your family and friends. And it's just unbelievable. There's more to it, but I want to show you some of the content and some of the questions that I'm sure you're going to have. I can answer, and I want to. There's just so much to this that I could go on like an hour tangent trying to explain it. But could I just start by showing you this situation, and then we'll take it from there. So I went into the 15-year-old that started it. He started luring minors from Minecraft. That's where it all began. It all started with him luring minors on Minecraft to, you know, sextort them and make them self-harm. The group was influenced by Order of Nine Angles, which is a Satanist group outside of the internet, which is a combination of Satanism, neo-Nazism, occultism, and all kinds of things. So, you know, obviously that goes with, if I want to just read a list, it's rejected empathy, promoted ritual violence, belief in culling, which, if you know what culling is, that means that real power comes from harming others without hesitation. So that's like a whole Satanist belief. And then there's a ton of offshoots, a ton of these other I got groups that I have notes that, no exaggeration, this long, full of different groups that are doing the same thing, full of members.
How many members does this 764 group have?
If I don't have an exact number on it, but if I had to guess, 20,000, 30,000.
20,000 people.
Oh, it's huge. Like, there is no shortage of these scumbags. No shortage. The average vulnerable target that they're going for is 9 to 17 years old.
That's good.
9?
9 to 17. That's the average. They'll go for anybody, but that's usually what they run into in these games like Minecraft and Roblox and other social media apps. And without going into more of these notes, because I'm just trying to hit some key points and not forget them, they're targeting minors, and I have a few screenshots to show you this, on mental health forums. So they'll go to a mental health forum where they see somebody who's struggling as a kid, saying that they're either being bullied in school and they don't want to live anymore, or that they're self-harming already, and they'll pretend. So they lure from those groups, they groom them by trying to be their friend or pretend to be their boyfriend, and give them actual mental health therapy. Sorry, it's hard for me to even say this. Mental health therapy. And I'll read those conversations, some of the grooming that they do, and they even have playbooks on how grooming, and they have an over 240-page manual on how to do this to children that they share amongst each other. And they, like I said, they're all in mental health forums. They even I have a tweet that I took a screenshot of. I'll show you, where it's a group that where they're saying, like, join here if you're struggling with mental health, and it's just a direct link into one of these horrible groups that, as soon as that person or child, mostly children, believes that person's their boyfriend or their friend or their girlfriend, one or the other, and they send those nude photos, the second that happens, then they go right into the extortion and extreme violence. All they want to create what's called, and like I said, I'll get into the slang, they want to create what's called a lure book. So it's like a collection of all of their extortion material that they could use against them. And do I need to use any more of these? Yeah, so, okay, in these notes to over 250 ongoing investigations by the FBI, briefings at Europol conference, FBI classified 764 as as a domestic
Terrorist group.
terrorist group. Yep. And then there's a bunch of people that were arrested. But where do you see the time that a lot of these people got? It's nothing, man. It's nothing. And some of them are having children kill themselves. Like, it's mind-blowing. It is absolutely mind-blowing. But I'll read.
Are you talking about time they got in prison?
Time they got in prison. Yeah.
They've had people kill themselves through extortion, and I mean, what is this sentence? What is it?
So I'll read you some of the stories. Okay. So these are just notes that I wrote for this podcast, and I figured that I would do a lot of it off the top of my head, but it gets me so worked up that I'm probably better off just making sure I get this on point. But 14-year-old, and I'm just going to use their first names, the victims, even if it is public. 14-year-old Elliot joined the black metal music forum during a tough family transition and started at a new high school. 764 members pretended to be supporting quote-unquote friends, directing him to gore sites, which later escalated to him carving satanic symbols into his skin and producing hundreds of self-harm photos categorized as CSAM. So that was one, and something that I learned is that self-harm pictures within themselves, even if it's children, from what I read, is not considered CSAM, like child sexual abuse material, but if it is sexualized, it turns into child sexual abuse material. So that's a weird thing for me. I don't fully understand that. Another one. Teenage girl named Eve was found in another Discord server. Discord's a chat application that a lot of them use. By a 764 member posing as a friend. He faked giving her a ton of affection, support, which in quotes, which she desperately needed at that time, which is what she said. Then extorted naked photos and forced her on video to carve usernames deeply into her skin, and strangle and behead her pet hamster. A member said, "Bite the head off, or I'll F your whole life up," in quotes. And later, she cut herself deeply in the bath to, as they told her to, turn the water red. And there's, a video of her in a bathtub that's red, full of her blood. They even sent a SWAT team to her home, as well as leaving a permanent 764 scars all over her body. She's still in therapy, and she did all of this in her bedroom closet, and I have the pictures to show you this with this particular victim. A 25-year-old man, deep in depression, was targeted by a female that was also recruited into 764, so likely a victim herself that was converted into an extorter, which happens often, by the way.
That happened. That's common.
That's common because these kids, they're already, a lot of them struggling with mental health issues. They find a group that they think are their friends somehow, and then they start extorting other kids. So it's a vicious cycle that needs to be broken. She started, so in this particular case, the 25-year-old man, deep in depression, was targeted by a female, recruited into 764. She started daring him to commit self-harm videos, which later escalated to him dousing himself in gasoline, lighting himself on fire in his hotel room. As the group watched and laughed at him, he passed away. See screenshot I wrote of the virtual funeral, because that's what he said, "Watch my virtual funeral." And I want you to hear these idiots in the YouTube video as this guy lights himself on fire.
Bishkek, called Tashtar Ata. He found a spot in the snow, set up his phone, and lit himself on fire. The entire ordeal played out live on a Discord call. At least 29 users were in the server while it happened, as he was propping up his phone, sitting on the ground, praying, then dousing himself. Some were recording, others were cheering. In one clip, someone shouts out the group. Another calls her by name.
Shout out to Discord. Fucking Xanax. Shout out to fucking 764.
Big shout out to Money and big shout out to SMLK. And we gotta say,
It took you so fucking long.
633 is better than 764.
Yep. the worst death possible, man.
You hear that? So he said he said that is the worst death possible, man. And they're laughing about it. And what you didn't see on the screen is a blurred video of him lighting himself on fire dead on the ground as these people are laughing at him and naming out their groups that are not associated with 764 but offshoots of 764. So that's from a public YouTube video, but relates to that story I was just telling you. Another one, in one case, a person was already arrested, threw a brick through the window of a pregnant teen's car that was lured from Roblox. She threatened to report the group to NCMEC, National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, and the shock put her into cardiac arrest, killing her and the baby. The guy was arrested for being part of the meaning the 764 group, and he had his own offshoot, and was charging $50 to $200 for bricking, swatting, and doxing services. So bricking, like I said, I'm going to go over these terms, but bricking means show up at somebody's house and either throw a brick through their window, shoot it up with a gun, vandalize it, break windows, do something, record the video, and post it. And sometimes when they do this bricking thing, they'll do it to their own members to see if they're loyal and you know, like, won't call the cops, and if the cops come, they won't snitch. They'll literally do it as a loyalty test, which gets even worse in a bit. But that's what bricking is, and that guy is arrested. 22-year-old member of one of the groups kidnapped the 12-year-old girl in Virginia. He was convicted and sentenced to, this is a long sentence, to 350 years in prison. 764 group also leveraged animal torture, incest, self-harm, bestiality from their victims. 17-year-old member Reno live streamed himself attacking an 82-year-old man, and 2 weeks later he murdered a 74-year-old woman on video who he believed to be Roma to prove his loyalty to the group. He was only sentenced to 14 years, and I have a video of that, which is very disturbing. He hurt an old man terribly and murdered an old woman gruesomely live on Discord, the chat application, just to prove to these people that he had what it takes to be part of their group.
What the fuck is wrong with these people?
And did you hear the sentence? 14 years. 14 years.
Where was that?
I don't know off the top of my head.
14 years.
I would imagine it wasn't the United States, because if he believed them to be Roma, that's like a usually other countries. So another one, a 13-year-old girl. This happened 4 days ago.
Where?
In Washington State. A 13-year-old girl was found hanging in a parking lot in Washington while live streaming her suicide. The chat was encouraging her to take her clothes off because they said it would be hotter, quote unquote. And I have the article about that, but she the criminal that convinced her originally to live stream this was he was dubbed with hundreds of crimes, and he victimized more than 30 children alone by himself. This one guy. The 13-year-old girl was hanging in a parking lot dead, while the chat was telling her to get naked because it would be hotter. And that just happened, so I don't know about an arrest on that yet. Slang, which I'll get into the videos in a second. So cut signs, cut sluts, carving names, group names into their skin very deeply. Not like scratching a little bit, like going in, you know? Permanent
told
scars.
Me in Florida that one girl was swallowing razor blades.
A little boy, yeah.
Or a boy.
Yeah, a little boy was swallowing razor blades on camera. Allure book, Allure book is a victim collage of CSAM that they will use to threaten to show family, friends, in school. Luring via social media, online games, leverage for nudes, and later extort via self-mutilation, suicide, and all the other things. Like one of them is lighting a homeless person on fire with a Molotov cocktail. That's something else that I'll show you. Swatting, sending a SWAT team to a victim's house, tricking the local PD into believing an actual crime is being committed in their house. Tradecraft, that's the evasion playbook. So meaning they're encrypted chat rooms, and you need proof of crime to enter. So Like, you know, either it's a combination of you doing self-harm, showing the victims that you've had do things to themselves, murder videos of you doing things to animals or people, something that, you know, that they call that tradecraft. To get initiated into these groups, you need to prove I'm sorry. Tradecraft is the evasion side of things, like how to hide. I don't know why I have it on the same line here, but the proof of crime to enter is what most of them require for you to join these private groups, where these people are at. Unless you're a victim, they'll just bring you in, obviously. Bricking, I explained what that is, throwing a brick or gunshot at the house, or multiple gunshots, where one of the cases was a teenage girl pregnant with a baby, and the brick went through her back windshield, put her into cardiac arrest and killed her and the baby, just from a brick going through the windshield.
Why would a victim want to join this? Do they
wish I
feel
could tell
like they don't belong anywhere else after they've become a victim because of the extortion?
It could definitely be the case.
Why would you want to do that to somebody else after you've just been through it?
I don't know. I can't put myself in their heads, because I can't comprehend this as a human being, how you could even do something like this.
Me neither.
So I don't know how a victim could turn into one of these scumbags, but it happens often, unfortunately. And they're young, impressionable kids. So the way I look at it, as I was young at one point in online chat rooms, and thank God I never had anything like this happen to me, and I never sent a naked photo in my life. So I've never had as a possibility, but I could see with some of the hacking communities I hung around doing illegal things, I could see myself doing something stupid that I normally wouldn't be doing otherwise, because I wanted to fit in with that specific group. And, you know, you talk about a 12, 13-year-old something, girl or boy, maybe these people have convinced them what they're doing is okay. So I don't know. I'm just trying to rationalize why somebody could be that evil, but that it is a thing. And then the last one I want to add here, Sean, is blood writing, which is a very common thing they like to do, which is smearing blood on the wall, usually satanic symbols, usernames, and group names, in their own blood from the cut signs. So from there, I kind of want to put it in your hands here, where you can see. What do you think the best way of doing this is? Because I have them organized in folders for the different categories of stuff. So do you have any questions before I show you that stuff, or do you want to see it and then talk about it?
Just flip it around and show it to me.
There was a lot. Like it's going to take a second to go through. So.
What am I looking at here?
So I don't have them in order because this is a shared cloud thing. But luring, grooming. Like if you start with luring, and you see here, like just double click it. Join cool friendly. Yeah, if you want to read them.
Join cool friendly server to help you go through your hard times.
And that's a direct
Discord link.
Yeah, direct link for one of their communities. And then you hit the right arrow key here.
Outpatient Wellness Center.
And then if you read their description.
No CP, gore leaking, no drugs, guns, or nudity, no advertising. Join group. Cultist Discord's thread. Join if you are any of the following: mentally ill, fatherless, daddy issues, schizo,
borderline personality disorder, and then fem cells, like you act like a girl or feel like a girl or something like that. So that's just some of the luring. It's easy, this is how kids could join a group and not know like what they're joining in advance. They think, wow, this is a group full of people that might help me with whatever I'm going through. And if you scroll to grooming, here's this is one they share amongst each other.
Grooming. Grooming is very commonly used and easy way to get content. Usually when you have groomed your victim, she will do exactly as you say, no matter what. You have to make your victim think that you are her god and that you own her and forever will. You can find victims on games like Roblox or on social media platforms like X, formerly known as Twitter, Reddit, and Instagram, etc. Once you have found your victim, you have to spend a lot of time on her, make her think you can relate to a lot of stuff and play games with her. Call her cute nicknames when you have talked for a little, like princess, darling, honey, etc. This will make her more attached to you because females love being called nicknames. Once you have talked for a while, you are going to ask her to be your girlfriend, which she most likely is going to say yes to. Now that she is under your control, you may start asking her for stuff like nudes, personal information, etc. If she doesn't do self-harm already, then you must extort your victim. But if she does, she will almost guaranteed cut for your dirty needs when you have done all of this.
Yep, and then here's, if you just skip that one, this is just the, you don't have to read the whole thing, this is a guy grooming a victim.
I'm really sorry and I love you a lot. You're the most beautiful, cutest, sweetest, most adorable girl in the world. But the only problem is that you're not my girl and I want you to be. I know I'm somewhat demanding of things. I'm sorry for that. And I'll work on that issue of mine.
Sure.
I'm just saying, I really want you. You're the sweetest girl in the whole world and I'm like obsessed with you. I don't know, but I'm sorry for threatening you. I thought I was gonna lose you, so I just started saying stupid shit. I would really like you or anything. You're too sweet and cute for me to do something like that to you. If you gave me a chance and we date, I promise and vow on my life I'll make it the best RLS you'll ever have.
I have no idea what that one is.
And hopefully the last. We can have fun all the time and I'll text you nonstop. I'll block every girl on my friends list, even the guys if you want that. I won't talk to anyone for you. I really like you a lot and I'm really sorry. Mwah, mwah, mwah. Is it the same guy?
Is it? No, it's a different person. Each one's different.
I don't understand this shit. But what are you talking about? LOL.
I totally wasn't stalking your account. What you doing? Totally. I'm in bed right now. Papa finna get in shower. She says I'm tired. He says take a shower with Papa. Or he says take a shower with Papa. She said I'll be naked. Scary. He goes, Papa will be naked too. It's okay. Daughter's supposed to take showers with Papa's. Papa will make you squeaky clean, okay? She says, yes, clean me, touch all over me. He says, I will. Papa will have to touch your private stuff. And this is in the grooming stage, remember, where they don't know they're about to get extorted.
Jeez.
I mean, you can see, please don't leave me. I'll do anything. I'll do it fine. I love you so much, more than anything, anyone else in the entire world. You make me so happy when I hear your voice. I smile so much. Your voice is so pretty. You're the most beautiful girl in the entire world, and I hope you know that. You make me so happy. I hope you know how much I love you so much. I'm really sorry for the things I've done. Please forgive me. I love you. Respond. I'm sorry. He just is blowing up her messenger because she's not answering him. And that's the grooming side of things, which, you know, appears, if you were to not know anything else, it appears like a guy that wants to get, you know, hook up with a girl that's young. So I skip some of that. And then from here, start to get into things that are a little more rough. So here's some of the guides you already read. Grooming, the extortion one, if you want to read that.
To start off, for you to be able to extort, you must also have the ability to groom. Without grooming, you won't even get any information or any nudes. And if you groomed your victim, you pretty much have control of her. To extort a female properly, you must have the following. Personal information, addresses, names, phone numbers, and nudes. Once you have this stuff, you may start threatening your victim with, for example, sending her nudes to her parents, swatting, and leaking personal information, etc. If she doesn't do as you say, examples, make a blood sign, make a cut sign, kill your cat, and kill yourself. At the end, if you have done everything correctly, you should have gotten exactly what you want to. Remember, never say, content is content, because no one wants to see some shitty cat scratches.
Right, meaning there's content is content. What they're saying is they don't want you to grab like a paper clip and write a username into their arm. They want you to deeply cut it into there where it's going to permanently scar and bleed bad. And you read that. There's a website, and I won't name the website, but there's a website that has, look how long that takes to read, the average. They have a whole handbook on people, like they train each other on how to extort minors into doing these horrible things. It's unbelievable.
Jeez. This is the prologue of the handbook. This handbook is a comprehensive guide that provides deep insights into the tactics and strategies that can be used to blackmail and exploit victims, primarily through the use of compromising photos or videos. It delves into aspects of coercion and highlights the various methods to maintain control.
Oh, coercion.
Coercion. Instill fear and coerce victims into complying with the perpetrator's demands. Additionally, it offers step-by-step instructions for everything there is to know about carrying out a successful scheme, from identifying potential targets to executing the blackmail process to creating convincing fake identities, maintaining anonymity online, monetizing and safely storing content, ensuring that the perpetrator remains untraceable.
I thought
This is not a handbook to teach victims how to protect themselves or seek help, but rather to teach perpetrators how to locate and exploit their victims. So my dear reader, if you choose to go further, it is at your own risk. You've been warned, but on the other side, you may find a way to unleash your deepest desires. We can all only hope, right?
Yeah, so I cut the book at that point, but there's a 240-page book, and here's what they would talk about for a 14-year-old, and they rank it based on, like, you can read it. It's very
Jeez. Choose this age if you are specifically seeking young victims who can be controlled for a long time. 14-year-old identity. Victim reach, 3 stars. Receiving nudes, 3 stars. Success, 5 stars. Long-term victim, 4 stars.
Yeah, and they're doing that for a 14-year-old. They're saying that's the odds of all of them things happening. This is, yeah, so girl, if I can skip right to it.
Girl, here I am making another video.
It should be around.
I just saw her
No,
though.
this is not it. Here's that girl right here.
What is this?
This is just a girl. She doesn't hurt herself, but listen to what they say.
Please, no.
Okay, well, listen to us, babe. Come on. We're trying to help you out.
I just want to be left alone.
Oh, I understand. It's not that simple.
Can I please just do that?
You want to leave the server? I don't know if yeah. I think she's got to work for it.
Definitely.
What the fuck is that? Are you like dyslexic or something? Holy shit.
I'm looking in the camera to do it.
Dude, you're stupid. Hey, can you hear us? Hello?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Hey, what's up? Yeah, I'm 27 years old, by the way, and I want your daughter to do stuff for me.
Okay, that's fine. I'll report you to the police.
Oh, I'm sure you will, fatty. Can you leave the room, though? I'm busy talking with your daughter. I just saw her tits. She's like 16, I'm 27. Make her lift up her shirt.
The video would end here, right? Watch what happens. The girl is back. The dad gives her the computer back.
What?
Yeah, watch. See? He's back. And he ends it with, "Do you want to die tonight?" But the dad gives that girl the access to the internet after he just saw and heard, not even her hurting herself, but them threatening her. That's a bad parent in my opinion. This girl is just cutting her ponytail, but it's very sad.
Oh no, should we press send?
Fine. Fine, okay.
Go. Start cutting. Chop, 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 chop.
this is the extortion side of things. I wanted to show you some, not as, I don't want to show you videos of, what you're thinking, because it's too much. These are some of the cut signs.
Oh my God, dude.
That is the name of a person.
That is fucking nuts.
And that's the name of the group. That's another name of the group with, just pointless hate. This is very deep.
Holy shit.
And if you read this one, oh no, hold on, let me get you the first one so it makes sense. Right here. It's hard to read, but it says,
Laughing as they called me names, reposted my videos and pictures. I strip myself down. I don't recognize a single square inch of my body. It's all branded, cut up, and bruised. I hate them so much.
and then that's the name of the group that's cut into her stomach, that part of the groups. Here's some, they're called blood signs, where they cut themselves and put the blood on the wall. And a lot of times it's satanic things, which I have one you can read.
You want to read it? I don't want to read the wrong names.
The username made me paint the walls of Eden with my blood, snuffed my humanity. Where is your God now? And it's a wall covered in their blood, the satanic symbols that they drew onto the wall. Very, very graphic. They cut themselves deeply and write this into the walls. I sold my soul to the group name, written on this wall with handprints of blood, upside down crosses, pentagrams. I sold my soul to that group name again, completely different victim.
Do you want us to put these up?
I mean, you're welcome to take all of this.
I mean, has anybody done this? Is this...
There's some of this is, like almost all of this is public. I wanted to make sure I wasn't putting anything illegal on your show.
Public where? Is this...
On different forums and stuff. Animal abuse. There's a girl holding up her cat, covered the head of the cat, but that's the guy's username, very popular in this, all of these cults, all these groups, and that's just a victim, but she literally murdered her cat.
Get career ready in months. Train hands-on at Universal Technical Institute to become an
Jocko Willing, welcome to the show, man.
Thanks for having me on. Appreciate it.
It's an honor to have you. It's an honor to have you. I can't believe it took this long, but here we are. And seriously, man, I've been watching you for a very long time. I mean, I've heard about you when I was in the SEAL teams, and even though we've never met, I just want you to know that I have a tremendous amount of respect for you. And a lot of the guys that I went through buds with served with you, under you, and you just have a reputation as a leader that is unmatched. And I just want to say it truly is, man. It's an honor to be sitting across from you today. So thank you for making the time.
Well, I appreciate it. I was very lucky to learn from some really great people and be surrounded by a bunch of awesome dudes, and awesome to see what you're doing these days, getting after it for sure.
Thank you. But yeah, so everybody starts with an introduction here. Jocko Willink, a retired Navy SEAL and Silver Star recipient, commanded the SEAL Team 3's Task Unit Bruiser in Ramadi, Iraq, the most highly decorated special operations unit in the entire Iraq War. I did not know that until today. #1 New York Times best-selling author, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu black belt. You also own an MMA and fitness gym in San Diego. You're an OG podcaster with over 1 billion views. Host of the presidential special, Above, Below, and Beyond, celebrating 250 years of the U.S. Navy and Marine Corps, which is streaming now. A business titan with everything from leadership consulting to American-made clothing and supplements to a soccer club in your portfolio. Husband to Helene and father of 4. Most importantly, you're a Christian. And, Jocko, every year since I started this in Christmas of 2019. And, you know, we were still at war back then. I guess we are kind of still right now, too. But meaning, like, you know, Afghanistan, the same war that we were involved in. And, you know, when I started this, it was pretty much all for veterans. And I wanted to make the biggest episodes, the Christmas and the Thanksgiving episode, because I remember what it's like to be deployed overseas, sitting on your ass, or maybe not sitting on your ass, but without your family on Christmas and Thanksgiving. So I always make it a point every year to bring something inspiring, motivational, somebody that everybody that can look up to, and you're the perfect man for this year's Thanksgiving episode. So I just want to say thank you again.
Yeah, appreciate it for all the guys and men and women that are overseas right now. Yeah, I did some deployments during those time frames, and it's always a good time to focus on work a lot, so you don't have to think about home very much, because you're missing out.
But I thought, if it's okay with you, I thought maybe we could open this episode with a prayer.
Sure.
Perfect. Jesus, I just want to say thank you for having Jocko here today. And, you know, we're going to release this on Thanksgiving. And Thanksgiving is just a holiday that's full of love, family, and friends. And both Jocko and I both know, as well as a lot of people, that a lot of people are not able to enjoy those things on Thanksgiving. For whatever reason, whether they are first responder, police officer, and they're out, or they're in the military and they're deployed, or maybe they just have a lot of loss and not a lot of people around them. But whatever those reasons are, we want this episode to reach them, to bring them joy on Thanksgiving, and just something that they can look forward to, and hopefully they can take something out of this. And that's also just for everybody in general. I know this is going to be an extremely powerful episode. There's going to be a lot of life lessons in here, and just little nuggets that people can take with them and better their life with them. And that's what we intend to do here today. So please make that happen. Amen. But all right, Jocko. Well, got a couple of things to crank out here before we start the big interview. So I got a couple of gifts for you. One of them,
oh yeah, the famous gummies.
The famous Vigilance League gummy bears, legal in all 50 states still. No funny business. It's just candy. I know you're not a big sweets guy, but maybe give them a try on the flight home. So,
thanks, man.
Yeah, and then I have another gift for you. This is from my friends over at USCCA. And they wanted me to give you a lifelong membership. So basically what USCCA does, you're a concealed carry permit holder, which I don't know if you are in California. If you're not, I know Newsom, I can maybe make an introduction. But no, look, bottom line, if you ever have to defend yourself, your family, your friends, if you ever have to get into some type of an engagement with a bad guy, these people have your ass. They're going to take care of all of the legal fees and coach you how to get through it. And they're a huge fan of yours. And so I just wanted to present that to you.
That's awesome. When you go through the concealed carry course in California, the state mandated one, most of the course is them telling you what a problem it's going to be if you ever have to use your weapon. So it's nice to have these guys as backup, man. Thank you.
You're welcome. And then last thing before we move on here, I have a Patreon account. It's a subscription account. A lot of these guys and girls have been with me since the very beginning when I was doing this in my attic, and we've turned it into quite the community. So what we do is we offer them the opportunity to ask every guest a question. This is a good one. Has to do with leadership. This is from Nick Farrell. Looking back at your career now, what was your greatest flaw as a leader? What advice would you have given yourself as a young officer?
Yeah, well, for me, fortunately, I didn't have to experience much time as a young officer because I was a prior enlisted guy. But when I look back at my career, one of the biggest things that I noticed is that I never really cared about what happened after the teams. for me, it was just about the teams, and I didn't really think about it for myself. I didn't really think about it for anybody else. So, you know, for a guy, like for instance, I never gave anyone any financial advice. I never said, hey, you might not want to buy that brand new F-350 Super Duty that's $70,000 and you're going to spend your whole re-enlistment bonus on it. You should probably do something else with that. And I never really did that, and never really encouraged anyone to get an education. You know, when someone came to me about getting an education, I'd say, do you want to go to sniper school? Do you want to go to breacher school? You know, we got you. And so I was very, very focused on the teams. And you know, that's just the way I was. And I recognized when I retired that there is something after the teams. And so I wish I would have paid a little bit more attention to that, especially for the guys that I was responsible for. And I didn't do a great job of that.
So you're saying, in a nutshell, you would have taken more of a stake in their personal lives to watch them succeed?
Yep.
Interesting. Do you feel like I'm learning a lot of leadership lessons right now. And do you feel, and I do that, with I would say the majority of my team, I take a great interest in their personal lives because I want them to succeed. Do you feel, but there's a caveat to this that I have learned throughout doing this. Does that blur the lines?
No.
Blur the lines of leadership?
No, and again, look, as far as their personal life, if a guy was having problems with his marriage or problems with his kids or something like that, I would do whatever I could to help him out with that. But I'm saying as far as planning life outside of the teams, I didn't think much about it. And so, and even if a guy was having a problem with his wife or with his kids, my focus would be, okay, how can we get that fixed? So you can go on deployment, so you can get back to being in a platoon, which is what everybody wants to be doing anyways, most of the time.
Gotcha. Well, thank you for that. Let's move into your life story. So listen, I want to do a life story on you. It's gonna be a long one, and there's quite a few rabbit holes that I'd like to go down with you and I want to use this interview I want to learn a lot about leadership for myself. So I know I have a lot to work on.
You and me both.
But where'd you grow up?
I grew up in a small town in New England on a dirt road, and both my parents were school teachers. Pretty normal. My mom taught English and my dad taught history, and I was not interested in either one of those things. So I was kind of a rebellious kid. But
wait, what?
You know, nothing totally out of bounds. You know, I had a lot of energy and probably a lot of aggression, and so you know, I was kind of looking to get out of that town as soon as I could when I was growing up, and that's why the military is a nice opportunity to do that.
Siblings?
Yeah, I got an older sister and a younger sister.
So you're a middle child?
Yep, middle child.
No shit, I was not expecting that one.
Yeah, well, and yeah, I forget what the middle child is supposed to be like. Am I not like the middle child?
Then I wouldn't consider you to be a middle child. But there is
what's the characteristics of the middle child?
I don't know how to articulate that.
Okay,
but
fair enough.
I think that the characteristics of a middle child would be bouncing around a lot from thing to thing, and trying to find your place.
Yeah, no, I found my place.
I know you did.
Yeah.
What were you into as a kid?
You know, I wasn't really great at any sports. You know, I played soccer and basketball. I wasn't really good at either one of them. I was okay, but definitely not great. I liked music. I liked hardcore music and heavy metal, and that's where I spent a lot of my time, listening to hardcore music and heavy metal when I was a kid. Surfed, luckily, skateboarded. Went to hardcore shows in New York City when I was a young kid, which was amazing. And, you know, that kind of scratched my rebellious... I've always been a little bit of a rebellious kid, and so that kind of made me feel like I was scratching that itch. And I just related to it, you know? I related to the first time I heard, like, heavy music. It sounded right to me. As opposed to a lot of the, you know, other music that was out there, you know, like pop music. It didn't sound right to me. but hardcore and heavy metal sounded right to me. And there was a lot of that kind of push yourself, also like a DIY ethic of, hey, you got to do stuff yourself. If you wanna do something, if you want something, you got to go make it happen. And that stuck with me for sure.
Breaking news: Peacock has been taken over by the bad guys. Now the heist hits home.
We brought you a little gardening gift.
Classy like that. Be on the lookout for usual suspects and some new accomplices.
I think it's time we introduced ourselves. See, this is why I'm not a cat person.
Build a website you love with Wix. For your words, create your brand, your opportunity, your breakthrough. Feeling a vibe? Run with it. From can't look away to gotta have it. Make every detail yours. Bring out what's hot. Remove what's not. Crystallize it. Instantly set a tone that speaks in your voice to your audience. Keep moving. Your site grows with you. Add solutions that meet you where you are and take you where you want to go. Smooth to make, easy to love.
When did jiu-jitsu start for you?
My first platoon.
Oh, it didn't start until your first platoon.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, jiu-jitsu was not even remotely a thing when I was growing up. It wasn't, like, Brazilian jiu-jitsu was completely unheard of. This is in the 80s. In America, there was no Brazilian jiu-jitsu. It wasn't even in the magazines yet. It was nowhere. So that wasn't it. It wasn't until my first platoon where I got introduced to Brazilian jiu-jitsu.
What about wrestling?
Didn't wrestle. My high school didn't even have a wrestling team.
How big was your town?
Graduated with 85 people in my class. Yep.
It's like where I grew up.
Yep. Small town.
What got your interest in the military then?
I do not remember actually wanting to do anything else. The only thing I ever wanted to do, as far as a job goes, was be some kind of commando. And I collected little soldiers when I was a little kid. I had the British commandos from World War II. I had a little Airfix set, 1/32 size of British commandos, and they had Zodiac boats, and they had kayaks, and they had, the black watch caps on, and I thought that was the coolest thing. And eventually I figured out that you could have that as an actual job.
Very cool, very cool. I want to go back real quick to the rebellious. Why do you think you were so rebellious?
I don't know. I think part of it's like psychologically, right? I think all kids will have this. You have to rebel against your parents at some point because you have to get out there. You have to leave them. And so you kind of create friction so that you can release. So I think that was part of it. And I also think I just looked around at the world and just, had the angst of a young teenage child. You got a lot of testosterone flowing through your blood, and you just want to fight and get after it. And that's kind of what I did.
Were you a troublemaker?
I was a borderline troublemaker, but also, like, I didn't drink, didn't do any drugs. There was a whole subgenre of music called straight edge music, which I wasn't fully into that, but straight edge music is like no drinking, no drugs, but I was close enough to it that that's the way I heard that messaging of, drinking and drugs were bad. Mm-hmm. That's kind of a weak thing to do, and so never drank and never did drugs in high school.
How would you rebel? Would it be violence?
Yeah, going to hardcore shows, listening to punk rock music, listening to hardcore music, shaving my head, getting in fights, just that kind of stuff.
Right. That kind of stuff. Where did Christianity get rooted into you?
So I was, we went to a church growing up. We went to St. Michael's Church and probably did maybe three to 5 years of that where, and you know, when you look back, you know, people go, where do you get your values from? And I think that's pretty much as an American, that's where our values come from. You know, it's like, that's what you're hearing. And so that's probably the time, well, that's the time where I was going to church, and you know, you're gonna absorb those values.
Mm-hmm. Do you feel like you had a strong faith as a kid, or did that come later on, or?
For where I'm from, it's just kind of normal, man.
Yeah.
It's not some, you know, big deal.
Gotcha.
It's like, this is what you do. And like I said, when you get, you know, I always talk about the fact that you learn a lot when you get a lot of your DNA when you're in your first SEAL platoon, because it's all new, and so it imprints on you. And I think that's just growing up. You know, you go to church, it's imprinting on you, and that's what stays with you.
Holiday joy starts in Michael's with up to 60% off everything you need to decorate. Deck your halls with the latest trends, whether you're dreaming of a pink wonderland or a shimmery winter dreamscape. Visit us in-store or at michaels.com.
Unbeatable year-end rebates from Spencer's TV and Appliance means you'll pay less than the big box stores, guaranteed. And all GE appliances are on sale, with everything you need to upgrade your home before the holidays. And if guests are coming, no stress. Spencer's offers next-day delivery on most appliances, so your holiday kitchen can be ready in as little as 24 hours. Celebrate big savings, big GE rebates, and the fastest delivery in Arizona. Buying at Spencer's is like having Christmas every day.
So let's move back to the moving into the military. So what drew you to SEALs?
I had a friend that did the Army program. You used to be able to go and join the Army Reserves, and in between your junior and your senior year, you'd go to boot camp. And I had a friend that did that, and when he came back, he told me this story, and I've joked about it because I don't know if it's true or not. It's probably not. At least it's not totally true. But this guy told me that when he was in boot camp, they were out on this track. They were out in Fort Benning, and they're out there doing morning PT or something like that. And there's a guy with cami pants on, combat boots, a t-shirt, and a rucksack, and a ponytail, and he's long hair and a ponytail, and he's running around this track. And this friend tells me the story that he asked the drill sergeant. He said, "Drill sergeant, who's that?" And the drill sergeant, without looking back, just keeps looking forward and goes, "Delta." And then my buddy goes, "Drill sergeant, is there anyone that's tougher than Delta?" And the drill sergeant, without looking back at him, just says, "SEAL team." And so I heard that story, dude. I'm a freaking young kid, and that was it, man. Now, again, you know, I don't even know if that actually happened, but you want to know where I first started thinking about the SEAL teams, that was it. And like I said, I grew up in the water, so knowing that the SEALs work in the water, you know, I surfed as a kid up in Maine, which was awesome. And so just having that tied to the water. And then the SEAL teams were stationed, I figured out that the SEAL teams were either in San Diego or Virginia Beach, both of which were cool places in my mind. And so I said, that sounds awesome. Join the SEAL teams and get stationed either in San Diego or Virginia Beach. You can surf and do commando stuff in the water. Like, it's a literal no-brainer to me.
Yeah. Did you look at it? Did you look at any of the other branches, or you were just like, I'm going to do that?
You know, of course, the Marine Corps is always tempting for a young kid because the Marine Corps presents such an awesome image and they're such an awesome unit. But I saw the SEAL teams as, again, it just fit with everything that I thought about being a military personnel would be that.
What age did you enlist?
18.
18?
Yeah.
What did your parents think?
I think they were pretty happy.
Were they really?
Yeah, because I was, you know, it's like you have a plan. I love the military. The military gave me everything. The Navy gave me everything. But initially what they gave me was a plan. This is what you have to do. If you do these things, you're going to be successful. And you get a blank slate when you go in there. No one cares what your background is. No one cares who your parents are. No one cares what grades you got in high school. They just, this is what you got to do. And so, yeah, my parents were stoked. My dad did say, he said, you're not going to like it. And I said, why not? And he said, because you don't like authority and you don't listen to anyone else. And of course, since I knew everything, I looked at him, I said, hey, Dad, it's not like that in the SEAL teams. It's a team. And there's no bosses, you do everything together. So that's how ignorant I was. But yeah, pretty ignorant going into the military, not growing up around it. My dad got kicked out of ROTC, as a matter of fact.
Oh, no kidding.
My grandfather was in the Army. He was a 20-year Army guy, but I didn't know him very well. He died when I was about 10. So didn't have a lot of military information and just thought that the SEAL team sounded like a good fit for me.
And you joined in, was it 90?
1990. Yep.
1990. What was going on in the world in 1990?
Yeah, so, the Gulf War, the original Gulf War, the build-up for the Gulf War was starting, and that's where I thought I'd be going. Yeah, I was pretty stoked about that.
Right on.
Because Panama had happened in '89.
Yeah.
And that was another thing that made me think, wait a second, these guys are out fighting and dying for our country, and I'm not doing that. This is embarrassing. So how do I get in? Who are those guys, and how do I go join them?
Want a motorcycle technician career? At Universal Technical Institute, you can train to service Yamaha motorcycles and other leading manufacturers. Use real tools, train in hands-on labs, and access career search support to help you pursue your goals. Get career ready in a year or less. Apply to start training today. Real skills for real careers. Visit uti.edu.
The wrong pillow mattress combo is why your neck is killing you.
Ashley can literally fix all of that. They've got everything you need for real rest. From cooling mattresses and zero-gravity bases that take the pressure off your back to full sleep systems. Imagine a bed that massages your back, charges your phone, and helps with your spine's alignment. That's exactly what you get with Ashley's sleep-adjustable bases. Better sleep doesn't have to wreck your budget. Ashley has comfort options at every price. If you've been thinking about upgrading, test out the most popular brands before you buy, like Nectar and DreamCloud. Shop Ashley today.
So you enlisted 18, 1990, go to boot camp. Where do we go from there?
Yeah, I mean, I was really stoked when I got to boot camp, because again, for me, it was like blank slate. Here we go. I had one buddy that rode on the bus with me he looked at me and he goes, "Are you going SEALs?" And I said, "Yeah." And he said, "Me too." And so we just hit it off real quick, and he had been through college already. He had knowledge, he understood more than I did. I think he had a mentor that was a SEAL. And so, but we broed up real quick, and he ended up making it through maybe a class behind me. And he ended up, as a Master Chief in the SEAL teams, but just a great dude. He wrestled in college, just a great guy. So, went to boot camp, and then again, I was super, just so open-minded to like what was coming and happy about being there and just stoked to go to Buds. And then showing up at Buds, it was like the best thing ever.
Yeah, man. Did you meet an actual SEAL at all before you? No shit.
Nope.
So you showed up.
I saw one in boot camp, and I just saw one in boot camp. And I think it was a guy that I met later who was getting reprocessed. He had been out of the SEAL teams for a while, and then he'd coming back in, and I kind of recognized him because, I saw one SEAL when I was in boot camp, and I recognized him later. And I talked to him. He's just a super chill guy, but in my mind, he's this SEAL. So you think he's, the coolest thing in the world.
Yeah, damn.
But no, I never knew any SEALs before I joined.
So how was it showing up for buds for you?
It was awesome.
Were you intimidated?
I mean, I would say not really. I wasn't really intimidated, but I definitely didn't know much about what was going on. When I showed up, there was a poster in medical. They had a Texas Chainsaw Massacre poster in medical, but they'd crossed out Texas Chainsaw Massacres and they replaced it, said Bud's Pool Comp. And they put like a snorkel or whatever, a mask on the kid. And I didn't even know what pool comp was. You know, I didn't know anything about it. And that's interesting.
Yeah, I guess they didn't have it.
Yeah.
They didn't have any of the documentaries or any of that kind of stuff out.
Nothing. So I wasn't really intimidated, but I was just excited. I was just excited. And you know, like I said, I wasn't the fastest runner, I wasn't the fastest swimmer. I wasn't really that good at anything in particular, but I wasn't that bad at anything in particular either. And I was young, I could recover quick, I was fired up, I was very used to the cold. But you know, you're meeting guys that are total studs, you know, you're meeting guys that are D1 athletes and whatever. I had an Olympic alternate in my buds class for gymnastics. Like, how fast can that guy do the O course compared to me? You know what I'm saying? And some D1 water polo players, and you know, just the whole 9 yards. And I was just young and just fired up to be there, stoked.
How many people were in there? Do you remember?
I don't really know. Probably, I don't know. A couple hundred. I mean, 150. I actually don't know.
A lot of people.
I'd have to look at it. But
how did you measure yourself up against the people that you were seeing when you showed up? Like, oh fuck, that guy's gonna make it. That guy's not gonna make it. If that guy made it, you know what I'm talking about?
There was a couple guys that, you know, seemed like studs that quit. The gymnast that I was talking about, Olympic gymnast or Olympic alternate gymnast, quit. I had a D1 water polo player that quit. There was definitely some studs that quit, and I realized, oh, there's a wrestler from Iowa that quit. Not the college, but he was a stud. So yeah, I realized that this isn't all about, you know, what your athletic background is, because it's about being cold, wet, miserable, and suffering. And if you don't like that, you're gonna have problems.
Did you have any problems?
I failed a run, I failed a swim, I failed an O course, I failed pool comp, I failed like everything. When I went through, if you failed something twice, you got rolled. Mm-hmm. But if you failed something once, you could stay with the class. And so if you failed 2 runs, you got rolled. And then if you failed one in the next class, you got dropped. So I only failed one of everything, you know, and some of the ones were, you know, like there were some swims that pretty much almost everyone in the class failed because the tide or the current or whatever. There were some runs where a lot of people failed because it maybe wasn't quite 4 miles. And
maybe a little over.
Yeah, it was a little over. But so I failed a little bit of everything, but not enough to get me rolled. And I stayed with my class the whole time, made it through one shot.
How did you deal with failure?
You asked for it. You're about to discover why they call me the Big Bad. He loves an entrance. Watch this. It's the bad guy.
Peacock brings home the most jaw-dropping,
I see in his mouth.
fantastic, and ferocious family streaming event of the year.
That's nothing compared to our first date.
Just tried to go harder. You know, I failed a run. I paced myself on a run, which I wasn't fast enough to pace myself. I needed, for basically everything that I did in Buzz, I just need to go 100%. Mm-hmm. And probably, I don't know, my 3rd or 4th run in first phase, I was kind of like, oh, I'll try pacing myself. And so I went at a pace and I just was wrong and failed. And so I never paced myself again on those runs. I just ran as hard as I could because that's the only thing I wanted to do, man, was get through that training and be a SEAL. So I just put out hard, and that's how I overcame failure just by pure, just aggressive hard work, man. I failed pool comp, and me and one of my buddies, this shouldn't even be legal, but we got dive equipment from Dive Phase to practice with, but we wore it in the dip tank. So we were pool comping each other in the dip tank on a weekend, and then got through it on Monday, you know.
So for those that are listening, pool comp is an exercise that you do in second phase. It's open circuit diving, and it's one of the more strenuous weeks that you go through in buds. A lot of people fail. It's a lot of people say that pool comp, they basically beat the shit out of you underwater with tanks on. A lot of people say that pool comp is the last major hurdle that you're going to have to pass to get through buds.
No.
So but how did you deal with the mental stress? Did that affect you at all, or was it the physical stuff, or was it both?
I mean, I had fun. You know, I'm not saying it wasn't hard. Like, Hell Week's hard. It's cold, wet, miserable. But, I mean, I wasn't really mentally stressed. I was kind of having fun, you know. I enjoyed it. Like, man, you're going to get to be a frogman?
Yeah.
You know, I'll do it. I would have done whatever they told me to do. Like, I think there's some people that show up to buds that they would rather die. And I was definitely in that category. So, you know, and I think they figured that out. You know, I think they figured out with guys. They go, yeah, this guy, we're not going to break this guy. Because they'll try, you know. But eventually they go, yeah, we can maybe hurt him physically, but we're not going to break him mentally.
So for somebody that's going through buds right now, would you have any advice for them? Or what would your one piece of advice be?
Yeah, I tell people this one piece of advice all the time: don't quit.
Love it.
You know? And that statistically is right, because the vast majority of people that make it through buds, they quit. They don't get performance. If you get rolled for a run, you're gonna have 6 weeks to get better at running. You can pass the runs. You get rolled for swimming, you can get rolled for pool comp, you're gonna get good at pool comp for the next 6 weeks until you start up with your next class. What'd you do for those 6 weeks? You practiced pool comp over and over and over again. So the people that don't make it, generally speaking, quit. So if you don't quit, you should be in a pretty good spot. So don't quit. No.
That's a good point. So where do you go after buds?
Got done with buds and I went to SEAL Team 1.
How was that? Did you pick one?
Yes.
Why
well,
did
I
you
didn't pick one, but I picked West Coast. And, you know, I was going to say this when you talked about being intimidated showing up to buds. And I was kind of like, not really, because it's a big game and it's, you know, get wet and be cold and do push-ups. It's kind of fun. But when I got to SEAL Team 1, it was intimidating going to SEAL Team 1. I was definitely, the atmosphere for a new guy at SEAL Team 1 was intimidating.
I've heard the stories.
Yeah, it was definitely intimidating. We went, myself and 2 other new guys were checking in to the Master Chief. We're standing outside of his door in our uniforms and parade rest, and he calls us in there. And we go to attention. We walk in. We're standing at attention, and he says, "Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. Everyone here has been to buds. It doesn't mean shit. Get out of here." Cool. So then we had like all the new guys assembled together, and that Master Chief came in and said, he said, "Don't be late. Don't forget anything. And keep your mouth shut and your ears open." That's really good advice.
Mm-hmm.
Don't be late. Don't be light. And keep your mouth shut and your ears open. And that's the way it was. You know, that's the way it was. Keep your mouth shut. Keep your ears open. And try and absorb everything that's going on. And again, this is 1991, man. Like the Gulf War that I thought I was going to be in, that they were reporting that there was going to be 30 or 40,000 casualties was over in 72 hours. I missed the whole thing. So this is just a peacetime organization, and even with that, it was pretty intimidating to walk into.
My days don't slow down. Between work, the gym, and time with the kids, I need eyewear that can keep up with everything I've got going on. And that's why I trust Roka. I've tried plenty of shades before, but these stand out. They're built for performance without sacrificing style. I've put them through it all, on the range, out on the water, and off-road. They don't quit. They're lightweight, stay locked in place, and are tough enough to handle whatever I throw at them. And the best part? They don't just perform, they look incredible. Sleek, modern, and designed for people who expect more from their eyewear. No fluff, no gimmicks, just premium frames that deliver every single time. And that's why Roka is what I grab when I'm heading out the door. Born in Austin, Texas, they're American designed with zero shortcuts. Razor sharp optics, no glare, and all-day comfort that doesn't quit. And if you need prescription lenses, they've got you covered with both sunglasses and eyeglasses. One brand, all your bases. Roka isn't just eyewear, it's confidence you can wear every day. They're the real deal. Ready to upgrade your eyewear? Check them out for yourself at Roka.com and use code SRS for 20% off site-wide at checkout. That's ROKA.com.
Do you feel it? That something's off? What if none of this is real? For decades, wars have been fought in silence. No bullets, no bombs, just influence. They're called psychological operations, PSYOPs. What if it's all designed for you? Find out who's really pulling the strings. I'm Sean Ryan, and this is Target Intelligence PSYOP, an Ironclad original. In this 8-part audio experience, we uncover the ghosts in the machine. Buy it today at PsyopShow.com.
Real quick, I just want to go back to Bud's graduation. I mean, it sounds like the majority of your childhood you wanted to get into the military. You found the teams, which, you know, is the, if not one of the best, you know, soft units to be in. I mean, what did it feel like for you to graduate?
You know, back then we didn't get our trident or anything. You know, you just graduated, and you still had a lot of hurdles to overcome. I was always pretty paranoid. You know, you asked if, like, when I failed something, I was very paranoid about failing, not wanting to fail. And so even knowing that I was going to SEAL Team 1, knowing I graduated BUDS, it felt good, but it didn't feel like I had completed the journey at all. It felt like, okay, now you got to get through SEAL tactical training, and you got to get through your board with the team. So I didn't have some, you know, elevated feeling of I made it. I never really got that feeling in my 20 years.
Gotcha. All right, back to Team 1. I mean, so you get into Team 1. What kind of team guys are there? What had they been through? I mean, we're in peacetime. You talked about Gulf War. You know, that was pretty short. What kind of experience was in SEAL Team 1 when you showed up?
Other than a couple Vietnam guys, there was, relatively speaking, almost no experience, almost no combat experience.
No shit.
Yep. And so it was kind of weird because the way we trained, you were training for something that no one really understood. And as much as like the Vietnam guys passed down as much as they could, but it still was like you didn't really know what it was you were training for. And that made us train very, very hard because it seemed like combat was this unfathomable, tough thing. And so we better train as hard as we possibly could. And we hoped and prayed that we would get to do one mission. You know, that was the hope And the prayer was maybe we'll get to do what we used to call a real world mission.
Yeah.
You know, real world mission. We would hope and pray that we would get to do some real world mission. And we trained as hard as we possibly could. Everyone was there was a lot of, Team 1 was very, they called it Stalag Team 1. And there's another name for it. But it was very strict.
I've always heard No Fun 1.
No Fun 1. Yep. They had a bunch of names for No Fun 1, Stalag Team 1. And yet, in my first platoon, the older guys would say, Team 1, it's not just a number, it's an attitude. Which, again, now that when I got older, but I was young, dude, I was like, that's a real thing. Like, this is our attitude. And so, we literally had haircut inspections every 2 weeks, uniform inspections with our camis. Like, we had command PT every day. Everything was very professional. And that's how I fit in well with that, or I should say it fit me well because I liked the military and that's what we were doing.
That's interesting considering you don't like authority.
Yeah. I think maybe at this point I had recognized that this was that professionalism was part of the job for me, for like that level of professionalism that I saw was what we were supposed to be like. That was the job. So I bought into it, man.
You don't work 8 to 5, so your bank shouldn't either. Hustle is 24/7 digital banking specifically built for freelancers and your unique financial needs. Visit HUSTLfinancial.com to learn more.
It sounds like when you went to one, when you got into the teams, it sounds maybe similar to what guys might experience today. You've got a lot of past experience. It sounds like when you came in, it was a little bit of past experience with the Vietnam guys. But I mean, the GWOT guys, it's every day there's got to be more and more guys, retiring, calling it a day, moving on with their lives. And now you have this younger generation that's coming in that, isn't. They're not I don't know. Maybe they are doing a lot, but I don't think they're doing a lot. I don't think we got a lot of guys in Ukraine, and so. Do you think are we at a similar time today?
It's a very similar time. It's a very similar time. I tell those young guys now, I didn't shoot my weapon at the enemy for 13 years. And the way you just expressed that, I would have never expressed that because I was having a freaking great time.
Mm-hmm.
We were training hard, we were jumping out of airplanes, we were, diving and shooting machine guns and blowing things up, and like that's what we were getting ready. And so I understand the expression because now, of course, we all look back like, gosh, how could you wait around for 13 years? But that's what it was. That's what we lived in. That's the water that we drank. And so it was, hey, this is what we're doing. And by the way, you're with an awesome bunch of guys. We have fun. Everything is like super professional and also super fun. It's being in a SEAL platoon, man.
Yeah.
I would rather, if I could just, heaven for me would be just like SEAL platoon. SEAL platoon forever. That's what we're doing. And we go to war, cool. We go train, cool. That's what we're doing. It's the best job. And so I didn't know enough to go, I can't believe I got to go on deployment again. No, I wanted to go on deployment.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, there's nothing happening? Cool. We're going on deployment. We're going to go to this country, that country. We're going to work with these group, that group. Maybe something will happen. And if it doesn't, we're still going to be out here doing our best. So I had a good attitude the whole time. Like, it was exactly where I wanted to be. Being in the SEAL platoon was just as good as it gets, man.
Yeah, I guess, I could totally see that. I mean, I guess that attitude probably came in with my generation when we came in. I joined in July of 2001.
Yep.
And so by the time, actually, like 2 days after I graduated boot camp, the towers went down. So I knew. I guess I didn't know.
Yeah, that's a different level of frustration, right? Where if your country is at war and you joined the teams to go to war, if you're not going, yeah, that's gonna be angst, right? That's gonna be problematic for sure. But when there's nothing going on, just I didn't know enough to be frustrated about it.
Yeah,
we're having a good time.
I mean, I think that would come in too. I mean, I think that attitude comes in as well when you see platoons go out and do something and you haven't yet, and then that creates, I don't know if jealousy is the right. I mean, yes, it definitely creates jealousy and maybe some discontent throughout the community. But so, where did you go? Where was your first deployment?
First deployment was to Guam, and this is where I got introduced to jiu-jitsu. So
how did that happen?
We show up in Guam, and this is after our workup, so we're there, and we're sitting in our platoon hut one morning, and this Master Chief comes in. It's an old Master Chief, like he had to be at least like 39 years old or something like that, but he looked like an old man, and he's old lanky old guy, and he says, "Who wants to learn how to fight?" And I'm like, I don't know what this old guy thinks he's gonna teach me, but me and a few other guys, new guys, we raised our hands and all right. So we went to the Navy base, had like a judo training mat. And he told us to meet him there at a certain time. And this guy's name was Steve Bailey. He was a awesome Master Chief in the SEAL teams. And he was a Muay Thai fighter. And he had been training jiu-jitsu with the Gracies in Torrance in the late 80s. So he was like what right now would be considered like a mid-level white belt in jiu-jitsu, and he just lined us up and just tapped us all out over and over again. It's hard to explain to people how little human beings knew about fighting in 1992 before the UFC. Like, no one even understood the guard or the mount or the rear naked choke or the Kimura or the arm lock. It didn't even exist. It didn't even exist, man. And so this guy, you don't even know that he's passing your guard. You don't even know what the guard is. You don't know that he's mounted because you don't even know what the mount is. You don't know that he's taking your arm. You have no comprehension of what's happening. And so he just annihilated us. And to me, I just thought to myself, whatever this freaking guy knows, I will do whatever I can to learn it. And so we started training with him. That was my introduction to jiu-jitsu.
Wow, it just stuck with you ever since.
Yeah.
So how long has it been since then?
Well, that was in 1992, 1993. So
wow. So what? 20? No.
Yeah.
Holy shit. Yeah. 30.
Yeah.
Whatever. 33 years. Is that right?
Something like that.
Wow. 33 fucking years.
Yeah, there was something that I recognized very quickly that it was. I had to learn this stuff. Yeah.
And now you're a black belt.
Yeah. Yep.
Love working on bikes? Train to turn it into a career at Universal Technical Institute. Get hands-on with real tools in our labs and build skills for the industry in less than a year. Real skills for real careers. Visit uti.edu.
It's here, the party shop at Michael's Balloon Bar. Choose from over 700 balloon styles and free helium on select styles. Celebrating is easier than ever. Michael's, everything to celebrate anything.
So that was my first platoon. We go to Guam, and this is 93. There's, we go and do exercises. We work with other, host nations. Again, I'm having a good time. We're training hard. We're partying hard. We're doing what kind of like young SEALs do. But, there's no war going on, except for there were some things that were happening in Somalia. And so there were some guys on board ship from the East Coast and the West Coast that did some kind of operations in Somalia. Then they went from the ship to go do these operations. Now, SEALs back in the 90s, no one wanted to go on the ship, right? And so I got back from that first platoon, and me and a few of my buddies, we were like, hey, we know what we did in Guam, which was nothing, and we know what the guys that were on the ships, they went to Somalia. Let's go on the ships. And so me and a few of my buddies from that first platoon that I'd gone through buds with, and we'd done that first platoon, we volunteered to go on a shipboard deployment. And everyone's like, what are you guys doing? We're like, that seems to have the best chance. So that's what we did. We volunteered for what was called an ARG platoon. On the East Coast, it's called a MARG platoon. We volunteered for the ARG platoon, and we went and did a shipboard deployment, which for me was awesome because we had a lot of assets to train with. We worked very closely with the Marine Corps, which was awesome. We did, we did like their shooting package with the Force Recon guys. We trained with them. We did shipboarding with them. We did a lot of stuff at Camp Pendleton after our own workup. And I also got to learn and understand the structure of the Marine Corps and how they operated, which gave me an insight onto conventional forces at large and what they were doing, interacting with the Navy. It was very, very beneficial for me. I was the primary comms guy in my first platoon. For whatever reason, they didn't have a primary comms guy, and I'd gone to comm school, as a matter of fact, on the East Coast, the SEAL comm school on the East Coast, which was awesome. And so then I was a primary comms guy in my first platoon, so now I'm the primary comms guy in my second platoon, which means I'm sitting with the officers during planning. I'm, learning how the communications work, learning about contingencies, learning about loss of comms plan, learning about QRFs. Like, I was learning things that I wouldn't have been learning if I had been a machine gunner.
Mm-hmm.
So I got very lucky that I was a comms guy, and I had volunteered to be a comms guy. And the reason I had volunteered to be a comms guy was my third day at SEAL Team 1, I had quarterdeck watch back when we used to stand watches, and the officer of the deck, which was another SEAL, said, hey, new guy. I was like, hey, sir. And he said, if you want to be on every mission, be a comms guy, because no matter what the mission is, you will get to go, because if you know how to work comms. And the next morning when we woke up, I went up to the comm shack and I said, hey, I want to be a comms guy, which again, no one had ever volunteered to be a comms guy. So I volunteered to be a comms guy. And then I was a primary comms guy in my first platoon, and now I was a primary comms guy in my second platoon. And then probably one of the most influential things of my life happened in my second platoon. So there was actually a couple pretty pivotal moments. The first one was we had an assistant platoon commander in my second platoon. His name was Alton Lee Grizzard, and he was an absolute freaking stud. He was the quarterback at the Naval Academy. He was record-setting, like he broke Roger Staubach's records at the Naval Academy. He was complete charismatic guy, fun, nice, charismatic, the whole 9 yards. And I was really good friends with him, and he got killed. He got murdered.
He got murdered?
He got murdered in a murder-suicide. So you can go back and look at the news on this, but...
What is a murder-suicide?
Meaning a guy...
Suicide by a cop or something?
No, he was... There was a guy from the Naval Academy, another guy from the Naval Academy who was a submariner, who had been dating a girl from the Naval Academy, who I think was a surface warfare officer. They had been dating. They broke up. Grizz had been like hanging out with her, and this guy showed up at the BOQ, the Bachelor Officers Quarter on Coronado, banged on the door, and Grizz opened the door, and the guy shot Grizz, shot the girl, and killed himself.
Holy shit.
And so, really heartbreaking, terrible scenario. And I was really good friends with him. And we had, he was one of the first people that had a video camera, like a normal person with a video camera. And we had made this video. We were down in Panama doing jungle warfare training. And we'd gone out, and there was this song that said, "Whoop, there it is." You remember this song? And so he had filmed, we were hanging out with these Panamanian girls, and these girls were saying whoop AEA because they didn't speak English, and we're just like in a, you know, partying with these girls, and he had taken this video and he'd shown his dad, and his dad was a warrant officer in the Navy, and his dad, he'd grown up in Japan for the most part, and so Grizz had showed this video to his dad of me and him, you know, with these Panamanian girls laughing in a bar saying whoop AEA because we were just laughing. So when we go to, they had a big service at the Naval Academy because he's a hero at the Naval Academy. And I met his dad, and, you know, his dad recognized me. And, you know, I told his dad because he had told me, because I said to him one day, I told his dad, I said, you know, I said to your son one day, I said, hey, you grew up in Japan. Like, you're going to a Japanese high school. How did you learn to play football? And he said, my old man taught me.
Tasty Trade. Best broker for options trading. Bestopedia 2024. Best online broker for options trading. Forbes 2024. Number 1 desktop options trading platform. Number 1 desktop futures trading platform. Number 1 options trading. Stockbrokers.com. Make your move. Tasty Trade.
Shop your new mattress your way at Ashley. Browse our wide selection online from the comfort of your home, or come in and see what feels good at one of our conveniently located stores. Shop Ashley in-store or online today.
And as that happened, you know, I was very, you know, obviously we're all broken up from this, but I wasn't behaving properly. And my running mate from the SEAL teams, who I went through BUDS with, I went through SCT with, I did 3 platoons with this guy, I was in training cell, and this guy was my roommate the whole time, just like my running mate. And he pulled me aside and he was like, hey, Grizz you're not the only one that lost Grizz. And I thought to myself, he's 100% right. And what it made me aware of is that the way you perceive yourself is not going to be accurate all the time. And you have to be very cautious in the way you behave, because you think you're behaving a certain way, but the other people's perception is going to be different. And there's a really good chance that their perception is more accurate than your own. And that struck me. And this guy was my best friend, and he's telling me like, hey bro, you're not the only one that lost Grizz. And I'm acting like I was the only one that lost Grizz. So it made me aware of that again, just the way you perceive yourself is not the way other people are going to perceive you. So we go through that.
Hold on. How do you today, I mean, that's a big fucking lesson. I would take that as a big lesson.
It was a huge lesson.
You did as well.
It was a huge lesson.
So how did you, moving forward from that, how do you find out how people are perceiving what you're projecting?
I think it's, generally speaking, they're gonna my assumption is that what I'm doing is viewed as negative. My assumption is that if I'm doing something, the assumption is it's viewed as negative. And so if you assume that what you're doing is being perceived as negative, it keeps me in check from behaving in a way that is going to be perceived as negative. I mean, to the best of your ability. I'm not saying, of course, just like every other human, we're all gonna slip up. But recognizing that, like, man, and I'm so thankful that I had a good enough relationship with this guy to tell me that. Because otherwise you'd never would have seen this disconnect between how you're perceived and what you think you're being perceived as. And it was something, it wasn't like I thought to myself, oh, here's how people are seeing me. I was just acting the way I was acting. But it was being perceived in a way that I didn't mean it. I didn't have any intention. But I could see as soon as he said it, I go, oh yeah, that's right. That's right. You need to look at yourself. You need to detach from, the sadness and go, oh yeah, what does it look like? What does it feel like? Never mind what it looks like, because their perceptions are not wrong. Like I said, their perceptions are right. Oh, I had this video, his dad recognized me. I must, you know what I mean? Like that's all bad stuff. And I didn't recognize it until my buddy let me know. And I was very, very grateful. And it definitely made me recognize that, yeah, people's perception of you is not what you think it is. And that's, if you're not careful, you can really get yourself a bad reputation.
Mm-hmm.
And obviously, as you know, reputation in the SEAL teams is everything. Your reputation in the SEAL teams is everything. So I was just very thankful that he gave me that heads up. And then, again, what made this platoon very impactful for me, SEAL Team 1 Alpha Platoon, we had a platoon, our platoon officer, our OIC, was pretty much a new guy who had lat transferred from another part of the Navy, and he had come in as our platoon commander. And, which is no big deal, right? It's really no big deal. Like, officers don't have a lot of experience. It's not that big of a deal. They listen to what you have to say. They listen to the platoon chief. They listen to the LPO, and they figure it out. Except for this guy didn't really want to listen. And so it ended up causing some friction in the platoon. He, it's one of those guys where, again, he probably didn't realize how he was being perceived. And he was being perceived as arrogant, being perceived as conceited, being perceived as not listening to the rest of the platoon, including the platoon chief, including the platoon LPO. And he was dictating, like, this is how we're going to do this, and this is the way it needs to be, and just wasn't listening. So it's problematic, but, what are you going to do? Carry on. Well, then we were at desert warfare training, and he presented some plan to us, and it was a bad plan. And the LPO had had enough of it, was like, sir, this plan is stupid. And, since the guy had a big ego, they got in each other's faces, and then the OIC takes a swing at the LPO. Wow. And we split them up, which, again, we've seen plenty of inter-platoon fights. I mean, it's a thing. It's almost like its own sport, right? But when there's this much tension and negativity, it's a problem. And so we got done with that, and we...
Grammarly is like having a personal writing coach, but cheaper. I use Grammarly's AI features, and suddenly I'm the most secure person I know. I literally can type, make this email more assertive, and it turns my awkward, avoided, hi, no worries if not done today, totally fine, into, we need this done, meow, or by Friday. With Grammarly's paraphraser, I can finally say what I mean in fewer words without writing a novella about it and still sounding like me, based on the tone and writing style of my assignment. And one thing about dental school is we do evidence-based treatment, aka we need to make sure that our research backs up our treatment. And at these moments, Emily's citations are my Roman empire. But now, when I click, Grammarly helps revise my citations to the format I need. It's easy. It even points out potential citations that I might be missing. It's a must-have for students. Get Grammarly today.
From now till the end of the season, when you open the QT app, you'll automatically get one free gift per day with QT's Holidays. We're talking classic QT treats like coffee, pizza, or donuts, plus exclusive deals from your favorite brands. QT's Holidays.
We go back, and we kind of had like a platoon meeting without the platoon commander, and we told the platoon chief, like, we don't want to work with this guy. Platoon chief brings it up the chain of command, and we request captain's mast, like, not official, but we request to go talk to the CO. So we go to the CO's office, and the CO like lines us up, from the chief on down, and he goes down the line like, what's the problem, what's the problem, what's the problem? And we're all saying the same stuff. This guy's arrogant, he doesn't listen to us, it's his way or the highway. And we get done, and the CO says, you know what this sounds like to me? This sounds like a mutiny. We don't have mutinies in the Navy, and we're not gonna have a mutiny at my SEAL team. guys go figure this out. Cool. We walk out of the office, and the CO was a good guy who started to pull the thread, once we left his office and talked to the training cadre and figured more about the guy's reputation and talked to the guy himself. And he realized, like 2 or 3 days later, he fired him. And so, big win for the E5 Mafia. We're all fired up that we get this guy fired. And we proceed. And now we get our new assignment for our new platoon commander. We find out who our new platoon commander is going to be. And our new platoon commander is a legendary SEAL who I had never met him, but I had heard his name. Everybody kind of heard his name. He had been a prior enlisted senior chief. So he went up all the way to senior chief. He was at UDT. He was a plank owner at Dam Neck. He was at SDV. He was at a boat team. He was at Team 1. He had done everything in his career.
Everything you could possibly fucking want in a leader.
He had combat experience from Grenada. So everything that you could want as a leader, he comes in. And I'm thinking, everyone's like fired up. And I go, hold on a second, guys. This is happening for a reason. This is because we're a bunch of mutineers that got our last boss fired, and they're sending this guy down because he's going to crush us and like get us in line. And so when he shows up, this guy, I'm expecting, a 6'5", 270-pound beast. And this guy shows up and he's like 5'8" and maybe 150 pounds. And he looks like he's like the oldest guy I've ever seen in the SEAL teams, which was probably like, 37 or something like that. Graying hair and all the whole 9 yards. And he walked into our platoon space. And I'm like, who is this guy's supposed to be the legend. He walks into our platoon space and he says something along the lines of like, hey, I'm sorry to hear about your last platoon commander, but I'm not worried about it. I'm just looking forward to working with you guys. And right there, like the fact that he didn't come in and say, I'm taking over, I'm in charge, there's a new sheriff in town. He said, I'm looking forward to working with you guys. And I realized, this guy is different. And then that afternoon, he's taking out the garbage, sweeping up the platoon space. He's taking out the garbage. I'm like, whoa, that's not just a new guy's job. That's like a new guy that's in trouble's job. And then a couple days later, we had our first training mission, and he put me and my running mate in charge of the mission, which was awesome and crazy. Like from, hey, here's the mission. You guys figure out how you want to do it. And he just put that responsibility and gave us ownership. And so that guy, when I was watching him and as I went through that platoon, he was just awesome. And he made our lives awesome. And when your SEAL platoon is your life and your SEAL platoon is your religion, and you have a guy like that take over, and the contrast between the guy that was arrogant and didn't listen to us and held on to all the power himself, I learned so much from seeing that contrast between these two guys. And so as time went on, that guy left me with a lot of lessons. And one of the most important lessons that he taught me was we were working with the Marines. Like I said, we were an ARG platoon, so we were ships off the coast of San Diego. We're doing like the Marine Corps workup. From the Marine Corps workup, they got to do beach landings. Red Beach up in Camp Pendleton. And before the beach landing goes down, SEALs, back in the old days, we went out with a lead line and slate like World War II and did a hydrographic reconnaissance. And that is a gut check of an operation, especially in a big sea state, especially off Camp Pendleton in whatever month it was. It's cold, giant waves. We're in our, Zodiacs. It's such a gut check of an operation. It takes 5 or 6 hours to do. You're freezing the whole time. And you take a lead line and a slate. So you take a lead line and you dip it in the water, and it's got little markings on it to show you how deep the water is. And then you have this slate on your arm where you're writing down how deep the water is. And you do your whole platoon is doing it at the same time. And it's just a gut check. And we get done that night, And then you have to take all the slates with all the information on them, and you bring them back to the ship. And then the cartographers, which are the guys in the platoon that like take all that information, they build a chart to give to the Marine Corps, and we go through all that. And then that day, early morning, we then go out and mark the beach lanes. So we swim across the beach again, and we set up the beach lanes, and we mark them for the Marines, and the Marines come in and land. And so now it's like 48 hours of continuous operations, freezing cold, gut check. And we get done and get a few hours into the beach landing, and the Marine Corps decides that they didn't like their landing. And so they said, we missed our timeline, we didn't bring the vehicles in the right direction, whatever the problems they had, we're doing it again. We're reloading the ships and we're doing it again. Which is like mammoth and ballsy for the Marine Corps colonel to say like, hey, I didn't like it, we're doing it again. This is massive. So we reload on the ships and we start the whole thing again. And we go out to do the hydrographic reconnaissance, and we're in our little boat pool. We launch from the big ships, we go on the Zodiacs, we get to the point, it's been all night, and we're getting ready to get in the water. And we're in our little boat pool. And again, we just did this 48 hours ago. And someone in the platoon, it wasn't me, thank God, someone in the platoon says, are we really gonna do this again? And the platoon commander just quietly says, well, we don't have to. But would that be the right thing to do? And not another word was said. We got in the water. Because you have to do the right thing. You're a frogman, you're a SEAL, you have to do the right thing. It's the hard choice right now. We just did it 48 hours ago. There's been no shift in the sand. There's been no obstacles put in, but this is what we do. And for me, that statement, is it the right thing to do? Step with me for the rest of my career. And this guy, I remember getting towards the end of that platoon, and again, when your platoon is your life, and somebody makes it that good. And that was the first thought that I had about trying to become an officer, because I said to myself, this guy made life so good for me and these 16 guys in this platoon. Someday, if I can, I want to make life good for 16 guys in a platoon. And that was the very first thought that I had of following his path. And that's what I did. That's what I eventually did. I followed his path, and I always did my best to emulate, and would never be as good as him, but I always did my best to emulate his leadership.
Do you think he knows this about you?
Yes. Yep.
Could I ask what his name is?
I'd rather not say.
Okay.
But he's well known in the SEAL teams.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah. He has no, he's very low profile. Very low profile guy.
That's even cooler.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, the best of us are, right?
You've probably seen the headlines. Another trillion added to the national debt. It's hard to even grasp the scale of it. 38 trillion in climbing. While Washington keeps kicking the can down the road, more and more everyday Americans are losing confidence in the system. That's why we're seeing record demand for gold and silver right now. It's not just everyday Americans either. Central banks across the globe are buying gold at the fastest pace in decades. That's exactly why I've partnered with the award-winning company Goldco. They specialize in helping people protect their retirement savings. They use real assets, gold and silver, and they make the process simple and transparent. Go to SeanLikesGold.com right now to get your free 2025 gold and silver kit. You'll learn how to help safeguard what you've worked hard for. Plus, you could qualify for up to 10% in free bonus silver, one of the best deals out there. So visit SeanLikesGold.com today. One more time, that's SeanLikesGold.com. Performance may vary. You should always consult your financial and tax professional. Right now, America's going through a transition in the way we think about money. For years, people called Bitcoin a fad. Well, here we are in 2025, and more Americans than ever are holding Bitcoin. Wall Street's in it, Congress is talking about it, and regular folks are stacking it as part of their future. That's where today's sponsor, Gemini, comes in. They offer the only instant Bitcoin rewards credit card. Every time you buy gas, groceries, or gear, instead of collecting points you'll never use, you're earning Bitcoin. Real, hard digital money that you own. You swipe, you earn, it's yours. It's great because it's simple. No need to time the market or think about it. You just live your life. And every purchase builds a position in Bitcoin. That's real financial independence. Plus, this card has no annual fee and no foreign transaction fees. Bitcoin rewards earned and held for 1 year on the Gemini credit card have appreciated 279% on average. You're investing as you spend. Truly a no-brainer. To sign up for the Gemini credit card, head to gemini.com/SRS and get $200 in Bitcoin when you spend $3,000 in your first 90 days. You can see if you're eligible with no impact to your credit score. Click the link or go to gemini.com/SRS to apply and start earning instantly. See rates and fees in the description for more info or by visiting gemini.com.
You know, I'm just curious, when you make a switch, you know, how fast did you see morale recharge, you know, on that platoon when you saw the leadership change and when he came in and said, I'm excited to work with you?
Overnight.
Overnight.
Like,
was that fast?
Instant. Yep. No, it was just instant. And then that deployment, you know, again, we were on board a ship. We were actually staged off the coast of Africa when the Rwanda genocide was going on. And we were like planning to go and getting our gear ready. And of course we never went. This is where, you know, the face that you made earlier where you went, like, that's the first time I felt that of like, wait a second, I think it ended up being 800,000 people slaughtered in 100 days. But we were there. We were off the coast, and we didn't do anything. Why didn't we do anything? Well, what had just happened in Somalia a year prior? It was Black Hawk Down. It was like, yeah, they were not willing to take that risk. We did the same thing. There was a couple of missions we got spun up for in Somalia and had our gear loaded, had 40 mic. I remember loading out 40 mic for the first time for real and being like, oh yeah, we're going. And we didn't go. So that was probably the first time that I felt that level of frustration of, you know, why aren't they sending us? Like, we can help. And it's the way it was, you know. Definitely a letdown.
How did that platoon end?
That was it. You know, we went on deployment. I think we spent some ridiculous amount of time because they call them gator squares, which is when you're just going around in a circle off the coast of, we did gator squares off the coast of Rwanda, or off the coast of, not off the coast of Rwanda, but off the coast of Kenya for several months. And then we did gator squares off the coast of Somalia for another period of time. And then we went up into the Persian Gulf because at some point, I think it was this platoon, there was something going on, like Saddam had pushed troops, moved troops, or something going on. So we went up and did gator squares in the Persian Gulf for a while. So I think we were at sea like 174 days out of 180 or something totally insane like that. Yeah, just riding that ship, lifting all day, shooting off the fantail. Again, did we have fun while we were doing it? Yeah, dude, we had a blast. Also, in the couple of days that we were not on the ship, I met my wife. So
how'd you meet your wife?
We went into Bahrain for like some training. And the boys, we went out, and I met my wife, who was a stewardess at the time.
Really?
Yeah.
How'd you make the approach?
So, Squad 2 had spent a couple days. They went off the ship before us. And Squad 1 still had some, whatever we were doing, some work to do. And so when we flew into Bahrain, because we flew to Bahrain, and we didn't know what Bahrain was. I mean, a country. But we didn't know that Bahrain at the time was like the Las Vegas of the Persian Gulf, meaning it was like somewhat westernized. They had bars and stuff like this. And so when Squad 1, when we landed in the helicopters, Squad 2 is like running to help us move our bags and stuff. We're like, what's going on? And they're like, there's girls here, there's bars here, like. So, and one of my buddies, who was a very shy type dude, he was in Squad 2, and he tells me, yeah, you know, there's these girls here, there's these 2 girls, I've seen them each night, and like, I know you're gonna go talk to them, and like, they haven't even given me the time of day. And I was like, bro, if there's girls, you know, I'll leave them alone. They're yours. You handle it. And so we go to this bar.
I know you're gonna talk to him.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
I look across the bar and there's this like shockingly, stunningly beautiful girl with blonde hair and like a white, freaking skin tight, gorgeous outfit on. And so I told her, I just walked over to her. And yeah, this is the embarrassing part is, you know, when you're on a ship back then, there wasn't internet. And so we had a limited number of video cassettes. There's no DVDs, no streaming. And one of the movies that we had was Ace Ventura: Pet Detective. And so I had watched that movie at this point like hundreds of times. And I walked up to this beautiful blonde girl and I said in like a Jim Carrey style, I said, "You must be Aphrodite's goddess of love." And she looked at me like I was an idiot and then laughed, and you know, we started talking. But that was I don't know whether it's more embarrassing that I said it to her or that she fell for it. I'm sure she's pretty embarrassed that she fell for it. But yeah, so we ended up, you know, having a long distance relationship, but came home from that deployment and, you know, going another platoon.
Right off the bat.
Yeah, you know, this was the 90s, you know. Just go on deployment as much as you can and hope that something happens. And so that's what I did. Just went back into another platoon, did another ARC platoon. So right back into the ARC platoon.
New leadership?
Yep, got a new platoon commander, got a new platoon chief, new platoon LPO, and all good dudes. You know, they're just good. Team 1 was a great team to grow up in for me. You know, they just had other than that one officer, everyone else was just good people, and everyone was just hardworking frogmen. You know, it was good.
Anything significant on deployment 3?
You know, the only thing I can say was cool about that third deployment was that I think we did one shipboarding, like a real shipboarding. And I think we ran some security operations and again, this is how desperate we were. We locked and loaded our weapons and drove our ribs around like the boats, the Navy ships. And I was kind of fired up, you know?
Yeah.
This is literally, to me, it was real. We locked and loaded our weapons, and then we did one shipboarding that was, you know, real. And again, in the 90s, I was freaking stoked that I got to lock and load my MP5, because we used MP5s back then.
Nice.
Yeah, got to lock and load my MP5 and board a ship and get control of the vessel and turn it over to the authorities. And it wasn't even like it was just some weird situation where they were making some kind of a distress call, but people thought they might be, you know, there might be a hostage situation, so, or some kind of, not a hostage situation, but they didn't know what was happening.
What kind of ship was it?
Some random.
Was it a foreign ship?
Yeah, just some random, you know,
like a Maersk or something?
Like, smaller. They're probably moving dates or whatever kind of produce from one of the Arab countries. It was nothing. It was literally nothing. I'm like bringing it up because it's funny that I was excited about it, and that's kind of how naive and into the teams I was.
Did you board it?
Yeah.
How'd it go?
Took it over, you know.
What happened when you took it over?
Just walked up.
You're like, we're not in distress.
Yeah, we figured out that they weren't in distress.
But we are now.
Yeah, and we stressed them out. They were actually thankful. I think they had some kind of problems, you know, some kind of problems with their engine or something like that. So we showed up and, you know, it was a non-opposed boarding. But, you know, we got the hook and climb on the, you know, we put our little water ski ladder. Like, we have little water ski ladders. We just hooked it on and climbed up. It was cool. I was happy to do something for real, you know. That's one thing, Coast Guard. The Coast Guard, one thing that's cool about the Coast Guard is no matter what's going on in the world, the Coast Guard's doing real stuff, you know. The Coast Guard's always doing saving people, you know. The ocean is mean.
Yeah.
So if there's a war going on or not, if you're in the Coast Guard, you can still do some really impactful things. Of course, now they're doing all kinds of drug interdiction too.
Yeah, I love that. Have you seen that video that those guys that jump on that damn submarine and open it up?
Oh no, I haven't seen that.
It's fucking awesome. It's fucking awesome. But all right, so when did you move over to 2?
So I got done with that platoon and I went into training cell 2. When I was at training cell SEAL Team 1 again, I'm still like single and I taught everything. You know, we do everything. We do land warfare, taught diving, comms, CQC. We just teach everything because we didn't have anything else to do. It wasn't like, hey, what do you want to do this week when you're home? No, I'll go to an island or I'll go to wherever to go make stuff happen. So I stayed in that mode. And then again, from my second platoon, there was a officer program that was called the Seaman to Admiral program. And it was started by a guy named Jim Borda, Admiral Borda, who, if you know anything about him, he killed himself.
I don't know anything about it.
So this is, again, there's all these weird threads through people's lives, but one of the weird threads through my life is that one of my biggest mentors and heroes is a guy named Colonel David Hackworth. And Colonel David Hackworth wrote the book About Face, and he was a Korean War veteran and a Vietnam War veteran. He was one of the most decorated Army soldiers. And when he retired, he had retired because during the Vietnam War, he did an interview where he said, if we don't change the way we're fighting, we're going to lose. That's basically what he said. And he got drummed out of the Army for saying that because he was a colonel, he was a senior officer. He was the first senior officer to speak out against the war and the way we were fighting it. And when he got out, he wrote books, but he was a little bit of a journalist and a little bit of a, kind of like a journalist. And he reported that Admiral Borda was wearing a V on his Navy commendation medal. So a Navy comm with a V. And he said he didn't rate it because V is an award for valor. And, that's a big deal. It doesn't stand for valor, it stands for combat distinguishing device, but it's a V. And that story came out, and Admiral Borda killed himself.
Holiday joy starts in Michael's with up to 60% off everything you need to decorate. Deck your halls with the latest trends. Whether you're dreaming of a pink wonderland or a shimmery winter dreamscape, visit us in store or at michaels.com.
But prior to that happening, Admiral Borda had started a program called the Seaman Admiral Program because Admiral Borda was a prior enlisted guy. And so he wanted to offer that to other troops, and so they started this program, and it was 50 sailors from the U.S. Navy would get selected. And I heard about the program, and actually one of my officers said, hey, dude, you got this program, find out, you should do it. And I did it, and I didn't get picked up, but I got slated as an alternate, which was, there were no alternate spots that opened up because everyone took it. But I was an alternate, so I knew I had a decent chance. And that the guy actually sent a note back to my commanding officer that said, make sure this guy applies next year. And so I applied again the next year, and I got picked up for that program.
I'm just curious, I mean, a lot of us know, where the story's headed in the Ramadi, but, and maybe the knowledge wasn't there, but, I mean,
now, you know, actually, maybe it was there, because this was after your second platoon or during your second platoon. I mean, it's pretty common knowledge that, you know, officers, you joined the SEALs to go to war. That's what you wanted to do. Now leadership package is presented to you, you take it. Did you know, that you would have more time in a combat role as an enlisted guy than you would as an officer?
Yeah, at that juncture in my career and the way the teams were, this is 1998. I had done 3 platoons, so I maybe had an LPO and a platoon chief left. So I basically looked at it as, instead of doing an LPO and a platoon chief, you're gonna do an AOIC and an OIC.
Gotcha.
And so it didn't really make that much of a difference to me. When guys ask me now, like, what should you do? Or what, if they say, hey, I want to go in the SEAL teams, what should I do? I mean, my career couldn't have gone any better. Like, it was great. But to your point, if you want to do the trade of being a SEAL, then you should enlist. Yep. That's just how.
Why did you decide to take a leadership role?
It all just boiled back to working for that platoon commander that made life in a platoon awesome. And I thought if I can make platoon awesome, if I can make life awesome for 16 guys in a SEAL platoon, I'm gonna do it. And yeah, that was it. That was it.
It's a damn good reason.
Yep.
So when did you go?
I went to officer candidate school in 1998. Yep. Early 1998, I went to officer candidate school. And, that was, you're pretty much, we had a decent number of prior enlisted guys in my class, but most of them, I'd say 70% of them were kids out of college going to OCS. And so, I show up there, I'm a SEAL, and the drill instructors, the Marine Corps drill instructors down at OCS, and great interaction with the Marine Corps drill instructors. I became the class president, which seemed pretty obvious, I guess. But most of the class presidents are only class president for like 3 days in the first few weeks because they're just firing them. But I became class president and I just stayed. So I was a class president, and then went through OCS, folding underwear, literally with a ruler. They have a ruler.
No shit.
Yep. Yeah, so, graduated from OCS and then went to Team 2.
Did you learn anything significant in OCS?
Yeah, leadership was a cool leadership challenge going to OCS and being the class president. You make things happen, and it was cool to work. It's people are. And this is another thing that, I've learned along the way is like, people aren't going to be perfect and they're going to make mistakes and I'm going to make mistakes. And as long as their intention isn't bad, then, I get it. And also, to ask someone to perform or behave in a way that they have to surmount their innate habits as a human being, it's a lot to ask of someone. So when someone gets mad, when someone gets frustrated, when you see someone's ego come out, when you see someone look out for themselves, I kind of understand that that's the way people are, and I'm not gonna be mad about it. I understand that people get, there's people do crazy things, man. People do crazy things. And I understand. And I think that going to OCS was one of those things that said, yep, kids were trying, but the kids were also doing things where you go, I see what he's doing, man. He's worried about this test and he's looking out for himself right now, and I get it. And I think just a little bit of understanding other people's perspective. It was good for me to continue to be able to understand other people's perspectives. Because if you don't understand other people's perspectives, you're going to be very judgmental. Mm-hmm. And if you're very judgmental, you're going to have a hard time interacting with other people. Mm-hmm. And when you're in a leadership position and you're having a hard time interacting with other people, that's not going to be good.
Get career ready in months. Train hands-on at Universal Technical Institute to become an HVAC technician. We even offer career search support. Apply today. Real skills for real careers. Visit uti.edu.
Why did you go to 2? I'm just curious why you went East Coast versus West Coast when you could have reintegrated back in with your old guys. You know?
At the time, the officer community, if you went from enlisted to officer, they made you switch coasts.
Gotcha.
And I wanted to go to the East Coast because I hadn't been out there. I'd spent all my time in the West Coast. And Team 2, I came from Team 1. Team 1 was the traditional team on the West Coast, and the East Coast, from my friends that I knew out there, was the same way. Team 2 was the traditional team. It was the old school team, you know, and that's where I wanted to go. So I got to go to Team 2.
How was it as an officer? I mean, what is it like walking through those doors as a prior enlisted guy now as a junior officer?
It was pretty much the same, you know. When I was an E5 or an E4, you know, I worked with, like I said, I was the primary comms guy in my first platoon. I had a really good relationship with my platoon commander. My second platoon, good relationship with my platoon commander. And then when he got fired, I had a good relationship with the guy that took over. So, and I didn't, it seemed like good guys, they would just treat you like, you know, like mutual, you know? So I never really had a huge difference between the way I saw other people or the way, you know, I always just saw myself as another team guy. This is my job. You know, when I was a comm guy, my job was to make sure the radios were good. When I was an officer, it's like, okay, I gotta make sure that the plan is good, make sure we have contingencies. Like, there was other things I was gonna be in charge of, but I'm still just a part of the machine that's gonna take care of this. And if one part of the machine fails, the whole machine fails. So it was fine, you know? And, you know, Team 2 was great. I had a bunch of good guys there, and yeah. And there was, like, you hear about the differences between the East Coast and the West Coast, and they were team guys. You know, they were team guys that lived in Virginia as opposed to team guys that lived in San Diego, and a bunch of great dudes. Mm-hmm. And I ended up almost immediately deploying to Germany. The chief of my second platoon was the Master Chief in Germany. And they had been calling back for ops support. They wanted a JO to go over to Germany to help with ops support. And he told me this later. They were in like a morning meeting, and they said, "Yeah, we finally got ops support coming from the beach." And they go, "Well, who is it?" And they go, "It's an Ensign Willink." And the ops officer's like, what are you talking about? They're sending us an ensign? Like, we need an ops guy. And the Master Chief goes, hold on a second, what's that guy's name? He goes, Ensign Willink? He goes, we want this guy. And so I showed up, and again, there's my old platoon chief, who is like a great guy, who had a great relationship with, was like an awesome friend of mine. He's the command Master Chief. And so I show up and develop a great relationship with the commanding officer there and the executive officer there, and the ops chief there became awesome friends. And it's just great, you know, just great opportunities, and work with these guys that are, again, man, just dedicated to the teams, you know, just dedicated to the teams. And I think that's the main thing is, you know, you get guys that, the good guys, their commitment is to the teams. And so you got a bunch of guys that are just committed to the teams and want to do a good job. And so went over to Germany, and we actually like did some little mini deployments from Germany that were really cool, and learned a lot. And the skipper was a great guy, and he ended up, you know, becoming the officer detailer later, which, you know, again, it's beneficial. Mm-hmm. And the SEAL Team 2 executive officer, again, developed a great relationship with him. Just a good guy that, you know, I was a hard worker. And that he moved from Unit 2. So I was with the XO in Germany, and then he becomes the XO Team 2. So like, when I get back there, I immediately get back put into a platoon. So I do a platoon at SEAL Team 2 and a strike platoon off the aircraft carrier.
Right on.
Yeah. Which was, again, working with a lot of assets and going over and doing VBSS over in the Persian Gulf, which again, at the time was a real thing.
Did you get a lot of leadership experience as the OPSO in Germany, or was that kind of just, you know, getting you ready?
As far as leadership of troops, no, but understanding of the bigger picture, yes. Because the guy that I worked for there, again, he's a friend of mine and just a great guy. And he had, you know, a lot of experience himself at the time, right? Not experience like guys have now, but at the time he had experience. And like there was one time we were on a big exercise, a big joint exercise, and we like put together a TOC, Tactical Operations Center. And what's interesting about this is, man, you think of a TOC now, like you think of what a mobile TOC would look like now. I'm not kidding. Well, I put together a mobile TOC, and I was the ops officer for this operation, this training operation, and I had the TOC in my backpack. It was like 3 radios, 2 maps, some magic markers, some pens. Like that's what we rolled with, and that's what we set up. You know, that's what we did. But there was a time where there's a platoon in the field, and there's multiple elements that are getting ready to do target hits. And we're waiting for like a pro word from this platoon that's supposed to be set up, and we're waiting, and I go, "Sir, can I pimp them for this pro word?" And he's like, "Give them another minute." And I was like, "Roger that." And 45 seconds later, the guys passed the pro word, and it just reminded me that like those guys out in the field, you got to listen to what they're doing, you got to give them the benefit of the doubt, and that's what my boss was telling me. Like, hey, those guys they're not sitting in the TOC right now. They're not, they're making decisions. So just good experience from that perspective, and seeing, you know, the way the SOC works was good.
So when did if this happened, which I think it would happen, I mean, when did, you know, as enlisted guys, we always have a lot of gripes and bitches and shit like that about, you know, the leadership. And so, you know, kind of where I'm going with this is, when did your mind kind of expand and realize, you know, what the old position is, and okay, like there's a lot more to this than I ever gave it credit for as an enlisted guy?
Yeah, that happened. It happened on that deployment, right? And I think what was good was I was bilingual, meaning I spoke 2 languages.
Well, I mean, Mustangs, prior enlisted officers have fucking tremendous amount of respect in the enlisted man's eyes.
Yeah. So since I was bilingual and I could speak 2 languages, and I had to learn the officer language, but I was fluent in E-Dog language. I mean, I was completely fluent. I was E-Dog Mafia. If you go to talk to anybody that was at SEAL Team 1 in between 1991 and 1998, I was a made man in the SEAL Team 1 E5 Mafia, 100%. There's no one that would ever deny that. And so I spoke fluent E5 Mafia language. And then as I started to learn the officer language, what I think I was able to do was translate what was happening with the officers to the E-Dogs, which I think a lot of times gets missed. To this day, gets missed. Because it really is 2 different perspectives that are happening. And there's a lot of things that happen at the officer level that don't ever get told to the E-Dogs. And that does create frustration and angst amongst the troops, because they don't understand what the hell is going on. And when that happens, man, they get pissed. And I got pissed. When I was an E-Dog and we weren't being told what was happening, we're freaking pissed. You know, I tell this one story where we were on a ship, this is my 3rd platoon, and we got told, hey, you guys are gonna launch your Zodiacs off the ship. We go, cool. So we drag all the stuff upstairs. It takes an hour and a half. You gotta bring the fuel up, which means you gotta notify the fire party, and they gotta set up all their stuff so you can bring the fuel up to the top deck so you can launch the boats inside the ribs. And 2 or 3 hours into this, they're like, actually, you're gonna launch off of the well deck. Oh, bring everything back downstairs. Another 2 or 3 hours. Later, they say, oh, you're gonna use helicopters. Now we gotta break all. So we're getting whipped around the whole time. And this is, by the way, someone just saying, oh, why don't they use the helicopters? Oh, okay, cool, I'll tell them. And they think it's just like this, but it's not. So I always remembered what it was like. I also always remember, you know, when I was in STT, SEAL Tactical Training, we had to walk in every position in the platoon. So sometimes you'd be point man, sometimes you'd be the PL, sometimes you'd be the radio man, sometimes you'd be a machine gunner. And I remember, luckily or unluckily for me, we did a long patrol and I was rear security. And I had no idea where we were. I had no idea where we were going. I had no idea where we were gonna stop again. If we got contacted, I might as well have just like started running around like a chicken with my head cut off because I didn't know where the rally ports were. I didn't even know where the target was. And I hated that feeling. And I always said to myself, I am gonna make sure that I keep the guys informed of what is happening. That is so important. It gets dropped all the time because you get focused on like, well, hold on, how much longer to the next? This is the platoon commander talking. He's only talking to the point man. And so now when he stops talking to the rest of the platoon, they lose track of what's happening and it's just a cluster. And so even as an enlisted guy, I realized that you have to make a concerted effort to explain to the guys what is happening. And if you fail to do that, they'll have no idea and you won't know that they don't know. And that's a disaster. So now when you move me up into this officer position, now I'm saying, oh yeah, I bet the platoon has no idea why they're having the helos move to this position or why they're being told they have to stand down from this operation, or because they don't. They don't get told, oh, the charge d'affaires in this country just said that we can't do it and here's the risk that they aren't willing to take. They just hear, hey, it's a cank bird. And they go, oh, so we just spent 4 hours doing this and now it's just nothing. But they don't understand why. And so it's incumbent upon the leadership to make sure that everyone in the chain of command understands not just what we're doing, but why we're doing it and why these changes happen. Because as you know, these changes happen all the time. They happen all the time. And so, yes, I think that one of the things that I had the capability of doing is I was bilingual. I talked E5 and eventually I learned how to speak officer as well. And I could also bring the problems at the E5 level to my boss and explain to them in a way that they could understand that, hey, when you tell my guys we're not allowed to explosively breach anymore, let me tell you what that means. And then they say, oh, okay, well, I didn't understand that. Thank you. Or when I get told, hey, you need to have this number of Iraqis with you, friendly Iraqi soldiers with you on every operation, I need to explain to my boss what that means on the ground. And if you have a good relationship, which I always had a good relationship with my boss. So when I would explain something to my boss would listen to me. My boss would, because also I wouldn't complain about stuff. Like I wasn't gonna complain. If I was going to my boss and telling them that something didn't make sense, they would listen to me because I would only say it if it was true. And so I just developed that good amount of trust with my chain of command and it would work out well. So yes, as I got into that officer role, I started to see, oh, okay, I can understand why. Oh, if the troops would have known that it was the Commodore of the ARG that now wanted to use helicopters because it's something they have to get checked off the box before they're allowed to go on deployment. If the guys understood that, they'd be like, oh yeah, well, we got to get quals done too. And this is the quals that they got to get. Cool. Let's make it happen. But a lot of times, you know, we fail as leaders to let people know.
At Cox, we're always a step ahead. There you go. I'll show you. Like, before your basement became Movie Central, we made sure you'd have strong Wi-Fi, even down here. And you can rest easy knowing the price of your plan won't go up for 3 years. Guaranteed. See? He's looking out for you. And so are we, with advanced security that blocks threats on your network. Good boy. Whatever the future brings, Cox will keep you a step ahead. Oh.
And then when I got to in the platoon at SEAL Team 2, again, now we're on a strike aircraft. We got a lot of assets. We're with, you know, a carrier air group, which is an awesome like projection of power, unbeatable projection of power. But we're a little cog in that machine, and helping the platoon understand what we're doing, why we're doing it, was beneficial.
Why do you think that the
Maybe they are doing it, but they definitely weren't doing it when I was in. I mean, it seems like with what you just described, prior enlisted Mustangs, prior enlisted going to officer. I mean, that could alleviate a lot of communication issues within the military. Why do you think that they aren't, if they aren't, motivating people, enlisted guys, to become officers? Why aren't they giving more billets? I mean, this seems like it could be a key component to a 250-year communication issue.
Yeah, there are. It's with prior enlisted officers. Some of the best officers I ever worked for or worked with were prior enlisted officers. Some of the worst officers I worked with were prior enlisted officers. So I think it's more of an educational thing and more of an understanding that explaining to people that, hey man, this communication that goes up and down the chain of command it needs to happen. It's a real thing. And when your platoon is complaining about something, you should listen to what they have to say, because they're doing it for a reason. And of course, if you're asking me if they should take more prior enlisted guys and make them into officers, absolutely. That's awesome. I wish they would do that all the time. It's a great move.
Anything significant on the strike deployment? Or the MAR, excuse me.
It was a strike deployment. It wasn't a MARG, but it was, it was cool. We did VBSS overseas. Again, this was like when doing VBSS was as real as it gets. Get to lock and load your weapon and board a ship and get control of the ship, and it's as good as you could hope for. We took down a big Russian ship, which was at the time, it was like on CNN. It was a
wait, what?
We took down there was a Russian ship that was smuggling oil, and so we boarded that ship and got control of it and turned it over to the authorities. So, that was kind of a cool op to do in the 90s. In the 90s, some things that aren't that big of a deal seem pretty cool.
What year is this?
That was a millennium deployment. So we were deployed 99 to 2000. So it was like the winter of 99, 2000.
Where were you when September 11th, 2001 happened?
So I get home from that deployment and I have to go to college because I didn't have any college. And again, this is why they changed that whole officer program that I did. I was in E5 at SEAL Team 1. I went to 13 weeks of OCS, no college, and then I went to SEAL Team 2 as an officer. So it was awesome. But when I got done, they're like, yo, you don't have any college. You have to go to college to be an officer. And I was like, oh no, I don't need to go. I can go when I can do it online. I'm already doing the job. And the officer detailer was like, no, you have to go to college. So I went back to San Diego to go to college, University of San Diego. And I did that primarily because of jiu-jitsu. I knew I was going to be having some time during this 3 years of going to college. So I went back out to San Diego so I could get with my old training partners and stuff. And then, so I got back out there in 2000, and I'm in the middle of college when September 11th happens. And when September 11th happened, my commanding officer, or the commanding officer of Unit 2, who I was deployed with as an Ops O, not the Ops O, but as an Ops JO, he was the detailer, and I was friends with him. And I called him and I said, can you please get me back to a SEAL team right now? And he said, Jocko, this war's gonna last a long time. Finish college. And I said, sir, I can finish when I can do online, like whatever. And he goes, finish college. This war's gonna last a long time. And I didn't believe him at all. But he was right. And I always want to make sure I make this point. He told me later that everybody called him. Everybody that wasn't at a team, everyone called him. I was just one of the other guys that called him. It wasn't like I was extra motivated. No, I was just as motivated as everybody wanted to get back to a team. Mm-hmm. And so he sent me, when I finished college, 2003, again, like, awesome. He sent me to SEAL Team 7. SEAL Team 7 was like the next deploying team. I got to SEAL Team 7, and my old XO from SEAL Team 2 was the commanding officer. And he welcomed me aboard, and then a week or two later, he fired a platoon commander and put me in charge.
No shit.
Yep. And so, and we were slated to go to Iraq. And we left, I don't know, a few months later. Yeah. Actually, probably quite a few months later, because I graduated in like June, July, showed up at the team, and we went on deployment in September. So that's, you know, good relationships with people, work hard, and you know, he had a platoon commander that wasn't doing a good job. So he put me in there.
This is in 2003?
2003. That's eternally grateful. Yep.
So were you on the invasion?
No. So SEAL Team
3.
SEAL Team 3 did the invasion. SEAL Team 5 had kind of established Baghdad, and then I went in and relieved them.
How was it?
It was the best thing ever. It was awesome. I mean, and there was a...
So you've done basically 5 deployments?
Yeah, so this was my... Yeah, so this was my 5th deployment. No, this was my 6th deployment.
6th deployment?
Yes, this is my 6th deployment. Yep.
I mean, dude, what's it feel? I mean, 5 fucking deployments of... I mean, you did some stuff, but now you're...
Yeah.
9/11 happens, we've invaded Iraq, and you're in fucking Baghdad. I think you're in Baghdad.
Yes, I'm in Baghdad, and I am in heaven. Yep, I was totally stoked. So there was actually like, I had a sister platoon at SEAL Team 7, and they went to Baghdad, and then we replaced them in it was weird, we kind of replaced them within weeks. We started augmenting them and then kind of replaced them. And after a little while, like after a month or so, we were the only platoon we were the only SEAL platoon in Iraq. For a short period of time. And so, you know, we were just doing, you know, what the Team 5 guys had established, and then my sister platoon at SEAL Team 7 had kept up the pace, and it was just, you know, Baghdad SWAT is pretty much what it was. It was get intel from various sources, find out where a enemy was located, and then go get them. And we had a lot of targets, and we got to do a ton of it, and it was like what we all joined the teams to do, you know? So it was awesome.
Most people don't know that you can get a domain from Squarespace. Not just a website. But you're not most people, because now you know you can get a domain from Squarespace. Something like velvetchords.com for your music studio. Or kidchords.com for your middle school band camp. Whatever your dream, Squarespace is how you make it happen, all under one roof. Get yours before it's gone with offer code MAKEITREAL for 10% off your domain or website. Terms and conditions apply.
Do you remember your first operation where you had an engagement?
Yeah, actually, the first time I left the wire in Baghdad, the troop SEA was a friend of mine. Like, we were E5 mobsters at Team 1, and he had been there for like a month. And so we show up, and he goes, there was like a mortar attack or something, and he was like, hey, go take your platoon and go like check these roads in this place. And we went out, you know, the wire and like checked these roads and drove to here, drove to there, and then we came back, and he was like, you good? And I was like, yeah. He was like, that was just kind of a shakeout. And I was like, good call, dude. You know, like, it was him saying, hey, like, there's nothing gonna happen. We're not sending you on a wild goose chase, but, you know, go to these couple points and check them for whatever. So it was just a good break-in of, you know, getting the guys, getting the platoon, getting the vehicles loaded up, went out, drove around outside the wire. That was kind of the first time leaving the wire with my nods on. The first time we got shot at, I was in a Humvee, and I'm looking at the Humvee in front of me, and I'm like, I see like sparks, and I'm like, why is someone smoking? Like, why is someone throwing their cigarettes out of the vehicle? And I'm like, oh, those are bullets, aren't they? And sure enough, one of the guys One of the guys got caught like a ricochet in the head. Totally good to go. It like entered his, went through his skin and then like kind of wrapped around his skull. And, but he was fine. You know, we still took him to Charlie Med, but and then you know that was kind of like the first time, and we got that deployment was relatively chill.
I mean, what's that feel like though? I mean, 5 deployments. You join to go to war when you're 18. Don't see any. Now you're in charge of your platoon, straight after college, after 9/11, and you're fucking leading a platoon into battle in Iraq. I mean, that's fucking... Did it even hit you? Was it surreal at the time, or are you just so in it, you're like, all right, this is the deal, let's go?
I knew. Like, I knew... I think I'm very lucky because I was older, you know? I think I was, what, 33, 32 or something like that point. So I knew how rare this was. I thought the war was going to be over in a couple months. Like, I was very, very grateful for everything that we got to do. And I knew that every night. Every night I was, you know, like, playing the Super Bowl game every night. You know, like, that's what I felt like. I was very grateful the whole time. And I had a great bunch of guys, like, that were just hard charging and just, it was awesome. It was great. And we did a lot of direct action missions, you know, and so we kind of got close a couple times to the idea of sniper overwatching. We did it a couple times, but it kind of left an imprint of my mind of what capability we had. But we were primarily just a DA force, and we would just roll out and hit targets. And I mean, yeah, I don't know if there's anything else I can say to make it, for me to explain how happy I was. But that to me was just the most awesome thing.
What about the pressure? I mean, I've always thought about, you know, I always felt a lot of pressure just going out the door, you know, do the right thing, you know. But, I mean, what is the pressure like? And you don't really have any other reference because you hadn't gone on any kinetic operations until this point. But, I mean, what is the pressure like as an officer leading 16, 20 guys into battle at the beginning of a war where there's not a lot of lessons learned, there's not a lot of new tactics developed yet?
Yeah, the pressure I felt was just wanting to do a good job, you know, not wanting to do anything, not wanting to, I wouldn't say not make any mistakes, because I was not a risk-averse person, you know? Like, I recognize that if you roll out on an operation, things can go wrong. And I understood that, and I understood that risk. So, but yeah, you know, you're worried about guys getting wounded, you're worried about guys getting killed. A little bit of a very distant idea to me, guys getting wounded or killed. It could happen, I thought, but it was, man, this is early in the war. The IED threat was relatively small. We would drive very aggressively at night on nods. We got ambushed a few times, but it was like no factor. RPGs going over the, you know, lucky. RPGs going over the convoy, you know, machine gun fire going between vehicles. Like we got lucky. God's a frogman. But it was still a little bit distant to me that someone could get wounded or killed. It was there, but not. We really dominated the battle space. Like, coalition forces dominated the battle space. And so I didn't have that much of that kind of pressure.
So you want to start a business. You might think you need a team of people and fancy tech skills, but you don't. You just need GoDaddy Aero. I'm Walton Goggins, and as an actor, I'm an expert in looking like I know what I'm doing. GoDaddy Aero uses AI to create everything you need to grow a business. It'll make you a unique logo. It'll create a custom website. It'll write social posts for you and even set you up with a social media calendar. Get started at GoDaddy.com/Aero. That's GoDaddy.com/AIRO.
In my head.
What about the pressure of winning your men over? Winning their trust? Winning...
Yeah.
I mean, you want to be the fucking leader that everybody wants to follow into battle. You know, that stuff I would imagine has to be going through your head. Am I making the right calls? How do my men... I mean, we talked about perception earlier, and that's a conversation I want to bring up, you know, more towards the end. But, you know what I mean? Are you worried about the guy's perception of how you're leading?
These guys are my bros, and these guys are my friends, and when I took over that platoon, we were maybe the first or second thing we did was a nighttime OTB in San Diego, pilot recovery, training operation. So I had done 3 shipboard deployments, man. I know how to do over the beach. And we go over the beach and one of our boats like capsizes or the motor dies. I forget which. I think it's just the motor died. And we get the pilot and we come back and now we got a down boat. And the guys who, when I took over the platoon, some of the guys were kind of friends with the old officer. And so there was a little bit of that. And some of the guys didn't like the old officer. And so there was a little bit of a friction, right? And so this boat's down. And the guy's like, we're in a perimeter. And the guy's like, dude, we got to call admin. We got to call the trucks down here and get this boat towed back. And I was like, we're not doing that. And they're like, well, what are we going to do? And I go, this is what we're doing. And I gave them the plan. And I put on my fins and took the boat. And I was like, hey guys, you guys are going to paddle this boat. They're looking at me like I'm crazy, like paddling a boat through the surf. Like this is buds. And I said, and as soon as we get like deep enough, we'll set up a tow line. And we did have a good long tow line. And I remember I beanered my weapon into the boat and I got in the water and I'm keeping the bow into the wave so we don't flip over. And then we get the other boat comes in, I get those lines secured, and then they start towing us out, and then the guys drag me back into the boat. But like one of the guys in that platoon was like, after you did that night, like we would do anything for you. Because they had kind of said like, oh, we got to call admin. And I was like, no, we're not calling admin. We're gonna make this happen. But there was all kinds of stuff like that. Like step up and do the right thing. And yeah, these guys are my friends. You know why these guys listen to me? Because I listen to them. You know why these guys treated me with respect? Because I treated them with respect. You know why they trusted me? Because I trusted them. And when that's what you do, that's how it is. And that was the attitude that I had. I wasn't really concerned about that. These guys were my guys, and I trusted them. They trusted me.
And you didn't know any of them prior to you coming into that platoon?
I knew the platoon chief. The platoon chief was another, Team 1 E5 Mafia guy from back in the day. So it was great. It was great to have that instant connection, but I don't believe I knew one single other person in that platoon because I'd been out on the East Coast and then I've been in college. So I don't think I knew once. The sister platoon, my sister platoon, my old running mate, the guy that told me, hey, you're not the only one that lost Grizz, he was the LPO in my sister platoon.
No shit.
And I got to do some ops with him.
Nice.
Which was as good as it gets.
Nice. What would you say your most memorable experience of that deployment is?
There was a few things that happened where you like there was the CPA in Najaf was being overrun. And they needed QRF. Najaf is 5 hours away by Humvee. And they needed QRF. And they called us. And I'm like, hey, there's like 3 other units between us and Najaf. Like, why? And they're like, I don't know, but you guys are going. And I remember the SEA of that troop, who, like I said, was the guy that was like, hey, go on this mission, which was kind of for no reason. He's a great friend of mine to this day. But I came out of like the talk and I was like, hey guys, load up all the rockets, load up all the ammunition you can fit in the trucks. This is what's happening. We're going to QRF, we're going into Joff. CPA's been overrun. And 20 minutes later, we're jocked up and that guy hugged me. And I was like, this is interesting. And cause he usually went with us, but he wasn't going with us until he like hugged me. And I was like, interesting. Long story, no big deal. We got to Najaf. The the QR, they didn't need a QRF. I want to say Blackwater actually came in with their Hilo.
Is that what that? I was wondering if that's what that was.
It was. So we went down there, we spent the night, didn't do anything, and then drove back. But, you know, I remember thinking, that's interesting. I'm getting this hug from my bro. We ended up doing, towards the end of the deployment, there was one of Sadr's, Muqtada Sadr was the leader of the Shiites in Iraq, and coalition forces had been targeting him for months. Our whole deployment, he was being targeted, but they didn't want to hit him because they didn't know what the reaction would be. And so just before we were going home, we got tasked with hitting one of his top lieutenants. And it was a big operation, a lot of visibility on it, and we went down, and that was also, that was in Najaf. We went down, we captured this guy, and when we came back, it was kind of, once it got out, it was kind of the beginning or one of the triggering points of the true insurgency in Iraq. Like, I woke up that morning and there was like, you could look out from our base and you could see like fires from the highways, vehicles were being ID'd and stuff. And it was the beginning of the real formation of the insurgency, which I wasn't really quite 100% sure on, but you could see something was changed. Something just changed and you could feel it. I don't think America was ready for that. We weren't. You know, we'd already made all kinds of mistakes, you know, standing down the Ba'ath soldiers and the army, sounding down the Iraqi army, like, we made all kinds of mistakes. Out of arrogance as a country. But I don't think that we saw like, oh, damn, this is about to get really, really bad. And that was in the spring of 2004. And that is truly when things started to spiral.
Yep.
Still paying too much for your phone plan? Ouch. Tello Mobile's here to fix that. Get Tello Unlimited for just $25 a month. And if you need something else next month, you're in control. You heard it right. You're free to change your phone plan whenever you need to. No extra fees and no tricks. Tello phone plans come with nationwide coverage, free international calls, and friendly customer service humans, available 24/7. And the best part? You can bring your phone and keep your number.
Awesome.
No contracts, just awesome savings. Why pay more? Switch to Tello today and start saving instantly.
Well, Jocko, I know it's getting ready to get heavy with Tasky and a Bruiser. Let's just take a quick break, and when we come back, we'll pick up right here.
Let's do it, man.
We track sleep, fine-tune our macros, and try to chase every biohack. But real performance starts deep, at the cellular level. Armora Colostrum is nature's original superfood. Colostrum is packed with over 400 bioactive nutrients that help fortify gut health, help strengthen immune health, help fuel performance, and more. Let's face it, today's world throws a lot at your body. Toxins, processed foods, stress, and immune disruptors are everywhere. That's why I started using Armora Colostrum, and I feel lighter, clearer, and better than ever. Whether you're chasing a finish line, rebalancing your wellness, or aiming to feel amazing, Armora Colostrum helps you operate at your highest level because your body deserves the same optimization as your lifestyle. We've worked out a special offer for my audience. Receive 30% off your first subscription order. Go to armora.com/SRS or enter SRS to get 30% off your first subscription order. That's armra.com/SRS. These statements and products have not been evaluated by the FDA. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or condition. These statements and information are not a substitute for or alternative to seeking care from your healthcare providers. Want to stay up to date on all things SRS? You bet your ass you do. Our newsletter brings you the latest SRS news and critical updates. Get instant alerts on the newest episodes. Never miss a beat. Exclusive intel briefs from counterterrorism expert Sarah Adams. You've seen her many times on the show. She's going to give unfiltered insights on global terrorist activity. For Patreon exclusives, you're going to get epic range days with me and damn near every guest that's come in the studio. You're also going to get behind-the-scenes content and guest updates. You're gonna get first dibs on new merch drops and limited edition items that will never be sold again. Plus, exclusive offers from our partners you won't find anywhere else. So subscribe to the Vigilance Elite newsletter right now. All right, Jocko, we're back from the break. It's about to get real heavy here, but this is where you go to SEAL Team 3, take Task Unit Bruiser as the Task Unit Commander, correct?
Not quite.
Not quite.
Because as I'm finishing my deployment with SEAL Team 7, my commanding officer, again, who is my ops officer in Unit 2, my executive officer at SEAL Team 2, now he's my commanding officer. And he says, the last thing I do as a commanding officer is I'm going to make sure that you become the Admiral's aide. No one wants to be the Admiral's aide, of course, because, it's an administrative job. But there's a reason why he wanted me to go be the Admiral's aide. And it is because at that point in time, at that moment, I was going to come straight off the battlefield. This is 2003, 2004. There hadn't been that many platoons gone over there. I'm going to go straight off the battlefield and work directly for the Admiral. And that's what they want. They want somebody that has fresh combat experience that can tell him what is happening. And I did all kinds of excuses and tap dancing to try and get out of it, but it was happening. So, and it's part of it is it's outstanding professional development, because you're going to see things that you would not see without doing it. So that's what I get. I get home from deployment and I check in to be the Admiral's aide. And yeah, it was definitely a wake-up call, because we had a thing was, if avoid wearing a uniform at all costs. If you have to wear it, make it perfect, right? That was kind of like a thing at SEAL Team 1. And I was really good at avoiding wearing a uniform. Like, I didn't even like to wear a shirt at work, as little as possible. And the first trip I went on with the Admiral, I think I had 4 uniforms with me. Like khakis for the Pentagon, camis for Fort Bragg, dress blues for a ceremony, and civilian clothes. That's like one trip.
Damn.
When a child is in the hospital, visitors come to say hello. And when visiting hours are over, they leave. But family does whatever it takes to stay. At Ronald McDonald House, we believe families shouldn't have to fight alone. So we make sure they have everything they need, with a community of support, warm meals, and a place to rest. Because when a child is sick, family stays, and Ronald McDonald House stays with them. Donate today at ronaldmcdonaldhouse.org.
So I check in to be the Admiral, and it was definitely an eye-opener of what's happening in the community and what's going on and what's happening at that level. And it was, a massive learning experience. And again, I had the E5 Mafia language down. Now I learned the officer language, and now it was learning, I don't know what to call the next level up of officer language, but it's like
flag officer language.
Flag officer language. Because for that year, I was in the Pentagon. I was, and it's weird when you're an aide, it's kind of like you don't exist, but you do. And I don't mean that in a bad way. My boss was a great guy. He was, just a great guy, nice guy, cared about me a lot. But like when you're in a room with a 4-star general, like the aides are kind of these subhumans in the back, but you're listening to everything, you're seeing everything. And so it was a very educational experience as to what's happening at those levels. You're going to meetings at the Pentagon, JSOC, like just really educational.
A lot of inside baseball going on.
Yeah, and you know, for us in the SEAL teams, we don't realize often how much visibility we have, especially back then. Look, I guess now it's pretty obvious we have a lot of visibility, but back then, you know, you wouldn't think that a E5 in a SEAL platoon doing something dumb on Liberty would get a phone call to the Admiral from the Vice CNO or the CNO or the SecNav. Like, these things are a big deal. And so that's what I learned. I learned the amount of scrutiny that we're under. The SEAL Team 5 guys, they had someone in that platoon uploaded digital pictures of their deployment to a website that was supposed to be secure that got breached. And so these pictures went out over the internet. And the pictures, so I'm there when the CNO is calling the Admiral to ask him about each of these individual pictures. What is going on in these pictures? And implied in that was like, what is wrong with your troops? Example, there's an image of a guy, an Iraqi guy. He's being held by the jaw, and he's got a pistol to his head with a flashlight in his eyes. And the CNO's like, what is going on in this picture? And the Admiral like hits the mute button, and I'm like, sir, they don't like to have their picture taken, so you gotta face their picture to the camera. You gotta face their face into the camera, and the light is so that you can illuminate the camera. You can illuminate the picture. That's why the closest flashlight he got is his pistol. That's what he's doing. Boom. Admiral tells him what's going on.
Oh, shit.
Next picture. A guy with a sandbag over his head, cuffed, blood coming out of the sandbag. What's going on with this picture? Hey, sir, that guy resisted. He got subdued. He probably could have been shot, but our troops are disciplined, and instead of shooting him, they captured him. They had to subdue him. They used minimum force required, and now they've got him handled, and now they take a picture of it. So like these little things where I realized that's the level of scrutiny. And that's why, again, when I became a troop commander, being able to translate and explain to the guys what is going on and what the visibility is and how much it matters what you do as an E4, as an E5 in a SEAL platoon, it has a strategic impact for the nation in some cases. And that was really clear with like Abu Ghraib, but also for the SEAL community. And if we are not professional, we don't get work. And that's not, I'm not saying that for the benefit of the SEAL teams. I'm saying that for the benefit of the country, because SEALs are good at what we do. And if we're not getting jobs that we should be getting because of these kind of ancillary actions, it's bad for the country. It's bad for our warfighting capabilities.
Hey, it's your mobile hotspot. I can handle a lot, but the other night with everyone live streaming Uncle Miguel at your karaoke party? So many devices, I had trouble keeping up. But Cox Home Internet can keep up with all of it. Plus, get one unlimited Cox mobile line free for a whole year when you bundle with Cox Internet. Just $55 a month for 300 megabits per second. Switch today. Mobile speeds reduced to max 1.5 megabits per second after 20 gigabits per month use. Limited time offer, new customers. Actual speeds may vary. Other restrictions may apply.
So I learned a lot about that when I was the Admiral's aide. And there's another couple huge cases. There was, I got to hear about what was happening from a legal perspective. Like there were some guys that shot someone. This wasn't SEALs, this was Army guys, regular Army guys, conventional Army guys, shot someone in south of Baghdad somewhere, and don't quote me on the story, but they had planted a gun on him. And they were going to jail. Like they were under trial for murder. And
just would hear that and go, what were these guys thinking? You know, why would they be doing this? And the immediate answer is, well, because they're afraid they're going to get in trouble, right? Oh, they're afraid that the ROE didn't allow them to shoot this guy, and now they're trying to cover it up. The reality of this scenario is the ROE, if someone is, I'm trying to think of the exact terminology, reasonable certainty that they're committing hostile intent, not a hostile act, hostile intent. So if I think you're going to do something and I'm reasonably certain of that, I can shoot you, whether you have a gun or not. And yet we have guys, this particular case, these guys were getting in trouble because they planted a gun. They didn't need to do that. So that was like another, just learning about how much scrutiny the military. So like I initially saw like, oh, this the SEAL teams is under scrutiny, but then I realized it's not just the SEAL teams. There's a lot of scrutiny on everything that we do. And the Abu Ghraib scandal, that caused so many people, that fueled the insurgency so much. And I saw that it fueled the insurgency. So what a couple, 18, 19, 20-year-old privates were doing in a prison fueled the insurgency. And the Al-Qaeda took advantage of it. They propagated those pictures. They propagated those pictures from Team 5. Like, that's what happens. And so I guess I realized how the tactical actions of our units, SEAL teams, Marines, Army soldiers, has a strategic impact. And we have to think about what we're doing.
That is something I never thought of. Where does the scrutiny come from?
I mean, it's the law of armed conflict, right? It's like the Geneva Convention, the law of armed conflict. There are people that are in place to make sure that we are conducting war in a forthright and just manner, if there is such a thing. Can we go back to the quote from Apocalypse Now? Like, handing out charges for murder around here is like handing out speeding tickets at the Indianapolis 500. You can take that approach. It's not going to help you. It's not going to help you. There's rules, and we have just got to follow the rules. And if the rules don't make sense, then you got to raise your hand and say, hey, these rules don't make sense. And I did that. For instance, I brought this up earlier, breaching. So when I first got to Iraq, that first deployment, we're breaching every door, of course, right? Well, so is everybody else. Everyone's just breaching the hell out of everything. You're going to enter a building, you breach the door because it gives you a tactical advantage, right? So civilians were getting injured by breaches. And eventually they said, hey, no more breaching, no more explosive breaching, done. So I get this word and, I talk to my guys, no more explosive breaching. And what's their reaction going to be? Not good. Totally not good, right? Hey, and it's exactly what you would think it would be. Hey, wait a second. You want us to be at more risk. You don't care about us. You don't understand what it's like down here. This is a problem. You don't understand the battlefield. Screw you. That's basically the response. So, and I'm thinking the same thing, right? But now am I thinking, wait a second, does my boss want to put my guys at risk? What do you think? Really? Does my boss want? No, actually, no, I don't believe my boss wants to do that. There's got to be something else going on. Hey, boss, what's the deal with explosive breaching? Why are we being told we're not allowed? Why are you telling me we can't explosively breach you? And he's like, here's what's happening. Here's the amount of casualties from breaches. Here's the civilians injured by breaches. Here's, the number of breaches that are happening every night in Baghdad or the surrounding areas. And the civilian casualties are so high that the generals are saying, don't do this anymore. And I said, okay. Now, boss, if I'm going onto a target where the intel represents a higher probability of there being some kind of resistance on the target, can I breach? And he's like, well, what do you mean? I said, well, if I get this intel that says that they're expecting them to have bodyguards or they expect there to be IEDs, can I use explosive breaches to mitigate that risk? And he's like, yeah, that makes sense. And that's what we did. And that's also when we started doing call-outs, which initially guys were doing call-outs? Yeah.
All the way back then?
Yep. We started doing them.
Holy shit, I did not know that.
We started doing call-outs. And it was like we were figuring out how to do it. Okay, what are we going to do? Because from my perspective now, all right, so I'm not going to explosively breach this door. So we're not going to really have the element of surprise that we want, because we're going to be sitting there with a sledgehammer or what, even a lockpick is, or anything's going to make noise. We're going to alert them that we're there. So now we got guys in the stack or waiting outside this building. They're not behind cover. This is a problem. How can we mitigate that risk? Well, since we have to wake them up to breach the door anyways with a freaking sledgehammer, let's just get a little safe distance, set up our vehicles, and wake them up and say, hey, you got to come out. And that's exactly what we started doing. And then, so what we ended up with was a good variety of tactics of sometimes we do a call out, sometimes we just mechanically breach the door, and sometimes we explosively breach the door. But all those things were a result of me talking to my boss and then talking to the guys and saying, guys, here's why we can't breach. This is bullshit. Oh, okay. Well, we can't. Oh, there's a huge, super high risk. Explain that risk to me. And they explained to me, you know what, I agree with you guys. Boss, we're going to explosively breach tonight. Boss says, cool. My boss never told me no. So those kind of things, I think, again, where we get into the, hey, just do what I'm telling you to do, both up and down the chain of command. I want my guys to resist me. I want them to say, we should be able to explosively breach. Okay, tell me why. And I should be able to look at my boss, here's why. And by the way, if my guys explain to me, hey, we should explosively breach and here's why, and I explain it to my boss and my boss says no, okay, do I have an argument? No? Okay. Well, then how can I mitigate this? Well, I can mitigate it by not stacking my platoon up in front of the door or outside the building and doing a call out. So those kind of things, I think, get lost when it comes to communicating up and down the chain of command.
I got a question for you. I mean, earlier when we were talking, I can't remember at what point we brought this up, but we were talking about leadership. I believe you had just gotten through OCS. Anyways, you had said that trust your guys, and that's how they trust you, right? And so, big proponent of that. How do you just trust your guys? I mean, do they have to earn your trust, or do you give them the trust and let them fuck that up? Or give them the opportunity to fuck that up? I'm asking because for my own learning.
Yep.
I want to learn from you.
The way you do it is a little bit of trust at a time. So if you started working with me, I wouldn't be like, hey, Sean, we got this op tonight. Why don't you take lead on that? I'm going to sit at the top. I've never worked with you before, and I'm just going to let you go take lead on a mission. No, it's like, hey, Sean, we got this op tonight. Can you run external security? Or can you clear this back, outhouse with your fire team? And you're like, cool, got it, boss. And you do it well. And then the next time, hey, you're in charge of external security. And then the next time, hey, you're in charge of vehicles. And the next time, hey, you're in charge of the breach team. So it's like I'm going to give you a little more trust each time. And then you keep making good calls. Maybe sometimes I have to tighten you up. Like, hey, what were you doing going to clear this other building that wasn't part of the target? Yeah, but I saw a guy over there. But I don't care about that. But you didn't tell me. Yeah, but I didn't have time. Well, what if we have a blue on blue because of this? Oh, good point. Mm-hmm. So, you learned a little bit. I took a little bit of risk, maybe a little bit of little outside the zone. So that's what you do. Just a little bit of trust at a time. You build it over time. Cool. But I have to trust you. And actually, what's funny is I thought where you're going with that question is if my guys are telling me, like, we need to explosively breach this target, do I have to trust them? And the answer is yeah.
Well, I mean, then you get a guy like me that works for you, and we have to explosive breach every single fucking time. How do you trust me?
Yep. And then I go, hey, Sean, if we do another one of these explosive breaches, we're probably not going to get approved for our next missions.